This is Atomic Shinobi, and today I'm going to narrate third part of What If Naruto Was Trained by a Legendary Samurai. If you enjoy this video, please like, share, and subscribe to this channel. Now wasting no more time, let's start the story.
Unexpected development. The battle that awaited Team 7 in Naruto was drastically changed by the unexpected and timely arrival of Team Guy. The two teams from Konoha unleashed a vicious attack on the large group of outlaws, taking them by surprise and leaving them helpless. Their easy defeat at the hands of a much smaller group's swords is the result of several factors. First of all, they were essentially a motley crew of outlaws thrown together hurriedly by their boss. They were not instructed in the art of correct formations as a result. Factor number 2. They were without leadership after their employer passed away, and chaos always ensues when there is a lack of leadership. Factor number 3. Team Guy's goal was to protect the safety of their fellow Leaf allies. The entire force of Team Guy would be directed towards anyone who got in their way. Sadly, the renegade samurai stood in the way of Team Guy's successful completion of their objective. Following the epic battle between the people of Wave and the combined forces of Konoha, the winners were deservedly resting. A small number of civilians lost their lives in the conflict, and those who survived shed tears for the people who gave their lives to free their nation. Tears fell for the deceased, but there was also pride and sadness. After 2 weeks, standing in front of the Wave residents who had come to wish them farewell and a safe trip home were Teams 7 and Guy. Standing at the head of the Wave people was Inari, the little child whose words and demeanor changed him, and whose change served as the catalyst for the people of Wave country to become brave and hopeful. Inari couldn't hold back the intense feelings that were coursing through him, and tears started to fall from his eyes. Inari was trapped in a life of self-pity, overcome by melancholy and a sense of helplessness. That is, until he met Naruto, a boy who was unmoved by his pathetic situation. A boy who, in the same breath, hurt and inspired others, blasting away his self-pity. With tears in his eyes, Inari exclaimed, "Thank you Naruto, thank you for everything." With a soft smile on his face, Naruto said, "No problem, Inari," and he deeply bent down to show the boy how much he was appreciated. Tazuna was ecstatic and proud of both his grandson and his nation. He gave Naruto a straight look. The old, loving, master bridge builder Tazuna gave the boy a deep bow and said, "The people of Wave are grateful for all that you have done for us. If it wasn't for you I would have certainly died, the bridge would be incomplete, and Gado's hold on the people would have been absolute. I thank you Naruto, from the bottom of my heart, and rest assured that your deeds will not go unnoticed or unrewarded." The other Konoha ninja were taken aback when Tazuna and the other villagers joined forces to offer a heartfelt bow of respect and appreciation to Naruto for his actions. All Naruto could say was that he was in disbelief at what was happening to him. "Thank you," to Wave's residents and Tazuna. The young samurai experienced a sense of completion, a knowledge and assurance that they had discovered their life's purpose. Naruto's only goals when he set out on his samurai career were to overcome his loneliness and build strength. Now, he felt and experienced firsthand what it meant to be a samurai as these people, whose lives he and his allies had literally saved, bowed before him in gratitude. This moment could not be replaced by any amount of instruction from Mayushi. The reaffirmed pledge, "From this moment onward I pledge my swords, my blood, and my life, to the people of Fire Country and anyone who needs aid," was a statement of choice rather than obligation. Tazuna addressed the other Konoha ninja after paying his respects to Naruto. "Thank you all for all that you have for my country. I will ensure that your actions will not go unrewarded." Tazuna.san, "No problem," Kakashi remarked. "For your good words Lee and I will do 20 laps around Konoha," Guy said. "Yes, Guy Sensei," shouted Lee in response. The other Konoha shinobi gave Guy and his clone a dejected shake of their heads. The two teams were traveling to Konoha following an arduous, deadly, and dramatic mission. Following several days of relaxed journeying, the group nearly arrived at the majestic gates of Konoha. As the two groups made their way home, the atmosphere was carefree and light. Naruto and Lee were enthused as they discussed taijutsu. Kakashi was discussing the mission's events with Guy. Since Sakura and Tenten were the only women in the group, they were chatting among themselves. To sum it all up, Tsuko was attempting to defuse a conflict between the two biggest egos in Konoha. Before long, everyone was completely at ease and the warm gates of Konoha could be seen. It was inevitable that Kakashi and Guy would have to have a lengthy meeting with the Hokage. That straightforward C-rank mission escalated into a global incident with potentially dire consequences. In addition, Naruto would have to face harsh consequences for his blatant disobedience of his superior's direct order. The two Jonin of Konoha were relieved that all of their students were safe and sound despite everything. Sandame was looking forward to his ninja's arrival. Pakun had already told him that the teams would return home in a few days and that everyone was safe with the exception of a few injuries. The council was furious with Naruto for disobeying Kakashi's directive. Despite his intense love for Naruto, he recognized that as the village leader, insubordination required punishment. Sandame was also aware that Naruto understood the full ramifications of his actions. That would only imply that Naruto believed his justification for defying a direct order from his superior was sound. All of that, though, would have to wait. The village as a whole anxiously awaited the two teams' arrival. The third Hokage cherished Konoha for this reason. The ninja took care of the villagers, and the villagers took care of the ninja. Both the civilian population and the ninja community lamented the loss of a youthful genin team. What made Konoha strong was their mutual concern for one another. At the gate of Konoha, the guards of Chuunin were alerter than normal. They were told that Team Guy and Team Kakashi were expected to arrive today and that they needed to notify the Anbu right away in the event that they did. Teams Asuma and Kurenai were waiting at the gate. They had completed their missions ahead of schedule to welcome the other teams. Particularly, Hyuga Hinata, a young shinobi, was pacing back and forth, giddy with anticipation for her crush's return. "Hey, Hinata, stop walking so much, you're making me nervous." "They're all okay, you know," said Ino. Kiba responded, Hey, just leave her alone. She's worried about her boyfriend, that's all." "I know you wish you had one to worry about," which led to Yamanaka, who had a temper, beating him. When Kiba claimed that Naruto was her boyfriend, Hinata did not refute her claims. All Shikamaru could say was, "Troublesome." Before they could finish their conversation, Hinata abruptly stopped her tense back and forth pacing. She only uttered, "Naruto," before racing off into the distance. As Ino strains to make out what the Hyuga girls saw, she exclaims, "What? I don't see anyone in the distance." Kurenai told the young girl, "One day you'll understand, Ino," as the Jonin started to follow her pupil. With a bored tone, Shikamaru remarked, "Well, they're here." Among the returning squads, they were walking to Konoha's gate. Naruto still engaged Lee in animated conversation. Everyone could see the gate, and it would only be a matter of minutes before they arrived. He heard Kakashi start to snicker, directed at him, while he was speaking with Lee. "What's so funny, Kakashi-san?" a bewildered Naruto inquired. "Oh, nothing, you'll find out in a little while." Guy yelled, such youthful passion burned bright. "What?" Naruto questioned once more, perplexed. When Neji turned on his Byakugan, Hinata was immediately heading in Naruto's direction. He snickered slightly, barely able to contain himself. Now that everyone else was perplexed, what was it that was making Kakashi and Neji laugh out of the blue? That's when Naruto sensed a presence coming toward him quickly and directly. He knew exactly who it was, so he felt no ill will or malicious intent. "Hinata, oof." The boy stammered out before he could say anything more before Hinata, ecstatic, pitched him to the ground. The girl sobbed bitterly and exclaimed, "Thank God you're safe, Naruto-kun. I was so worried about you." Not long after, Hinata was perched atop Naruto on the ground, and the rest of the Konoha group arrived to witness the spectacle. The sound of Kiba, her teammate, giving loud whistles and taunting her snapped the girl out of her overly anxious state. In just a few minutes, she went from worry to joy to embarrassment. She tried to disappear, burying her head in Naruto's chest, too ashamed to face the very amused crowd. Naruto preferred nothing more. After going through such a difficult ordeal, he felt that holding the girl he had grown so fond of over the past few months was a gift from heaven. Naruto talked to the girl who was clinging to his body tightly, aware that his fleeting happiness would not last long. Naruto laughed and said, "I don't think they'll be going anywhere anytime soon, Hinata-chan, so you'll have to face them." He was a little anxious about his predicament because he didn't want Hinata's father to receive any unfavorable messages. Hinata disembarked Naruto slowly and with much embarrassment, keeping her head down and refusing to look the other smirking shinobi in the eye. She instinctively moved to get closer to Naruto's side in an attempt to minimize her size. "Kakashi-san, Guy-san, it is good to see that everything turned out well." The village had been on edge for a while after hearing the news of what was going on in Wave. They feared that they would lose a young genin team. Everyone was really worried, Kurenai said. "Yeah, you had us all worried, and I bet Naruto was the center of that action," Shikamaru said. Because he was aware that the entire situation started when he wouldn't let Tazuna go on his own. Naruto had the grace to blush. But before he could respond to his friend, a 4-man Anbu team interrupted. They turned to look at Naruto and said, "Team Kakashi and Team Guy, you are to report to the Hokage immediately. Uzumaki Naruto, by order of Lord Hokage and the Shinobi Council, you are to be arrested for disobeying direct orders of your superior officer and endangering the lives of those in your assigned team." "What?" exclaimed Tsuko. Sasuke questioned in disbelief, "What is the meaning of this?" "Naruto." Sakura might exclaim. "No, Naruto-kun," Hinata yelled angrily. The council's actions surprised everyone, with the exception of the Jonin. The genin were taught the shinobi rules in the academy, and they were all aware of the consequences of defying an authority figure's direct orders. When Naruto refused to obey a direct order, Kakashi was forced to follow protocol in the situation at Wave, and all he could do was sigh in frustration. Now that it was out of his control and Kakashi realized the council was generally against the young Jinchuriki, he knew there was a good chance the council would act harshly against the boy. For his part, Naruto remained composed. He turned to face Hinata and gave her a tender hug before speaking with her. "Everything is going to be alright, Hinata. Don't worry." In order to be captured, he turned to the Anbu and traveled there. After robbing Raiga of his swords, the genin and jonin who had been left stunned hoped for the best. In the Fire Daimyo's palace, at the head of his court was the daimyo of Fire Country, seated on his regal throne, flanked by his obedient lords and retainers on either side. The court was gathered by the daimyo for the monthly report, during which the lords and retainers gave an update on the events taking place in their respective provinces. 2 jonin bodyguards escorted Konoha's special representative to the court for the meeting. This special representative's duty was to provide reports on all issues pertaining to Konoha. A knock at the door brought the commander of the samurai forces inside as the meeting went on and the lords and retainers each shared information about their provinces. "My lord, the daimyo of the land of Wave has arrived. Please send him in to Shiro." "Yes, sir," the big samurai replied. A tall, lean, middle-aged man with tanned skin emerged a few seconds later. "Please sit, Taga. Dono. It is a pleasure to have you in my court." The thin ruler of Wave said, "Thank you, Nibirisho. Dono. It's a pleasure to be here." The daimyo of Fire Country inquired curiously, "So what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? Is it related to the incident that took place in your country a few weeks ago?" "Yes, as all of the elemental nations know, my country was recently liberated from the iron grip of the shipping magnate Gato." "Yes, I am aware of the incident. I heard that 2 of Konoha's genin teams were involved in the incident." "Yes, that is true, but a little inaccurate." "Inaccurate?" Nobishiro inquired with sincere interest. "Yes, 2 genin teams and a young samurai by the name of Naruto were involved in the incident, to be exact." "A young samurai? Oh yes, I was informed of this by Sarutobi. Dono. I was intrigued to know of this. It's quite unusual to find a samurai in a ninja village." "Well, Nobishiro. Dono, that young samurai was the main factor in the liberation of my country. You know that we have recently completed the construction of the bridge that connects our 2 countries." "Yes, I am aware of the bridge. It should facilitate trade between the 2 nations," the Fire Daimyo remarked. "Well, the bridge builder, Tazuna, came to me and told me his story. He said that if it wasn't for young Naruto's actions, he would have surely died and the bridge would not be completed. Tazuna lied about the mission ranking because he did not have the money to pay for a team of Chuunin level ninja. The group was attacked by the Demon Brothers of the Mist, and the truth was found out. Hitaki Kakashi Jonin of Konoha, as per the shinobi rules of the village, was going to abandon the mission because it was way above his genin team." Nobishiro gestured for his counterpart to continue, as he became more and more absorbed in this captivating story. In other words, young Uzumaki told his jonin superior, "I'm sorry Kakashi-san, but I cannot leave this man to die. For if he does, Wave Country will fall and the people of the country will suffer. Uzumaki refused to let Tazuna die. I'm not going to let that happen." It goes without saying that the jonin was powerless to let one of his charges embark on such a critical mission by themselves. Of course, you already know the rest. "Yeah, I already know the rest. I must admit that I find this to be a really fascinating story that you have for me. What would you hope to get out of an audience with me, then?" questioned Nobishiro. "I want to get 2 things out of this meeting. Firstly, I am requesting that Uzumaki Naruto's actions toward his superior be forgiven on behalf of Tazuna, the bridge builder whose life is so valuable to the nation of Wave, as well as myself. Disobeying a superior is a serious infraction for a subordinate, and the consequences are severe. Nevertheless, I cannot in good conscience allow Naruto to be punished because his disobedience led to my country's freedom." "And what about Taga? Dono, your second request. Secondly, I had previously asked for Nami no Kuni to merge with Hai no Kuni. Since my country is small and susceptible to these kinds of attacks, Konoha has long provided protection for my people, and I will always be appreciative of all that Konoha has done for me. This young man sacrificed his career for his people, and even though he had the option to act differently, Jonin Hitaki Kakashi chose to assist Tazuna over imposing his will on his subordinates. I and my people know that we are in good hands if these are Konoha and Fire Country's future leaders. The two Jonin present, as well as the Konoha representative, were stunned by the news they had just received. This is enormous. The two Jonin bodyguards for the representative nodded in agreement as he spoke. A smaller nation wishing to become part of Fire Country was no small request, and this news sent shockwaves through the whole Fire Daimyo's court. This was great news for the Fire Daimyo, as this union would bring great prosperity to Fire Country and a chance to develop its sea trade. However, it would also raise some eyebrows with the daimyos of the other elemental nations, particularly for the daimyo of Earth and Lightning Country, since there has been a great deal of animosity between the daimyos ever since the Third Great Shinobi War. When the time comes, I'll take care of Earth and Lightning, pondered the Land of Fire's ruler. I would be more than happy to grant both of your requests, he said, grinning broadly. At the Tower of Hokage, when Mayushi entered the room, Sandaime was in the middle of a crucial debriefing with the teams Kakashi and Guy. Sarutobi could tell something was not going to go well when he saw the elderly man enter. Mayushi addressed the Hokage directly, obliging everyone else in the room. Sarutobi, why is my student being detained in this way? With a calm yet firm tone, the elderly man questioned. Who is this guy? Was the thought shared by all. Since none of the people in attendance was familiar with Naruto's master's appearance, they were unaware that their comrade's master was standing in front of them. The two Jonin were infuriated to hear this man address the Hokage by his first name, without the honorific, Sama. Konoha's top Jonin, Kakashi, spoke in a casual tone, Sir, I need to remind you that you are speaking to the Hokage, show more respect. After finishing his sentence, Mayushi paused and turned to face Kakashi, slowly, so that Kakashi and the others in the room could only be terrified by the expression in his eyes. The man looked at Kakashi and said, Listen, and listen very well, young one. I can tell you have some feelings for Naruto because you are hoping that his punishment won't be too harsh. After all, you were just carrying out your Jonin duty. How could you have known my thoughts? Everyone, including Kakashi, asked in shock. He really is a master samurai. It's just like the stories of samurai, Sarutobi exclaimed as shocked expressions on everyone's faces changed. The old man told Kakashi, That's none of your concern, child. Know this young one. To me, Naruto is like my grandson, but to you, he is just a subordinate. Never assume for a second that I would watch helplessly while my student and grandson were the victims of injustice. Naruto. They all uttered surprised words. Do all of you lack hearing? Mayushi questioned angrily. Sandaime spared a moment to add they're just shocked, that's all. They're not deaf. Ultimately, this is their first encounter with Naruto. Kun-sensei. Sarutobi, you really need to teach your kids manners, they're not well behaved. Mayushi, they're fine, Sandaime answered. Though they were both a little offended to be referred to as children, Kakashi and Guy realized that they were indeed children in the eyes of these elderly and battle-hardened men. But, since the issue is currently before the Shinobi Council, I am powerless to address it. It is necessary to punish Naruto for his deeds. His actions might have resulted in his allies' deaths. That is absolutely true, but despite Naruto's actions, the mission could have failed. You and I both know, as everyone in this room should know, that the life of a warrior or shinobi is unpredictable. In the field, you are unable to foresee your opponent's attacks, their level, or when and where they will occur. In Fire Country, Team 7 might have encountered a group of Iwa Jonin conducting a reconnaissance mission with ease. And if Team 7 had made it through? Team 7 would have been praised for their strength, but Sandaime already knew the answer, as did both of the Jonin present. The Land of Fire and the Land of Earth would have gone to war once more if they had perished, and they would have been commended for their bravery. However, as none of them behaved honorably in that way, there would be no one to punish, isn't that correct, Sandaime? Mayushi questioned in a firm voice. That accusation isn't fair, Mayushi. Naruto broke the rules and disobeyed his commander, Sarutobi retorted. He was therefore penalized for defending the life of a person who was weaker and less capable than he was. In my mind, Konoha is a village that stands up for those who are weaker than it, not that it abandons them to survive on their own. Because that's exactly what he was going to do to Tazuna. Kakashi felt a wave of guilt wash over him. According to shinobi rules, a mission like that should be abandoned. A warrior who serves is called a samurai. A samurai doesn't care about his own life. Because he believes that all life is precious, he is willing to give his own life in order to protect the lives of others. That is the responsibility of a samurai. I can't disagree with you, Mayushi, but he has to obey his superior's orders because he is a member of the village's military structure. He put his allies' lives in danger by taking them on a mission that was beyond their level of expertise. There is always a chance that a warrior or shinobi will lose. They should anticipate that they will always come up against a more formidable foe. Actually, they ought to be trained to face stronger opponents at all times so that they won't falter or trip up against them. They would be able to reason properly and make it through the conflict. Should they give up whenever they face a challenge too great for them? What about circumstances in which there is no way to retreat and the opposition is overwhelming strong? Sandame, are you teaching cowards at the academy? Sandame retorted, hard-pressed by the torrent of noteworthy and convincing arguments. I must protect the future of the village. I agree, but by keeping them out of harm's way, you don't protect them. You keep them safe by forcing them to confront and overcome their fears. Tsuko was so absorbed in the conversation that he couldn't resist interrupting the heated exchange of words. But what if, old man, sir, we pass away? Always inquisitive, Tsuko inquired. So it means you were too weak to face and conquer your fears, Mayushi said, turning to look directly at Tsuko. It would be preferable if those who battle and live with fear and anger in their hearts perished. These people are the real weak ones. Such flimsy warriors would not do well for a nation. No matter how strong his techniques are, a warrior with fear and anger in his heart is helpless. Let go of your fear and anger in your heart, young one, if you genuinely want to become strong. A heart free of fear and rage is more powerful than any technique your sensei could ever teach you. The old man's statement stunned and amazed everyone, with the exception of Sarutobi, who had seen many of Mayushi's training sessions with Naruto. It's Naruto's sensei, the man who gave him strength. Perhaps he could teach me too, contemplated the youthful Uchiha. One young old man is Naruto's master, but Guy. Mayushi was not finished with his verbal abuse, and he turned his steely gaze toward Kakashi. The Jonin sensed the man's intensity when their eyes met, even though Mayushi was noticeably taller than the old man. I understand you cancelled the mission since it exceeded the amount of your charges. Mayushi inquired of the Jonin. Indeed, was Kakashi's brief response. However, Naruto forbade the bridge builder from dying, so you were compelled to complete the mission, correct? Again, Mayushi questioned the Jonin. All the Jonin could give him was a nod, and the old man turned to face Sasuke. Did your opponent outclass you in strength? After a moment of hesitation, Sasuke answered, yes, my opponent was stronger than me. Though it hurt Sasuke's pride to have to acknowledge his own weakness in front of everyone, he somehow knew better than to treat this old man disrespectfully. Unlike Kakashi, Sensei or the others, this man had a presence akin to that of his father. Uchiha Sasuke never admits to being inferior, so everyone in the Ruma including the Sandaimya was shocked by his admission of weakness before Mayushi. How did you get the better of them? Mayushi went on. I played him off. He underestimated me and was overconfident because he had the upper hand in the fight. Boy, did you kill him? The elderly man inquired once more. Indeed. How? I beheaded him with his own sword, the very same sword that I have on my back. Sakura let out a loud gasp, taken aback by Sasuke's confession. Oh, good, good, the spoils of battle, the elderly man uttered before proceeding. Sasuke was a little proud that the man thought well of what he'd done. Why then did you murder him? Sincerely, Sasuke answered, because if it had been me, I would die right now instead of him. This was the highest volume that anyone had ever heard Uchiha Sasuke talk. Then Mayushi looked up at Tsuko. Did your opponent outclass you in strength? Yes, old man. Sir, he was much stronger than me, Tsuko retorted. Young one, how did you beat your opponent? With honesty, the boy answered, Sir, I didn't win against my opponent. Everyone, including Sasuke and Kakashi, was shocked. Do you mean Tsuko? Kakashi inquired. I mean Kakashi. Sensei, that we, Team 7, defeated my and Sakura's opponent. Could you elaborate, boy? Mayushi asked. Well, Naruto said that since we beat the first group, Gato would send stronger shinobi for us. I told Kakashi about it in my plan because I knew Sakura and I weren't the strongest shinobi and that we would most likely lose to a more experienced shinobi. Sakura and I didn't defeat the lone ninja. The rest of the team assisted us in setting the trap. My entire team was involved. Turning to face Sandame, Mayushi smiled and said, I asked those questions of the young ones in order to prove a point. What's the big deal? Mayushi, Sandaime inquired, already aware of the response. That these young people are not feminists, Mayushi stated, trying to make his point clear to them in a slightly higher voice. The general of Team 7 felt a sense of pride. He asked again, turning to face each member of Team 7. What knowledge or benefits have you received from this experience? I will not be a burden to my team, Sakura retorted. I refuse to be an idiot, Tsuko retorted resolutely. Being strong is not everything, Sasuke candidly retorted. Despite facing opponents much stronger than themselves, all of them are standing in front of you, battered and bruised but still alive and resilient as ever. They will benefit greatly in the future from the priceless life and shinobi experience they have gained. They have overcome death and adversity, and if one of them had perished at that time, the other two would have gained important insight. The elderly man turned to face the group of young ninja in front of him, glancing into each genin's eyes before coming to a halt when Sasuke's eyes met his. Life is not kind. Life is indifferent to your bloodline or the clan you hail from. The people you have grown up with and developed relationships with over time could suddenly disappear, leaving you by yourself. Sasuke witnessed happier memories of his family flash before his eyes. Stupid errors could result in your dear ones being murdered. He turned to face Kakashi. A ache shot through Kakashi's chest. Mayushi turned to Sakura and Tsuko and said, and being weak and ignorant will only get you and those around you killed. Sakura and Tsuko cast downward glances. Being foolish, wailing for revenge, weeping bitter tears, and lamenting your losses all sap your strength. Things from the past, including the people we have loved and lost, must be let go because life is an endless flow. Since nothing in this world is permanent, you'd better learn to let go of things. We pay tribute to the deceased by leading fulfilling lives. Mayushi turned to face the other genin after that. I was already fighting and living before your sensei was even born. They are merely guides. They cannot teach you everything and they will not last forever. Your actual power is within you. There will be a large number of enemies of different kinds and specializations. Enemies you'll encounter are particularly well suited to counter your skills. Immediately, Sasuke thought of Renmara. Refrain from using your unique qualities too quickly. Young ones, consider this. If so few can stand before you without your unique talent, then none will be able to do so with it. Then Mayushi looked up at Sandaime. Sarutobi, there's an unjust punishment for my student. The old man then turned to face Sarutobi and said, I'm going to visit my student. It would be wise to let your Anbu know that they should not try to stop me, as he was about to leave. Sarutobi immediately signaled for one of his Anbu guards, and almost instantly a masked shinobi appeared. The Hokage knew exactly what the old man was saying. Prisoners under Anbu guard were not allowed visitors, and when Mayushi goes to visit his student the Anbu will try to stop him. The result would be the Anbu being beaten to a pulp. Go inform the Anbu jail cell guards that an elderly man is scheduled to visit his pupil, and they should vacate the area right away. The lone Anbu said, Hi, Hokage. Sama, before vanishing from sight. The other people in the room stood silently, taking in what they had just witnessed. Naruto's sensei was an extremely respected man. He was almost like the Hokage in that regard. Furthermore, he spoke to the Hokage using only his first name and got away with it, which left Sandaime feeling completely unoffended. Naruto's sensei is not joke. No wonder Naruto is the way he is, Tsuko began to say. Indeed, one should not take that man lightly. He's been in at least 3 wars, so in a way, we're similar. Few people can claim to have fought in 3 different wars and survived. It would be really tough for me to deal with him. But as the Hokage, you should be able to defeat anyone, right? Questioned Sakura. You're not familiar with samurai, and you're young. But I've battled a lot of samurai, and they're the most difficult opponents to deal with. Why, Hokage? Sama, is that? Neji questioned, his curiosity winning out. They rigorously train their spirits, minds, and bodies. Since they can read people's minds, truly exceptional samurai are rarely caught off guard. Moreover, numerous techniques exist to neutralize ninjutsu attacks. As they strive to unite body and mind, highly skilled samurai are highly attuned within and thus very resistant to genjutsu. In addition, they are typically very skilled kenjutsu and taijutsu practitioners. Whoa! I had no idea samurai could be so deadly, Tsuko remarked. Kakashi remarked, that man is an elite-level samurai. Yes, he read your mind like an open book, said Guy. Yes, without a doubt. That's correct, Hokage. Sama. Aimed at the Hokage, Kakashi. Indeed, Kakashi is correct. Did you all notice that he had the ability to read Team 7's thoughts? The Sarutobi's revelation stunned the others. Yes, he could read their thoughts because he was staring them in the eyes. I told my Anbu to keep quiet when Mayushi visits Naruto because, although he may not be a shinobi, he is definitely not someone to be taken lightly. They have no chance of beating him. Whoa, Lee said, I have to train more to be able to fight Naruto. Yes, Lee, we shall begin your training as soon as you're rested. Yes, Guy-sensei. Okay, the Hokage gives the order to dismiss the genin. He turned to face them after the genin had all left and said, report. With one voice, Guy and Kakashi exclaimed, Hi Hokage, Sama. In the Anbu prison. A familiar voice greeted Naruto as he sat in a meditative pose in the Anbu cell that he had been placed in. Mayushi had taught him that meditation is an important part of a warrior's life, as it allows the warrior to find himself in the seat of his power. I am proud of you, boy, you are beginning to understand the way of the warrior. The boy said, Hey, I haven't heard from you in a while. I didn't have to speak with you. After observing your growth, I have to conclude that you are prepared to start studying the warrior's Q. Dai. Ken. The warrior's 9 great swords? The young man inquired. Yes, but your master will teach you the fundamentals. Naruto, you are growing stronger, which is good because you will need all of your strength to overcome the obstacles in your path. Could you please give me an idea of what to expect? A conflict unlike any other that anyone has ever witnessed, difficulties unmatched by anyone else's, and suffering unmatched by anyone's own. But since your master is on his way, this is not the moment to talk about it, young one. Is the elderly man coming over here? 10 minutes or so later, Mayushi entered the cell. A few minutes after that, Naruto asked. The boy felt his master's key signature coming this way. Looks like you caused quite a stir in the elemental nations, huh, brat? The student and surrogate grandson were asked by the elderly man. I couldn't let the elderly man pass away, it answered Naruto. You do well, and I'm proud of you. You know what it takes to be a samurai, but you're still too slow and in need of more training. Mayushi is the only one who can compliment and chastise his pupil in the same sentence. As one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, my opponent was extremely formidable. With a raised voice, the boy continued, I even have his swords, to prove it. I am aware of him. As a swordsman, he was helpless and ashamed. Mayushi remarked, such feeble opponents should regard it as an honor for their attacks to actually touch your clothing. A master samurai dominates his opponents without drawing his blade, the elderly man said in his remaining words. You have to develop your strength, power, speed, and agility to the point where your opponent will surrender before the fight even begins. Although there should be no gaps in your defense when your opponent sees you, you are still open to attack. Even the most formidable foe will hesitate to attack once you've reached this stage. Naruto declared resolutely, I have to train harder. Yes, we will return to the Forest of Death, your former stomping grounds, after you leave here to prepare for the impending invasion. We will enter following the Forest of Death segment of the assessment. Yes, sensei, Snake Bastard is going to attack during the exams. Yes, and you must be fully prepared for battle. Hey, teacher, Naruto answered. Naruto called out to Mayushi as he was about to turn around to go. Hey, sensei. Yes, brat, the elderly man answered. Please grant me a favor. Can I tell her what you want me to say? Mayushi questioned, sighing in frustration. A grin appeared on Naruto's face, later on in the evening. While performing his routine duties, the guard of the Hyuga estate noticed a lone figure approaching him. Upon closer inspection, the guard recognized the figure as an elderly man using a cane, strolling at a comfortable pace. The old man's expression revealed a dissatisfied expression. Are you all right, sir? You seem a little agitated, the guard remarked. I came here to meet with Hiyashi. Dono briefly, the elderly man said, glancing at him in response. I am the master of Uzumaki Naruto. The guard's expression was bewildered. Everyone in the clan, with the exception of the elders, was aware of Naruto's intimate relationship with the clan heiress, Hinata. Is everything in Uzumaki-san's life okay? The guard questioned, appearing somewhat concerned. Yes, he is in good health. I simply needed to talk to Hiyashi, Dono, for a little while. Okay. I'll see if Hiyashi-sama is busy. A second guard arrived after the first gestured for him to do so. Hiyashi's room. While he was handling some paperwork, Hyuga Hiyashi heard a knock at his door. He said, you may come in. He gave the door a push, and one of the Hyuga guards emerged. Sorry to interrupt your work, Hiyashi-sama, but Uzumaki-san's master is here to speak with you briefly. The master of Uzumaki? Hyuga, the head, said. Yes, sir, answered the guard. Have some refreshments prepared for our guest, I'll be there shortly. After 10 minutes in the visitor's room, Mayushi was in front of the Hyuga chief. It's my pleasure to meet Uzumaki, San's master. It's good to be here, and I thank you for your hospitality, Hyuga, Dono. I'm told by my guards that you have a message for me. The message is intended for young Hinata. Sama, not for you. Even though it's for her, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to give her the message directly. Please, could you call her over here? The way the old man carried himself and the regard he had for Hiyashi as a father greatly impressed Hiyashi. All right, then I'll call Hinata right away. A short while later, sitting in the guest chamber with her father and an unfamiliar elderly man, Hinata managed to get over her initial nervousness. Hello, you must be Hinata. Naruto has told me a lot about you. Nevertheless, I wish our meeting had taken place in a different setting. My name is Mayushi, and I'm Naruto's sensei. The girl blushed slightly and thought, Naruto talks to his master about me. The girl said, nice to meet you, Mayushi. Sama, in a playful manner. Nice to meet you as well, Hinata. I just came by to deliver a message for the little brat. He wants you to know that you were missed, but he's okay, and his trial is in a few days. He didn't say it out loud, but it was clear from his facial expression. He still needs to work on managing his emotions. The girl grinned slightly and said, Thank you, Mayushi, Sama. Mayushi stood up and gave Hiyashi a courteous bow, saying, I'll be taking my leave now, but not before turning to face Hinata. Hinata-chan, I think you should say a prayer for Naruto, because I'm going to work him extra hard for using his master as a messenger boy. Hi. Mayushi. Sama. This man was liked by Hiyashi, he would be a great Hyuga. In the evening, at Mayushi's store. When Sandame showed up, Mayushi was sitting in his chair sipping his tea and reading a scroll. Sarutobi knew there was no point in hiding his presence from Mayushi, so he didn't even try to hide it. With a direct question, why did you do what you did today, Mayushi? The Sandame questioned. As any good master, I'm helping develop the future subordinates of my student. What? Sarutobi questioned, startled. Are you not seeing that Naruto is going to be this village's future leader? How are you aware of this? Sarutobi answered. Only he possesses the heart to guide these people, the will to carry the load, and the will to act morally. I can see it clearly, but he doesn't know it yet because his vision is still developing. Do you believe that you will always be a Kage? Mayushi inquired. How about we calculate your options? Any one of the 3 Sannin would be a good choice as your next contender. Orochimaru is an extreme betrayer who intends to wipe out the village. Since Tsunade still harbors resentment toward her tragic past, Jiraiya wonders why the elemental nations are shielding Konoha from the outside. To be honest, he serves Konoha better in this way. Tsunade is the only one of the 3 who is actually a good fit to be the Kage, but you have to ask yourself. How long is it going to be before she has to give up her job? The Sannin are 50 years old. Which ninja at your current rank is capable of becoming Kage? Sandame immediately responded, Hitaki Kakashi. He's the top Jonin in Konoha, having trained under the Yondaime Hokage. That is accurate, but you should be aware that receiving training from a specific individual does not qualify you to hold a leadership position. Despite his skill, that Kakashi kid is unable to inspire the shinobi forces because he places too much importance on his past. In addition, he lacks the determination required for the title. Sandame had no choice but to agree with Mayushi. Once again, Naruto's master displayed remarkable insight and discernment. If Mayushi's prophecy comes to pass, the village would be well cared for. The boy had always aspired to be Hokage, and it would be characteristic of Naruto to take on such an unlikely task. Mayushi, you might be right, all right. We'll observe the outcome, Sandame remarked as he walked away. As he left the tiny room, Sandame wondered, what lies in store for my beautiful village? It had been 2 days since Mayushi's visit, and according to the Hokage's orders, only the old man was permitted to see the boy. This caused much agitation for the other rookies, who eventually grew to love, respect, and, in Hinata's case, cherish Naruto. The boy had a profound effect on every team he was on, but most notably Team 8 and Hinata. To the surprise of her sensei and teammates, the Hyuga heiress recovered quickly from the initial shock of Naruto's arrest. Hinata was a changed girl, her presence making her stronger and more determined than before. The Hokage Tower, the Sandame Hokage called an emergency meeting with all of his Jonin and Chuunin commanders to discuss the approaching Chuunin exams and Orochimaru's impending attack. As everyone is aware, the next Chuunin exams are set to take place in Konoha in about 3 weeks, There will be attendance from the villages of Suna, Aim, Taki, Waterfall, and the recently admitted Sound Village. There were murmurs among the assembled ninja at the sight of this new village, and the Sandame gave a brief grunt that attracted the attention of every ninja in the vicinity, for they all knew that when the Sandame gave his signature grunt, he meant business. I have bad news for everyone. Orochimaru is the leader of this new Sound Village, and the Shinobi Council has reason to believe that he intends to attack and destroy the Leaf Village during the Chuunin exams. This declaration caused a ruckus throughout the whole room, and in the midst of it all spoke Hitaki Kakashi, the top jonin in Konoha, so to speak. What is the action plan? There's no time to waste in a situation this serious, Kakashi asked, launching into Anbu Captain mode. It is too important to postpone, so we will hold the exams as planned. The exams will serve as a trap for us to catch and kill the snake. Maeda Gai, the other top jonin of Konoha, spoke, and at that moment the shinobi's entire mood changed from one of anxiety to one of anticipation. Hokage. Sama, was the information source reliable? He was well aware of the suffering and gravity of war. Well, it was none other than young Uzumaki Naruto that alluded to the very real possibility of this attack. Uzumaki, his youthful flames are brightly burning. Yes, and furthermore, his claim was substantiated by Jiraiya himself. All inquiries ceased upon learning that Jiraiya supported the boy's assertions. You will all be notified of the plan once the strategy has been finalized. Everyone is dismissed, with the exception of Jonin Sensei. They all yelled, "Hi, Hokage!" Sama, as they parted ways, leaving Asuma, Kurenai, Gai, and Kakashi behind. What about nominations for the Chuunin exams? Sandame went on. My team is ready, was Gai's solemn opening statement. Asuma remarked, I think my team can handle it. Kurenai answered, I'll get them ready to take on the challenge, Hokage. Sama. Hokage. Sama, my team is more than prepared, Kakashi answered. This exam is very important to Konoha, and your genin will be very important to the whole operation, Sandame said with a nod of approval. I need them ready for anything and everything that could happen to them. They will surely come across Orochimaru's henchmen during the test. The Sandame's eyes became icy. Their goal is to apprehend, question, and destroy every sound gene in the tests. This is to be completed during the exam's Forest of Death section. There is no avoiding this. It is war. Don't pander to them or try to be polite. The Jonin intoned, Hi Hokage. Sama, solemnly and collectively as they briefed their teams on their mission and decided it would be best if they met with every student right away. After an hour, the 4 Jonin instructors stood before their charges, and while the genin were all curious as to why they were being called together, they all knew that the purpose for which they had been called must have been significant. Kakashi said something. The annual Chuunin exams are going to be held here in 3 weeks' time and we've all entered you in the tournament. Tsuko and Kiba let out happy shouts, but Sasuke, Neji, and Shikamaru didn't seem to be comfortable. Ahem. What's the real reason you brought us all together, Kakashi? Sensei? It would have been easy for each of the Jonin Sensei to break the news to their teams individually. Neji agreed with Shikamaru by nodding. How are things going? When will the problem start? It's a problem, the other oblivious genin thought. It will take place during the Chuunin exams, Asuma said. The village is on alert for a covert war right now. According to the information we have, Orochimaru may be preparing to launch an attack on Leaf Village with his recently established Sound Village. Asuma's words caused the atmosphere in the room to almost instantly collapse. The news was concerning for the genin who had never experienced war. What must we accomplish? With the somber news having long since vanished from his demeanor, Tsuko inquired in a grave tone. The other genin knew Tsuko had changed, but not to this extent. He was acting like his typical clown self the moment they learned the village was going to be attacked, and then his entire outlook on life changed. The other jonin saw the boy's change in demeanor as well, and Kakashi thought, such great change in such a short time. An A-class mission is being assigned to all of you, Kakashi declared. We're simply genin, Choji answered. You're ninja of the hidden leaf Choji, there's no time for 20 questions, Asuma said. There are 3 components to the Chuunin exams. The written exam, the Forest of Death, and the Grand Arena Finals. Your task is to apprehend, question, and destroy every sound genin taking part in the Forest of Death section of the test. Get rid of? Ino stated. Asuma responded, yes, eliminate? You all are best suited to carry out the task, since you all will be competing in the exams together. Kurenai responded. This operation is to be carried out during the Forest of Death portion of the examination, where killing is acceptable. Rules don't apply in war, Nara Shikamaru retorted. Exactly, since there will soon be a war, none of that matters, even though normally we're not allowed to tell you all about the examination, Asuma retorted. No matter what, you all must make it to the second round of the examination, Kakashi said. Hey! The genin answered collectively. From here on out we'll be putting you all through intense training to prepare you for the upcoming battle. How about Naruto? Ino inquired. In a few days, he will go on trial. Don't worry about him. You must complete your mission, Kakashi stated in a direct, no-nonsense manner. Because Naruto's sensei paid her a visit, Hinata was already aware of Naruto's trial. The genin spent the remainder of the debriefing preparing for their upcoming tasks on behalf of their village. After a few days, Mayushi sat beside his subordinate as Naruto stood in front of the shinobi council for his trial. All of the council members, with the exception of Hyuga Hiyashi, gave him cold, calculated looks because this was the first time they had ever really seen him. Sarutobi started things off. We have gathered here to witness Uzumaki Naruto's trial. He faces accusations of defying his superior's orders and putting his allies' lives in jeopardy. With a harsh tone, Sandame questioned, how do you plead, Uzumaki? Accused as charged, the boy said fearlessly. Everyone thought, except for Mayushi, what? Boy, what did you just say? Danzo uttered. Naruto repeated, staring the elderly hawk in the eye and saying, accused as charged. Uzumaki, do you understand what this means? Are you aware of the consequences of your actions? Hyuga Hiyashi inquired. Knowing full well that this boy and his daughter were effectively dating, he was not against the relationship because his daughter had found a suitable suitor in Naruto, and Hiyashi wanted his daughter to be happy. No, Hiyashi. Sama, it doesn't matter in any case. I'm not sure what my actions will cost me in terms of punishment. I made my choice back in Wave, and if the circumstances demanded it, I would make it again. Why? You put your allies' lives in danger because a client deceived your leader, inquired Inuzuka Sume. Because it was the right thing to do, the boy said, glancing at the Inuzuka leader. Sandame immediately thought of the words spoken by Mayushi. He alone has the heart to lead these people, he alone has the will to bear the burden, and he alone has the will to do what is right. Inoichi questioned, don't you value the lives of your comrades? Yes, Inoichi. Sama, I do. As servants of the land of fire, though, danger and death are unavoidable. A whole nation would have perished if the bridge builder had been left to die. The needs of the majority take precedence over those of the minority. Hiyashi took a trip down memory lane this time. Rewind. It was an unusually long duel between the two. Normally Hinata held back in her spars with Hanabi, which resulted in her getting beaten up by her younger sister and a disappointed shake of the head from the father. However, today was different. The older girl's movement was more fluid than before, and it lacked the usual hesitancy. Hinata and her sister Hanabi stood before each other, Baikugan blazing in their youthful glory. Both girls were breathing hard, but Hinata was recovering quicker. Hanabi was used to being the bigger sister, and the little girl had developed a habit of making fun of her older sister whenever she won their duel. However, when Hanabi stood before her today, she saw something different in her sister's eyes, a fire that had never burned before yet that dared the younger Hyuga to challenge her older sibling. Hanabi was a very conceited girl, made even more so by her status as the daughter of the Hyuga clan leader, but she became enraged at the almost mocking look in her sister's eyes because, despite Hinata's weakness, Hanabi was the stronger of the two and she should have been the clan heir. The weak cannot defeat the strong. The tumultuous feelings caused by her sister's newfound strength caused Hanabi to lose focus and cause her to rush into her sister in a blind rage. As a result, Hanabi lost the match against her sister. How on earth were you able to beat me? I can outlast you, Hanabi questioned her sister. You lack what it takes to be leader of this clan, sister. Me? How dare you address me with such a thing? As his daughters competed in skill, strength, and will, Hiyashi remained silent. Hanabi, why do you wish to take charge of this clan? With a serious tone, Hinata questioned her sister. I want to become leader of the clan so that I can make father proud, and the leader of the Hyuga clan must be strong. I acknowledge that a clan leader needs to be powerful, but wanting to please dad? That is no justification for wanting to be the clan leader. What? Hanabi cried out in shock. Hiyashi's eyes slightly lifted. A strong leader must be able to prioritize the needs of the many over those of the few. As the clan's future leader, I also want to see my father proud, but as far as I'm concerned, making sure our clan survives comes first. I will defeat you as many times as it takes to lead and defend the clan, Hanabi, even though I love you. Hiyashi and Hanabi were at a loss for words. Put an end to the flashback, alongside Hiyashi. The council might lessen his punishment if I convince him to change his mind, but the punishment for his actions will be severe, Hiyashi thought to himself. Hiyashi was not a mean man by any means. He was a man who paid his debts, and he owed this young man in front of him a great debt for having assisted in the transformation of his older daughter. Hiyashi believed in following the law and doing one's duty. Uzumaki Naruto, you are young and inexperienced, and your actions in Wave Country showed that impulsive inexperience. You've proven yourself to be a worthy asset to the village before, and because of this maybe the council will look more favorably towards you if you just admit that you made a mistake. The Hyuga patriarch told the boy. Naruto and the other members of the council both saw through the elder Hyuga's ruse. It appears that Hiyashi Dono has developed a fondness for Naruto. The boy is essentially dating the daughter of the Hyuga patriarch, Sandame pondered. Hiyashi Dono is right, since you're still a young person, admitting guilt could lessen your punishment. You can use it as a teaching moment, Homura continued. It would be against everything I hold dear as a samurai to break my word. I chose voluntarily and consciously to ignore Kakashi San's explicit command. As I previously stated, I would defy Kakashi San's order if I found myself in a similar circumstance again. The weak are not meant to be the strong's servants. The strong must defend the weak. A samurai is a person who serves others, not just those in his country, but also the weak and defenseless within it. My swords serve the people of fire and the weak and defenseless, no matter who they may be. With no trace of fear, Naruto addressed Homura, saying, so do quickly and pass your judgment because you have more important matters to see about. Yes, Mayushi thought, he's starting to loosen the bonds of loyalty, and he's prepared to learn the Dai Ken. I like this kid, Inuzuka Sume remarked. Interesting, Nara Shikaku thought to himself. That's great, boy, said the other Konoha council elder. Uzumaki Naruto, by order of the council of shinobi you are Harebya. Hokage Sama, please stop the triala. The monthly report was sent to the daimyo court by the special representative. How does this Kozu mean something? Sandame shot back, agitated. I have urgent news from the fire daimyo, critical news? Yes, very urgent and very big. What is it? After the Gato incident, the land of Wave requested and the daimyo granted its request to become a part of Konoha. Wave is going to join Hai no Kuni. The whole council was taken aback by the news, which was enormous and would likely cause great concern among the other countries. That's not all, Hokage. Sama, is there more? With a nearly incredulous question, Sandame. Yes, the daimyo of fire has ordered the immediate release of Uzumaki Naruto and the dropping of all charges against him. Team 7 members will each receive a bonus of 1 million ryo in appreciation for their efforts in obtaining such a wonderful blessing for Hai no Kuni. The fire daimyo further declares that Uzumaki Naruto shall receive an estate of his choosing in recognition of his valor in protecting the land of fire's name and his crucial role in the acquisition of such a valuable asset. The land will be paid for directly by the Fire Lord. Even Mayushi was taken aback by the turn of events, and you could have heard a pin drop in the council room. Well, I will. Heaven blesses the little punk, Mayushi thought to herself. Sandame was the first of the shocked shinobi council to recover. The news would force a significant reorganization of Hai no Kuni's political and economic equilibrium, which was enormous for Konoha. Konoha would greatly benefit from this, but it would also give her adversaries more motivation to try to overthrow her. No matter how slight the increase, a rival nation expanding its borders would worry the other nations greatly. Gazing upon the young lad before him, Sandame could not help but recognize the boy's father. Naruto is wreaking havoc and bringing about drastic changes in Konoha and the elemental nations, as well as all around him. The Sandame thought the same thing as his father. The Yondaime Hokage Namikaze Minato, the father of Naruto, experienced the same thing. Those who knew Minato, both domestically and overseas, found him to be a captivating figure. Kumo and Iwa would both reluctantly acknowledge that. Kumo attempted to obtain Uzumaki Kushina, the 9 Tails Jinchuriki, but Minato stopped him. Kushina would go on to marry Minato and become the mother of Naruto. After that, Minato gained even more notoriety by virtually single-handedly ending the Third Great Shinobi War between Konoha and Iwa. Saving the village from the Kyuubi and losing his life in the process was Minato's last act as Hokage. Sandame was more than pleased to end the ridiculous drama surrounding Naruto's trial. Well then, as per the order of the daimyo of the Fire Country, all charges against Uzumaki Naruto will be dropped and he is to choose an estate of his liking as a reward for his services to Fire Country, Sandame said. Upon hearing this declaration, Mayushi got up. With a gesture at a still shocked Naruto to follow him outside, the old man exclaimed, "Great, my student's stupid interrogation is now over. Let's go, brat." The boy had committed a crime, Koharu said. "Stupid? What do you mean by stupid, Mayushi-san?" Mayushi looked up at the more experienced shinobi. Referring to the Kyuubi, Mayushi retorted, "Had it been anyone else, they would have been lauded for their bravery, but because of my student's unique condition, this is not the case." Every council member was aware that he was discussing the Kyuubi, and a few expressed some unease about his knowledge of the village's greatest known secret. Mayushi continued, "You all dislike him for something that was not his fault, and you persecute him as if he was a criminal. Do you all not know as a samurai he is not bound to this village despite his condition? He could easily leave and serve under the daimyo and there would be nothing you all could do because he is not a shinobi, and thus he does not fall under the auspices of this village. Many times I ask him why is he so loyal to a village that hates him so much, and do you know what he always says?" The old man paused for effect. "He always says, 'This is my home.' I have never met a more loyal man in my life, and you all call yourselves wise elders. What stupidity you show that you can't tell difference between the container and the contained. You all are stupid people." Sandaime was thinking the same thing, so he would say nothing. "Watch your mouth, man, you're in a shinobi council, have some respect," Danzo replied. He became enraged because he believed that Naruto was just a weapon that could be controlled and used against Konoha's adversaries. Danzo found it annoying that the boy was being discussed as anything other than a weapon. Mayushi shot back at Danzo's hardly restrained threat, saying, "And why should I respect you? Respect is earned and not given by default, and you should watch your mouth around me. I am not your lowly shinobi, and I don't take kindly to threats by idiots." He gestured to his pupil, "Let's go, boy." Trying not to show his anger, Danzo clenched his fists and narrowed his eyes. Even if he tried, he knew he would never be able to get close to the man, and his nei were no match for him. After being insulted in front of the council, who were watching him carefully to see how he would respond, he had to learn self-control. Since they didn't care for the elderly shinobi anyhow, many council members were taken aback by how easily the man insulted Danzo without even raising an eyebrow. Wait, sir. What about Naruto's reward?" The messenger yelled to Mayushi as he and his pupil were about to leave. Mayushi told Konoha's ambassador, who was obviously unaccustomed to his tough demeanor, "We'll see about that some other time. He needs to train." After waking up from his initial daze, Naruto spoke to the Sandaime. "Sandaime. Sama. I think there are more pressing concerns to deal with right now." Sandaime acknowledged this with a nod of his head. "Get out of here. You have your training to do." "Hi Hokage." "Sama," the boy said, bowing first to the council, or more precisely, to Hyuga Hiyashi, and then to the Hokage. The boy was well aware that the patriarch of the Hyuga people was attempting to mitigate his punishment. Mayushi looked at Sarutobi and nodded, and Sarutobi looked back at her. The elderly man left the room with his young pupil. Sarutobi turned to his council as he was doing so, but Koharu voiced her wrath before he could say anything. Koharu, feeling belittled by the disdain directed at her, exclaimed, "How dare he come into this council chamber and call us stupid? Does he not know who we are?" Which Sandaime answered, "He most certainly knows who we are, and I totally agree with him." "What does this Sandaime Sama mean?" Homura yelled. "His words are true. We all know this trail was not fair in any stretch of the imagination, and it is my fault as Hokage for letting things go this far. There will no such fiascos going on again on my watch." The declaration of their Sandaime left the entire Shinobi Council speechless. He had been slowly changing over the past few months. He was still not the Sandaime even though he was the Sandaime. He appeared less diplomatic and more stern than usual for whatever reason. They did not question it. How could they when they were unable to explain it? They were all aware of the reason behind his moniker, Shinobi no Kami, and that the village has always been the target of his actions. Shikamaru's father, Nara Shikaku, said, "What a rough man," and his student takes right after him. No wonder Shikamaru calls the boy troublesome. Yamanaka Inoichi was fully aware of the topic his comrade was discussing. He was aware of his daughter's tendency toward bossiness and how frequently Shikamaru described her as problematic. Inuzuka Sume responded, "What an interesting young man. He didn't even flinch, not even once during the entire interrogation. He firmly believed that his course of action was right and he was willing to face punishment for it. His master is pretty rude, but I like him. He's got balls coming in here and calling us all stupid without caring," added Inuzuka Sume. "He has a very strong resolve for one so young. His actions were not for fame or avoiding punishment, but he simply did what he thought was right, an admirable quality. though he and his master could learn a little bit of manners. Aburame Shibi. It would seem that Mayushi Dono has little patience for unnecessary situations, added Hyuga Hiyashi. Why do I get the feeling that this will not be the last time we'll be seeing that boy in this chamber? Yamanaka Inoichi said. While almost every council member voiced their opinions regarding Naruto and his master, Sandaime felt that they should move on to more pressing issues. Let's move on with the meeting, we're done with this side chat, Sandaime motioned to his council. The council answered, Hi Hokage. Sama. The conversation was led by the head Jonin, Nara Shikaku. In order for his plan to succeed, Orochimaru needs to breach our walls in order to move his army in. The best way for him to do that is to use his snake summons to crash through the walls. Yes, that's exactly the kind of thing Orochimaru will do, and in order to do that he'll need to station his summoning squads outside the village. So, we'll station ambush teams in the outskirts to neutralize the summoning teams that he'll most assuredly utilize. If we can stop the summons, we'll have a better chance against the enemy forces, Sandaime said. This is a very dangerous situation because we don't know how many sound ninja Orochimaru has under his command, said Inoichi. Yes, but Konoha has faced many dangerous situations before and this one is no different, Sandaime replied. Hokage. Sama, I believe that Orochimaru let us capture Mizuki in order to leak information about his attack. Thus, we will be playing right into his hands when we set up ambush squads near the outskirts. I think he intends to unleash his summons further out, thus making our ambush useless. Furthermore, it's hard to believe that he'd rely solely on his summons and launch his attack. There's more this than we're seeing. Nara Shikaku added. If the Oto village is newly formed, then it stands to reason that Orochimaru's fighting force will be small, and not enough to pose a serious threat to our forces. In order to successfully carry out his plan, he'd need an allied nation. A nation that is participating in examinations. By logical deduction, we can rule out Taki, Kusa and Aim because their forces are too small to pose a serious threat to us. Thus, we are left with Suna as the only major village strong enough to supply military strength to aid him in his quest for vengeance. Added Aburame Shibi, head of the Aburame clan. If that's the case, then we'll be in a 2 versus 1 situation, with us being the one. What do we do then? Call for aid from the daimyo? Given how dire the situation is, we can ask the daimyo to aid us by sending in his samurai as delayed force and catch our enemies off guard. Added Inzuka Sume. It might be hasty to call for aid from the daimyo based on conjectures alone. Let's not forget that Suna and Konoha signed a peace treaty a few years back. I don't think that they'll participate in such actions knowing that if it turns out bad they'd be in a whole heap of problems. Also, asking the daimyo for aid is tantamount to admitting weakness. He could lose faith in us and start giving missions to rival nations. Inoichi counter. Argued both the Aburame's and Inuzuka's logic. Sarutobi listened in silence to the arguments and counter-arguments made by his council during this entire time. Hyuga Hiyashi, one of the council members, did not say anything at all. Sandaime wondered what was going through the Hyuga's mind, but the white-eyed man spoke up before he could ask the Hyuga to share his thoughts. What you say is very true, Inoichi. Dono. But we must also not forget how easily treaties are broken and the results of letting our guards down because of them. While we do have a treaty with the Sand Village, we must not forget that both Konoha and Sand shared some very strained relations not too long ago. Let us not repeat the mistakes of the past. The council fell silent after the Hyuga Patriarch's single remark. He spoke in a clear, profound manner while displaying just the tiniest hint of emotion. He was discussing the well-known Hyuga kidnapping incident that nearly sparked a war between Kumo and Konoha, which was well-known to everyone in the room. The words of Hyuga Hiyashi struck a deep chord in everyone's hearts, particularly the Sandaime. The words of the Hyuga clan leader essentially put an end to the dispute and set the direction for the Konoha leader's actions. Sandaime made a choice after listening to each side of the dispute. We will be preparing for war with the Oto and Sound villages. We will take no chances with the safety of our village. The most likely time for Orochimaru to act is during the finals itself, when the daimyo and dignitaries of the various nations will be in attendance. We need to mobilize our forces and estimate our rations. We'll reconvene for the planning session in 2 hours' time. They all said, Hi Hokage. Sama, in Mayushi's store. Naruto and his master returned to the shop to talk about his continued training after Naruto was found not guilty of his alleged crime. We are approaching war, as you are well aware. You actually foresaw it, and for that I am proud of you. The subsequent phase of your training is now appropriate for you. We're going to explore the mysteries of swordsmanship and Nito Jutsu in greater detail. Most of it will probably not be what you were expecting, but it will be a valuable guide for you as you develop your skills. What time will we begin? Naruto inquired. The elderly man answered, your training is going to begin right now. Naruto was taken aback by this. Well, he did say that it would not be what I am expecting, the young warrior thought. However, to his complete surprise, Mayushi confirmed his exact thoughts. Mayushi spoke up to the boy, saying, well, he did say that it would not be what I am expecting. OMG! How could you read my thoughts? Naruto exclaimed, shocked. Yes, this is just one of the many secrets of the Q.Ken, Mayushi said. You are aware of the 9 great swords, then? Naruto questioned, a little perplexed. How could I have missed them, boy? I was the sword's previous owner, do you forget? Could you elaborate on them for me? Wanting to learn more about his swords, the boy inquired. Nah. You must face that trial by yourself. I am your mentor and teacher, not your babysitter. Of the warrior's path is one that must be explored and walked on one's own. I could never compare your experience with words. However, sensei, we are discussing war here, and you told me that there is never a winner in war. It is an incredibly cruel and painful endeavor for both sides. Why are you acting this way right now? I need your assistance, the boy exclaimed. My shoulders were too young to bear the burden of the knowledge his swords had imparted to me. The boy was about to carry on with his tantrum when he noticed his master making an odd gesture with his hands and saying, Shush, little one. Regain your composure and quiet your fears. Your equilibrium has been disrupted, and the weight of the future is wearing you down. We are not in the future, and neither are you. We are present here, right now. Naruto felt himself starting to cool down as his master spoke. What did you do to me? You read my thoughts first, and then I'm already at ease? Those are but a small sample of what can be accomplished when one fully comprehends the Q.Ken concepts. The pointless detail of sword techniques is not addressed in these teachings. They highlight the greater power of humanity, a vast force that we all possess but are blissfully ignorant of, Naruto's master remarked. Why do we know so little about this power? Why can't we use it all the time if it's so great? Naruto inquired. Is air visible to you? That was the query Mayushi asked his pupil. Nah. The boy answered. Yet you inhale it correctly? Yes. With the Q.Ken, it is the same. People use it constantly, either without realizing it or completely disregarding the sacredness of the experience they're having or have just had. If the Q.Ken are anything more than menial sword techniques, what are they? The young man inquired. The great sages of old, whose teachings were handed down through the generations, discovered and perfected the Q.Ken. These lessons are firmly rooted in the natural world and the pervasive influence that nature has on humankind. The great sages were men and women who surpassed ordinary life and attained a supreme state of existence. They were the ones who cracked the code of nature. They considered their achievements to be only the inevitable result of their oneness with nature, even though to the outside world they were gods. The people would ask the sages about their accomplishments, and they would reply that they were also capable of such things. But the masses were too blinded by ignorance to see, so the people never believed them, Mayushi informed the boy. How is any of this related to being a warrior? Naruto inquired. The Q.Ken can be used by the warrior to accomplish amazing feats. However, the Ken, the first great sword, is where it all starts. That night, Naruto started a new phase of training that would take him farther along the path of the warrior, and the rookie genin were going through some of the most intense training they had yet experienced in their short careers as well. Ground zero for training. Oh my god! Soon after, Sasuke and Kakashi were fighting fiercely in taijutsu when Sasuke came hurtling toward them. He righted himself in midair and landed next to his two allies, Sharingan blazing with a mixture of determination and frustration. A loud grunt was heard as Suko's body hit the ground harshly. Sakura hurried in front of him in a defensive position as he recovered. Sasuke, because of his pride and clan heritage, is particularly prone to this kind of training. Suko and Sakura, on the other hand, are more adaptable because they don't have ridiculous clan expectations to live up to. Kakashi mentally urged his students as he mercilessly tore through them. After his encounter with Mayushi and the impending invasion, the Jonin saw that continuing to train his genin as he was, would result in their deaths. He took Mayushi's word to heart and was gradually pushing them to the verge of despair. Thought team, thought. Find a way, he was whispering to them. Sasuke and associates these past few days, Team 7 experienced firsthand why Kakashi was regarded as one of the best Jonin Konoha had to offer. Their training sessions have thus far consisted of pure combat training, and Kakashi wasn't holding back. Every mistake was punished, every weakness was exploited, and every opportunity was seized. The man was unbeatable against all forms of martial arts, including ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. Sasuke even had to use his sword, despite not being accustomed to using one, but even that wasn't effective against him. With a solemn expression on his face, Kakashi faced them. This was not unlike from what Team 7 had witnessed on their sensei during the mission to Wave, except that in that mission, the expression was directed at their enemies rather than at them. Sasuke addressed the other members of the team, saying, "Nothing is working on the man. Yes, he is severely beating us. Sasuke, let's back off and think of another strategy because we can't seem to communicate with him." Sakura uttered those words. "Well thought out, Sakura. Sasuke, if you can slow him down I can get us out of here," Tsuko continued. With his Sharingan blazing fiercely at his sensei, Sasuke said, "All right, I'll hold him off." That's a great idea when facing a challenging opponent, but what will you do if they won't let you leave? Kakashi addressed his subordinates while initiating a series of hand gestures that Sasuke was excessively acquainted with. "Haul me behind you all." While getting ready for his jutsu, he yelled. "Gukakyu no Jutsu Kaden." Kakashi yelled as he threw a massive fireball toward Team 7. "Ashish. T." As he and Sakura ducked behind Sasuke, Tsuko uttered these words. "Gukakyu no Jutsu Kaden." In response to his opponent's fireball, Sasuke yelled as he launched his own fireball. Sasuke's fireball started to weaken because he was much more exhausted than his sensei, and the two massive fireballs engaged in a battle of strength and dominance. It was time to end their battle for the day, as Kakashi sensed his jutsu starting to prevail against Sasuke's. He's beginning to run out of chakra. But Team 7 had other ideas. It didn't take long for the genin to free himself of the wires, but it was enough time for Team 7 to escape from him. Excellent. Just as Kakashi's fireball was about to completely overwhelm the young genin, he saw wires encircling him, but that wasn't all. As the wires coiled and tightened around him, the entire area burst into a large cloud of smoke completely blocking his view. As he moved behind his genin, the genin muttered. Alongside the Kurenai team, Team 8's training was different from Team 7's, but it was just as harsh and demanding. Aburame, Inuzuka, and Hyuga were the standard shinobi recon team of Konoha, and Kurenai wanted her team to be the best recon team that they could be. Kakashi focused almost exclusively on combat and ninjutsu training, whereas Kurenai focused on stealth and information gathering. Theirs was a game of cat and mouse, where if the mice were caught, they were eaten, and in Team 8's case, they were severely beaten by their sensei. They were grilled in the art of concealing their chakra and infiltration. "Everywhere my body hurts," Kiba moaned. "I concur," said Shino. "Kurenai's sensei is not giving us chance." "Yes, this is necessary. We must become stronger," Hinata uttered. "We can't shake her no matter what we do, and we still haven't gotten the information," replied Kiba. "We're leaving too many traces of presencia, too many clues," Shino said. "She is heading toward us. Ashish. T. Let's leave now," Kiba uttered. Team 8 then bounded off into the distance. For the entire evening, they ran and hid from Kurenai, who were always on their tails. They were only successful in getting the documents from their sensei once. Later that night, the young genin of Kurenai lay weary on the ground, panting heavily with fatigue. "We succeeded at last," Kiba uttered. "Yes we did, good job everyone," Shino. "Hi," said Hinata. "Well done?" A voice broke through the trees and they heard it. "In enemy territory, you relaxed your defenses because you believed your mission was complete. That's death, not a good job at all." "But Kurenai's sensei, we have the scroll," Kiba exclaimed. At that moment, Hinata exclaimed, "Kiba dodge." The Inuzuka did as his teammate said, without question, but no sooner had he moved aside than a kunai with an explosive tag fell to the ground between the two teams and burst. "Exactly. You little Konoha brats that steal things, I want my scroll back." Shino thought, she's treating us exactly like an enemy ninja would in the battlefield. "You and Kiba.san will interact with her to give Shino more time to flee. We'll withdraw when he does," Hinata remarked. "All right, let's get started," Kiba said. "Let's go, Akamaru," to which the puppy dog barked in agreement. "Relax, just follow when you're finished." Shino yelled, "I won't leave you alone," and dashed into the forest. His teammates answered, "Hi," Kurenai thought as the two young genin charged at her and the other fled the training ground. They understand that sometimes information is more valuable than life. Good. Hinata watched Kiba and her opponent battle until the enemy moved out of Kiba's Byakugan's range, at which point she turned to Kiba and nodded. "All right, let's leave now," while he deflected their enemy's vision with the Inuzuka smoke bomb. The smoke cleared, and Kiba and Hinata were nowhere to be seen. The Jonin quickly discovered their trail, albeit clumsy at first, but they were making great progress. She came across many traps along the way that slowed her pursuit of the young genin. They are utilizing each other's strengths to great effect. Shino set traps to cover his teammates' escape. He trusted them enough to survive, and he knew that Hinata would be able to guide Kiba through the traps with her Byakugan. The day's training had ended by late evening. Team 8 was relaxing after an exhausting and lengthy day. "What a fantastic day," Kiba sighed as they bandaged the injuries they sustained during the training. "Although you all performed admirably, you could do better. Never let your guard down when dealing with an enemy. Never presume that your mission is complete when you've accomplished your goal. Your enemies won't be inclined to let you go so easily, as you just witnessed. It is crucial that you perform the role of the information gathering team. Information is essential in the world of shinobi, sometimes even more so than human lives. You will utilize the information you obtain to create counter-strategies and battle plans. The lives of those who depend on you for effective job performance are at risk if the information you gather is inaccurate or if you are caught up in the process. In addition, there is very little chance of survival if you find yourself in enemy territory," Kurenai told her students in a serious manner. "Relax. Tomorrow at 5 a.m., we resume our training." The three genin responded, "Hi sensei," knowing full well the seriousness of the circumstances facing their village. Alongside Team Guy, though they usually trained very hard, Neji, Tenten, and Lee were all lying on the ground, severely beaten and bruised. They knew their sensei was strong, but they had no idea that he was a monster. "Stand up and make a move." The three genin immediately reacted as their deadly opponent, who had assumed the role of their sensei, attacked them once more. They spent the entire training session, if you could call it that, on the defensive. He ordered his students as he launched into the air and came down with a double-fisted punch. For a long time, Neji had taken great pride in being a taijutsu prodigy and the pride of the Hyuga clan, possessing the invincible Jukin, but here, against his sensei, Anon Hyuga, he was being completely destroyed in taijutsu. Mayushi's words in the Hokage's office came flooding back to him. Even Neji was having a very difficult time against his sensei. For some reason, his Jukin seemed ineffective against the man. "I was already fighting and living before your sensei was even born. They are merely guides. They cannot teach you everything and they will not last forever. Your actual power is within you. There will be a large number of enemies of different kinds and specializations. Enemies you'll encounter are particularly well suited to counter your skills." The young Hyuga defended himself against his sensei, thinking, "This is exactly what Naruto's sensei was talking about. I have met an opponent whose taijutsu is more effective than mine. I can't solely rely on close-range combat." Tenten struggled to maintain her distance from her opponents so that her teammates would not be exposed. Her weakness in close combat was clearly visible. She was trapped by her sensei, who would have known all about her weaknesses and strengths since he was their sensei. Tenten took great pride in being the most skilled with weapons and among the strongest kunoichi of her generation, but after this she realized that she needed to improve, and improve quickly at that. Even though Lee was enjoying these lengthy, demanding, and exceptionally challenging training sessions, he was aware that his sensei was superior to him. Mayushi's words returned to him, "I have to find an edge, something unique to me, because if I ever meet up with someone as strong as Guy Sensei, then done for. I was already fighting and living before your sensei was even born. They are merely guides. They cannot teach you everything and they will not last forever. They are merely guides. They cannot teach you everything and they will not last forever. Your actual power is within you. I need to discover my own strength and power," the youthful taijutsu expert told himself. His sensei gave him a hard punch to the gut that knocked him out of his reverie, and his teammate Neji broke his fall by catching him. "Lee, pay attention. Sensei is not teasing us," Neji, a teammate, spoke to him. Neji-san. "Hello. All this time, we haven't been able to launch an attack," Tenten uttered frustrated words. "Don't you all agree that it's past time for us to attack?" Neji uttered. "Congrats. Neji-san, it's high time we demonstrated to Guy Sensei the strength of our youth." "Definitely," Tenten uttered. "Let's go Lee, Tenten, you know what to do," Neji said. "All right, let's move," the girl answered. Team 10 got up and charged right into their sensei, spending the rest of the afternoon being reduced to a pulp. After defeating Team Guy, 5 hours later, the group was returning to the village. Guy started talking. You all know that our team is a close combat team, my lovely students. We always put ourselves in the greatest danger because we approach the enemy closely in an effort to deal the greatest amount of damage. In open combat, our lives are frequently the first to end. Speed is therefore very important to us. When Guy gets serious, his students pay close attention to their sensei. We have to strike like thunder and move as quickly as the wind to defeat our adversaries. We're going to train harder starting tomorrow. We'll work at your pace, my lovely pupils. Hey, buddy, they all uttered. But Konoha wasn't the only village getting ready for battle. The words that Mayushi had said to the Konoha Jonin in the Sandame's office were fully understood. Within Otto, after killing and posing as soon as Kazekage, Orochimaru left his most trusted subordinate Kabuto in command of Otto, where the young ninja was currently with the Sound 4, Orochimaru's bodyguards, while he was busy brewing the embers of war in the Sand Village. Since Konoha will be the primary target of our attack, they will undoubtedly be preparing for the snake summons and aware of Orochimaru's plans to attack the village by now. Konoha will probably position ambush squads close to the village's edge in an effort to neutralize us. They are unaware that our plan is to release the snakes outside the village, rendering the ambush squads ineffective. During the invasion, Kimimaro will lead the sound forces, while Jirobo, Tiyuya, Sakin, and Kidamaru will serve as the Kazecage's bodyguards. What if the adversary knows about our scheme to call the snakes farther away from Kabuto? Questioned Kimimaro. The Kageyuwa was a valuable asset that Orochimaru did not want to part with so easily, so he gave Kabuto orders to find a way to keep the Kimimaro alive as long as possible. The result of Kabuto's work was a new drug that delayed Kimimaro's disease by about 4 years. Then, in order to give the summoning squads enough time to unleash the serpents, you must engage the enemy. The secret to Orochimaru's scheme lies in those serpents, Kabuto answered. Hi, was the young Kaguya's response, in Iwa. As soon as word leaked out that Wave had been annexed by Konoha, the Sandame Tsuchikage Onoki stood at the head of the council table, ready to call an emergency meeting. The news of Konoha's border expansion was concerning because it meant that their most despised opponent was becoming more powerful while they were at a standstill. How on earth is that possible? An enraged Iwa councilman declared aloud. They merely wanted to join Hai no Kuni in order to be protected, and Hai no Kuni agreed. The Tsuchikage cried. They expanded their borders without having to do anything at all. Those tree huggers need to be stopped because, even after the war, they are still becoming more powerful. They will soon return to their previous level of military prowess if they carry on in this manner. Who knows what other tiny country might wish to ally with Konoha to secure its defense, stated an additional council member. What you all say is true, but we also need to remember that they still have some extremely powerful shinobi at their disposal, even though they are recovering from the war like any other great nation would. Not only do the Sandame possess Jiraiya of Sannin and the renowned Jonin Hitaki Kakashi, who was a pupil of the Yondaime Hokage, but they are also known as the Shinobi no Kami for no apparent reason. Moreover, we face the danger of resurrecting Tsunade of the Sannin if we launch an attack. We will strike Konoha when they are at their most vulnerable, if and when we attack them. Council of Patience, patience. We cannot wage war with such haste, the Tsuchikage uttered. The Tsuchikage was well aware that both his council and the entire Iwa were itching for war against Konoha. Their defeat at the hands of their fierce rivals in the Third Shinobi War was too much for them to bear, particularly since they were on the verge of victory before that damned Yondaime Hokage stole it from them. However, the Iwa would suffer from yet another curse when they did engage in combat with Konoha once more. In Kumo, the Kumo shinobi were not too concerned about Wave's annexation to Hai no Kuni. One council member questioned, Raikage. Sama, what do you think of the news of Wave's annexation to Konoha? The muscular Raikage answered, it doesn't really matter to us. They won't make enough money to challenge our financial hegemony in trade, but they will make some money. Economically, we are holding all the cards. What about Uzumaki Naruto, the youthful swordsman, and the now famous Team 7? They were simultaneously involved in 2 high-profile incidents. We require additional information about them. The Raikage reassured his Shinoni council, don't worry about them. We'll find out about them soon enough. For now, let's just keep an eye on things. As it stands, we're the strongest of the 5 great villages, despite what some may think. We don't need to be concerned. Not too long from now, the Raikage would have ample cause to be concerned about Konoha's progress. In the mist, the current Mizukage mused aloud at her desk in the office. Wave annesses to Konoha, and it's all due to the Uzumaki Naruto and Team 7. They were also responsible for the death of Zabuza and his accomplice Haku, as well as the tyrant Gato. An elderly, wrinkled council member of the Mist said, "Yes, a most interesting story of a young swordsman in the now infamous Team 7 of Konoha. Maybe we should send a team to the Chuunin exams to investigate this Naruto and Team 7. After this fiasco they're likely to get stronger and more famous, and famous teams mean more recognition for the village, and the more recognition for the village means more missions and more money," another council member said. "No, it's not the right timing as yet, because we are barely getting over the civil war. There's still much division in the country. We deal with our internal problems first, then our external problems," the Mizukage said. The council member remarked, "That sounds reasonable. Besides, our clients are mostly from the islands and we're the only nation that specializes in water techniques. We have no need to worry about Konoha and its shinobi," the Mizukage said. She was able to help the council member see things more clearly. There was nothing to worry about for the Mist Village. Oh, the Mizukage was so correct. Suna War Council. The War Council was led by the Sandame Kazekage. "Are sure you want to go ahead with the plan to attack Konoha Kazekage? Sama? Suna and Konoha have enjoyed a period of relative peace for some years now, and our military strength has been slowly in decline since the daimyo started to reduce our funding. If the plan fails, we'll be at the mercy of Konoha," said one of the council members. "We have been contacted by Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, founder of the new village of Oto, to form an alliance to destroy Konoha. He has devised a plan to destroy Konoha and he wishes for our help to carry out his plan. I believe that we should help him carry out his plan," said the Kazekage. "How can we trust Orochimaru? He's a traitor to his own country. What makes you think he won't betray us, Kazekage? Sama?" another council member asked. The Kazakage from Sandame laughed. "What makes you think we're going to completely trust him? He's a traitor after all. We're using him as much as he's using us, and besides the enemy .my enemy is my friend." With their recent acquisition of Wave Country, Konoha is steadily regaining its former strength, and that would mean doom for our country. We're already getting limited funding from the daimyo of Wind, and when he sees that smaller countries are willing to join Konoha, he may send even more business to them. Konoha must be destroyed for the sake of our great nation. Amidst the swaying of his cage's words, one of the elders questioned, "What are the details of this so-called plan to destroy Konoha?" "There will be a simultaneous attack on all three gates on Konoha's north, east and west gates by Orochimaru's snake summons. While the snakes are causing chaos in the village, the Sand and Sound Ninja will follow in behind the summons and continue with the attack. Then for the coup.de grace, we'll unleash the one-tailed beast upon them." One of the shocked council members exclaimed, "Gaara? He's very unstable, he may just as quickly turn on us as much as his enemies." "Well, in that case, we'll just tell our ninja to run away from Gaara as they always have," the Sandame replied. "We'll send in Gaara's team with their Jonin Sensei Baki as soon as representatives for the examination. Most of our forces will be stationed at the west gate, Orochimaru's forces will be stationed at the east gate, and the forces at the north gate will be a combination of both our forces. With attacks being made on each gate simultaneously by the summons, the invasion of enemy ninja and the unleashing of Gaara, Konoha will be hard-pressed to avoid total annihilation. Suna will no longer be called the weakest of the 5 great shinobi nations," the Kazekage declared. Suna's War Council approved the attack on Konoha after being persuaded by their cage's plan. Suna would emerge triumphant. They had no idea that Orochimaru, not their cage, was leading them into battle. 3 weeks earlier, while the Intel Division's shinobi went about their daily tasks of deciphering messages arriving in the village, the Wind Daimyo's special messenger Hawk made its appearance. Upon seeing the message, the officer became alarmed and exclaimed, "Shit! Send this message to Kazekage Sama immediately." "What's wrong, Kimu?" exclaimed the other on-duty officer. The first officer said, "Kazekage Sama won't like this one bit. Daimyo Sama is cutting funding the village again." In the meantime, the council and the Kazekage were meeting to discuss various issues that needed to be resolved in the village, including money. The messenger hurried into the council chamber as the council member finished speaking. "Kazekage Sama, the financial reports are ready. Profits are at an all-time low. We're just not getting enough missions, and if this continues we'll lose the ability to maintain our shinobi program. Eventually, we'll be so weak that we'll be susceptible to attacks from other villages, namely Iwa to our north." The messenger whimpered, "Kazekage Sama, Kazekage Sama." The head of the sand village asked in an agitated voice, "What is it, Tomu?" Bad news was already reaching him. "We're received a message from the daimyo. He's going to make another budget cut. The whole council chamber erupted with the news. The case cage's worst fears were realized right before their very eyes. "I'll have to handle this personally. What is the daimyo thinking?" exclaimed the case cage. It was only a face meeting between him and the daimyo that would settle this crucial matter. 3 of San's top shinobi were escorting the Sandame case cage as he hurried to the daimyo's court for an urgent meeting a few hours later. As the Yondaime case cage hurried to get to the daimyo's court as soon as possible, one of his shinobi alerted him to an approaching presence. Sumi, the 3 elite guards' censor, said, "Case cage. Sama, I sense a presence up ahead. The person possesses a strong, dark chakra." "Triangle formation, everyone," exclaimed the case cage. Orochimaru approached them shortly after he said those words, saying, "Hello there, case cage. Sama, I see that you received the daimyo's message." The case cage inquired, "How do you know about the letter, Orochimaru?" "Well, it came from me, of course," Orochimaru chuckled. How was that possible?" the surprised case cage exclaimed. The traitor from Konoha claimed, "I have spies in many countries, and in many influential places. It wasn't too difficult to get a letter forged." You have betrayed me," exclaimed the enraged case cage. The snake Sannin answered, "Like you weren't going to betray me either? I just beat you to it." The case cage and his shinobi were getting ready for battle when he angrily exclaimed, "The deal's off, I'll be killing you now. Oh, I think I'll make a better case cage than you, so I'll be taking over leadership of your village. Suna will be going to war under my command. Sumi, get back to the village as soon as you can and inform the council of what transpired. That will never happen, you snake. Today, Iho, Jackie, and I are going to kill a snake," declared the case cage. "Hi, case cage. Sama," Sumi exclaimed as she hurried back to the sand village. With a smile on his face, Orochimaru stood idly in front of the 3 shinobi. The case cage inquired, "What are you smiling about, snake face? Your little kunoichi isn't going to reach very far, you're going to die a painful death, and your village is going to be in my hands," Orochimaru replied. The case cage exclaimed, "Enough talk, time for battle." Orochimaru pronounced, "As you wish, case cage. Sama." Senichashu, hidden shadow snake hands, as he hurled his snakes at the case cage and his followers. One of the case cage's bodyguards yelled, "Kase no Yeba, wind blades," and a series of wind blades sliced through the onrushing snakes. The snake Sannin was being attacked by the second bodyguard with kunai, and as he was about to strike Orochimaru, the case cage countered with his own jutsu. The powerful wind attack known as Food and Daitopa accelerated the speed of the kunai as they flew toward their foe. Unfazed, Orochimaru performed a brief series of hand gestures. "Hubby Tate. Snake shield." As he spoke, a big boa constrictor encircled him, preventing the combo attack from happening. Orochimaru spoke while encased in the big snake's shield of protection. The snake wasted no time in launching itself at the 2 shinobi in front of him, saying, "Black Fang, I have a tasty little treat for you. The 2 at the front are yours, and I'll take the one to the back." "Iho, Jackie, get behind me," yelled the case cage, and his followers obeyed without delay. The case cage stood in front of the snake, fearless, as it moved quickly toward the group. The case cage uttered the words, "Tatsumaki no Kase, tornado wind," causing a massive windstorm that completely destroyed the snake summon. But he wasn't finished there. He made another powerful jutsu with the Tatsumaki no Kase's energy. Dai. Kazuryu no Jutsu, Great Wind Dragon. The windstorm grew into a massive wind dragon, which roared at the snake Sannin and charged at its adversary. In response, Orochimaru called forth the powerful Rashomon Gate to shield himself from the fierce wind technique that nearly destroyed the Rashomon Gate. He didn't have much time to rest though, as the 2 sand shinobi that had circled around him while he was protecting himself from the wind dragon quickly launched themselves into close quarters battle. The shinobi possessed a respectable level of taijutsu skill, sufficient to keep the Hubby Sannin alert. One of the shinobi was able to hit the Sannin during the melee, and the hit caused the Sannin to melt. One of the 2 bodyguards remarked, "It was some kind of bunshin, and the original is nowhere to be found." Orochimaru hurried to attack the case cage from behind, saying, "I'm right here," as he materialized behind him. But the case cage quickly spun around and grabbed the approaching shinobi around the neck. The case cage snapped the Orochimaru's neck and yelled, "Don't play with me, fool. Stupid bunshin aren't going to work on me." The corpse hit the ground and became earth. As he looked around for his opponent, the case cage's bodyguard exclaimed, "Another bunshin? Where is this man?" Orochimaru, performing hand seals, remarked, "Your title of Kage as well. Deserved. You're a good workout, a good test subject for my ultimate technique, the Edo Tensei." 3 coffins rose from the earth's surface, and the Habi-sanin mockingly said, "This is beginning of the end of your reign, Kage Sama. I don't think introductions are necessary, but as the host of this special meeting let me present to you the Shodem, Nidame and Sandame Kage." "Whatever in the world?" the shocked Kage exclaimed. "Iho and Jackie, you two run and don't look back. Get to village and inform them of what you have witnessed. I'll deal with these 3. The 2 shinobi exclaimed, "Hi Kage Sama," as they shot off into the distance. Orochimaru mockingly remarked, "Tisk, tisk, tisk. I don't think that they'll get too far. Shodem. Dono, kill those 2 shinobi please." The Shodem Kage apologized to his successor, Kage Dono, "But this is not my will," and left behind the 2 escaping ninja. He quickly caught up to them and killed them. The current Kage confronted his predecessors fearlessly, saying, "You despicable man, bring the dead back to this world and forcing them to do your bidding. I'm not going to forgive you Orochimaru, for what you have done to my predecessors." The Sandame Kage and the Nidame Kage of the Sand Village attacked and killed their successor, saying, "As expected of a Kage of the Sand, you show no fear even in the face of your death." They didn't feel proud about it. After 30 minutes, Orochimaru was standing over the Yondaime Kage and his subordinates' lifeless bodies. After a brief interval, Kabuto emerged accompanied by the remaining subordinates of the Kage. All Kabuto could say was that, she was a tough one to catch and kill. Now that Orochimaru resembled Sand's Kage perfectly, he exclaimed to his right, "Handman, time to prepare for war." Kukukukukukukuku, while wearing a menacing smile. "Hi. Kage Sama," exclaimed Kabuto, wearing an equally sinister smile. They could only think of the devastation that would be Konoha. There was just 1 week left before Konoha's enemies arrived at her door. Every shinobi in Konoha was on edge due to the potential invasion threat. To strengthen the village's fighting force, many of the ninja on the field were called back. Security at the gates was particularly strict, with 2 ambu squads monitoring both participants and bystanders. Ambu squads were armed and ready for battle at a moment's notice. Shinobi at every level were getting ready for battle. The swift evacuation of the academy students was being taught to them through drills. The genin were conducting scouting missions around the village perimeter in addition to undergoing intense combat training. Patrolling the village's perimeter with the right to use lethal force were the Chuunin and ambu squads. On the other hand, the Jonin were in the war chamber with the Sandame and the council members. The division commanders, Jonin, clan heads, and Sandame, Kaharu, and Danzo were seated opposite each other at the head of the war council. Sarutobi began. "We're here because war is upon us against the Sand and Sound Village. At the very least, Jiraiya has confirmed that Orochimaru is indeed the leader of the Sound Village." The Sandame's statement only served to heighten the gloomy atmosphere in the room. Far and away the biggest threat to Konoha, even more so than Uchiha Itachi, was Orochimaru. The Snake Sanin's hatred of the village was what elevated him above the Uchiha as a threat to Konoha. Now, Orochimaru harbored resentment towards the Sandame for designating Namikaze Minato as the Yondaime Hokage of Konoha rather than Itachi, even though Itachi had killed his clan and left the village. "For this war council, I have invited some special guests to help us plan for the invasion. They believe that they have information that would be vital to our successful defense of the village." In the war chamber, a buzz was produced by Sandame's words. Most of the shinobi couldn't stop wondering who these special guests were. Only Uzumaki Naruto and his master knew the identity of the individual, according to the majority of clan leaders. Shortly after the declaration was made, the attendant of the Hokage entered the chamber and said, "Hokage Sama, your guests have arrived." "Thank you Tomu, you can send them in now." As the guests entered, all the shinobi kept a watch on the doorway, and most of them were taken aback when they saw Uzumaki Naruto walking in with a big scroll tucked under his arm. His eternal rival Shoji, Nara Shikamaru, and his master, Mayushi, were with him. When Nara Shikaku noticed his son in the war council chamber, he was taken aback. "Shikamaru, what are you doing here?" questioned the chief Jonin of Konoha and the Nara clan's leader. Simply pointing to Naruto, the indolent young Nara said, "This troublesome guy here." Turning to face the Hokage, the leader of the Nara clan asked, "Sandame Sama, what is the meaning of this?" Naruto.san wishes to share some information with us that he believes may be helpful in planning for the invasion. Danzo argued, "These kids don't belong here. Need I remind you that he was the one who alerted us to the possibility of an attack, based nothing more than capturing one of Orochimaru's spies. If he had not done that, we would have no idea about the attack, which would have put us at a great disadvantage. He's proven himself capable of handling the situation. Plus he has information that may help us and we need all the help we can get, Sarutobi replied to Danzo. Then he looked up at Shikamaru's dad. Don't worry Shikaku-san, Naruto's master is here, and if he deemed Shikamaru's presence necessary, then I assure it is necessary. The man has no tolerance for wastefulness, Sandaime said to the surprised Nara. Naruto demonstrated twice that he could withstand the pressure, even though normally the council would not allow a rookie to be present in the council chambers. The boy's credibility was further enhanced by the fact that Jiraiya of the Sannin agreed with him, meaning that they would at least listen to him. Shikaku turned to face Shikamaru and said, I still think you're too young for this, after responding, Hi Hokage. Sama. Naruto dragged me over Hiriya, this is way too troublesome for me, Shikamaru retorted, a small frown on his face. I didn't want to be here any more than you wanted me to be here, Dad. To tell the truth, though, he was thrilled to be on the War Council. Sandaime gestured for Naruto to start the meeting, saying, let's get on with it. The boy answered, Hi Hokage. Sama, as he and Shikamaru moved to the middle of the space, where a sizable table with an intricate map of Konoha was placed. The two boys moved to the center of the room, and the shinobi cleared a path. Mayushi stayed back to watch his pupil perform, and boy, was it going to be a show. He had high expectations for his pupil. The two young boys had everyone in the room captivated by what they were about to demonstrate. To everyone's complete amazement, Naruto grabbed the map off the table and tossed it to one side as he approached the center of the room. When he unfolded the large scroll he held, a very detailed map of Konoha was visible. The shinobi in the council were shocked to see how much detail was on the mappa, even more than on their usual mappa when they first saw it. The map displayed all of Konoha's locations, both major and minor, along with their distances from one another and the approximate travel times between them. The village's strong and weak points were emphasized, along with strategies for attacking and defending them. The map showed potential enemy positions that they might take over to gain the upper hand, as well as staging areas for attacks inside the village. Everything about the areas outside the village was described in great detail, including all of the clearings and training areas, their measurements, and the separations between them and the village walls. The map depicted the watchtower's blind spots along the walls as well as potential entry points for evading detection. It also included descriptions of the village wall's thickness and height, as well as its strong and weak points. Every river, stream, and fountain was depicted, along with their orientation and flow. It was astounding how much detail there was. The map included information on weather patterns and even the relative heights of the trees. Very impressive attention to detail, Aburame Shibi remarked. Nara Shikaku, obviously taken aback by what he was seeing, asked, Yes, this is the most detailed map of Konoha I have ever seen. How were you able to create this? Homework, is the only word that Naruto responded with. Kurenai exclaimed, Homework? You had to do this for homework? In shock. Yes Kurenai. Sensei. From the very first time I met my master, he taught me the power of observation, the boy replied. He taught me that the power of observation is a key factor in the way of the warrior. He drilled into me that I must know my environment like the back of my hand, because one day my life and the lives of the men under my command will depend on it. He taught me to take in every aspect of the battlefield, from the most trivial to the most important. Naruto went on. In times of war, he said, you may not be able to choose the battlefield. However, you must gain sufficient knowledge of the field in order to effectively maneuver yourself or your men. Always remember that in battle one mistake is all it takes to lose your life and those of your men. In response to Kurenai, Naruto said, those were his words to me, and that is why I have this map. With a tone that was unexpectedly authoritative, the boy said, now let's take a close look at the map. First of all, the attack will take place during the main event of the Chuunin exams that will be held in the arena. How did you come to know this Uzumaki-san? Inquired the Jonin Rado. Before any attacking or defensive move can be implemented, three things must be achieved. Right timing, right place, and right people. With a bewildered tone, Rado questioned, right timing, right place, and right people? Yes. The Chuunin exams require that we allow enemy shinobi into our home, making it very easy for the enemy to send spies and special teams for missions. Furthermore, the final of the exam is when all of the dignitaries will be in attendance. This makes them prime targets for kidnapping, and in order to prevent something like this from happening under our watch, most of our security will be centered on that area to protect the dignitaries. thus making other areas less well defended. That's the right timing. The stadium is located near several important structures in village, which means that it can serve as a focal point for the enemy to attack some key points in the village. That's the right place. Orochimaru has enlisted the village hidden in the sands, a village that is in dire economic circumstances due to many of their missions being directed to Konoha. They have a very valid reason to attack us, and if they are successful in their attempt, then their daimyo will have no choice but to send the missions their way. That's the right people. Right timing, right place and right people. Once these key factors area achieved, then a successful attack or defense can be implemented. That's how I know that Orochimaru will attack during the finals of the examination. Shinobi.san. The Jonin said, "You can call me Rado," with a modicum of deference. Any remaining doubt about the boy's ability among the shinobi in attendance was completely dispelled. Staying hidden in the council room, Jiraiya thought to himself, right timing, right place, and right people. What an interesting philosophy there, brat. Jiraiya heard the boy speak. Naruto went on. Orochimaru was a former high-ranking shinobi of the village, so he'll know all of our strong and weak points. Although he has intimate knowledge of the village, his men do not. To compensate, he will train his men in forest warfare. The same goes for the shinobi of the Sand Village. Though we may be outnumbered, we're on our home turf, and that gives us a very big advantage. All eyes in the room were fixed on the small boy. Surprisingly, the child was in a room full of much stronger shinobi than Sarutobi and the elder shinobi. He had the air of someone born to lead. That was beyond the powers of any common person to command the whole attention of everyone in a war council, much less a 13-year-old child. The boy pointed to the locations on the map and said, "Now the enemy will be looking for quick and easy access into the village, so they will launch simultaneous attacks on the east, north, and west gates." Orochimaru knows that we know something is wrong. He did set the bait after all. What he doesn't know is that we are aware that it's him who is orchestrating the entire attack. If that's true, why let us know that he's going to attack? It would have been more beneficial to him to take us by surprise, Kurenai asked. And Naruto answered, "Pride is the answer." Orochimaru was snubbed for the title of Hokage in favor of the Yondaime, and as a result he developed a serious grudge against the village and the Sandaime for it. Naruto then looked up at the Sandaime. Sandaime. Sama, you will be his prime target. He'll want to let you see your beloved village burn as he sends you into the next life. He'll want to show us in the world that he's capable of destroying the village even though we knew about the attack, in order to show the world how weak we are. The Sandaime will be in danger. We'll need to assign extra guards to protect the Sandaime, a random Jonin said. No. Naruto answered. In response to Naruto's reply, the Jonin exclaimed, "What did you say, boy?" The Sandaime is the leader of the village. If he falls, the village falls. Naruto turned to face the Jonin who had answered his question, saying, "There are 3 reasons why the Sandaime doesn't need protection, Shinobi.san. Reason number 1. The boy said, raising his index finger. The cage are only allowed a limited number of guards, so if we assign more, our enemies will know that something's up and we'll give away our advantage. The boy pointed to reason number 2, and gave a middle finger raise. He's the Sandaime for a reason, and I am sure he has more battle experience than all of us combined, except for a select few. Do you really think he'll be that easy to defeat? Do you lack faith in your leader's skills? Or perhaps you should put him to the test if you have doubts about his ability to handle himself in battle," Naruto said in a heightened voice to get his point across. Even if he were to fall in battle, he would die knowing that he died protecting his village and the people within Ida. There is no greater death for a warrior or a leader. Then, in response to the Jonin, Naruto gave his last and 3rd finger raise. Reason number 3. Although the Sandaime is the leader of the village, the true strength of the village does depend on him, but on strength of its shinobi. Weak shinobi means a weak village. Orochimaru believes that Konoha is weak and he wants to show the world that we're weak, but he's made a grave mistake in underestimating us. We may not be as militant as the other nations, but it does not mean we're weak. Weak villages do not survive 3 world wars. Weak villages do not fend off enemies on all sides, and weak villages do not produce renowned shinobi on a regular basis. Following the boy's answer, the deferential Jonin turned to face Sandaime and bowed deeply, saying, "I'm sorry, Sandaime. Sama. It's just." It was common knowledge that Naruto and Sandaime had a close relationship, but the boy's assessment of the situation was unaffected by his strong bond with Sandaime. This demonstrated to them the boy's seriousness about the current circumstance. Mayushi thought, good, he's getting a hold of his emotions. I understand and I know what you mean, but the boy is right. I can take care of myself, the Sandaime answered, gesturing for Naruto to go on. But the boy did not move. He was staring at the map. Naruto froze as he was staring at the map in front of him while the Sandaime was speaking to the shinobi. He recalled the first strategy lesson from his teacher. Know the smallest things and the biggest things, the shallowest things and the deepest things, as if it were a straight road mapped out on the ground. These things cannot be explained in detail. From one thing, know 10,000 things. When you attain the way of strategy, there will not be one thing you cannot see. You must study hard. The boy was motionless, and the Sandaime pondered whether there might be a problem with the boy. What was wrong with the boy was a question on everyone's mind in the room. Sandaime said, "Naruto are all right," but the boy remained silent. A few of the shinobi in attendance believed the boy had broken under the strain, while others believed he was done. But only his master truly knew what was truly going on. There are those who compare teaching someone to sowing a seed. A seed that has been planted takes time to germinate. It does not grow immediately. Unfathomable processes occur in the depths of the earth, leading to the creation of something new and distinct. More than a year ago, Mayushi sowed the seed of tactics and strategy in Naruto's mind, and it was already starting to grow. Naruto's mind was going through an incomprehensible process. The training he had received over a year earlier was starting to take shape. Naruto gazed at the map as though it were his first time ever. He discovered that the map appeared to come to life at some point during the conversation. He started to see the different battles going on, the troop movements and the start and finish of strategies. It all appeared to be part of one enormous flow. The flow of conflict. The boy's presence engulfed everyone in the room, and they were afraid to speak. There was an innate sense among all of them that something significant was going to occur. It was almost unbelievable how loud silence could be. With his hands resting on the map, the boy walked methodically and slowly around the table, studying every detail on the parchment before him. He could practically feel the walls, the buildings, the rivers, and the trees. The map evolved into something more than just a piece of paper with a village drawn on it. It was a weapon. It felt like he was running his hand over the finest of shields or the sharpest of blades. Naruto started talking while he walked slowly and methodically around the table, never taking his eyes off the map. Naruto thought to himself, "From one thing know, 10,000 things. Sensei, I finally understand what you taught me about tactics and strategy. This very moment that I'm standing in this room is because of your first teaching, Sensei," the boy said in an utterly calm voice. Mayushi remained silent, seeing no need to speak. A battlefield is never static, and war is more than just about who has more troops. Strategies begin, strategies end. The completion of one strategy marks the beginning of another, in a never-ending flow of battle. Naruto proceeded to circle the map. During the invasion, Konoha will become a battlefield, and on a battlefield everything becomes a weapon. In this battle, Konoha will be our weapon. We'll use every advantage, every trick, every resource, both human and natural, to wipe out our enemies. The young child then turned to face everyone and raised his head. He went on, putting his hand up to his chest. With this battle, we'll remind that traitorous snake bastard and the rest of the elemental nations why they should not mess with Konoha, he concluded by clenching his fist. This bold declaration from the young boy altered the entire atmosphere in the room. Again there was silence in the room. But this silence was not the mesmerizing silence of the previous moment. There was something about the silence that fell over the room, a primal, fierce energy. They were reminded by Naruto's words that this was their house and they were in control. The shinobi in the room took on the appearance of ferocious beasts, guarding their domain and daring their adversary to engage them in combat. The men and women in the room believed that Konoha would win and that they were unbeatable. The uncertainty about the frightening circumstances their village faced completely vanished from their memories, to be replaced by the assurance of victory. It seemed to the shinobi in attendance that they could defeat all of the elemental nations. Sarutobi was finding it difficult to believe what he was seeing. Everyone else did the same. Indeed, Mayushi should have no trouble grasping and applying that specific Ken concept. He's captured everyone's attention with his words and wise strategies thus far. In jest, the Sandaime said to himself, "I felt that the elders should run the war council." Sarutobi knew Naruto would grow up to be a very important man in the village, so he was very proud of the boy. The Sandaime had a clear vision of his beloved village's future at that very moment. Indeed, though the boy may not be a shinobi, he is growing into a capable leader, so I will let him shine and spread his flames throughout the village. It's not often that a 13-year-old completely captivates the top shinobi in a village. Only natural-born leaders possess the unique talent required to pull off such a feat, according to Sandaime. From his end, Danzo started to perceive the boy as a significant danger to his intentions for the villagia, his own village. With his small and innocent hands, the boy held everyone in his palm. Still, the threat was hard to neutralize and would only get stronger over time. Worse, despite his advanced age, the threat exuded a certain kind of presence that commanded respect. There was no doubt that Uzumaki Naruto posed a threat, and he had to deal with him as soon as possible. Once again, everyone was shocked to see Jiraiya, with the exception of Sarutobi, Mayushi, and Naruto. Sannin, the Toad, was there from the start and was suitably impressed. "Great words there, brat, and you all should not worry because I will be the Sandame's personal guard during the invasion. I have personal issues that I need to discuss with my former teammate." Now that Jiraiya of the Sannin had returned and would be in the village for the invasion, the spirits of the shinobi present were raised even higher. Danzo was officially furious now. His dream of the Sandame's death in combat was crumbling before his eyes. Konoha would gain the upper hand in the invasion if there was only one Sannin defending. Though Danzo's patience was waning, he would persevere since his time would arrive eventually. Jiraiya couldn't help but notice the Yondaime in the boy's eyes and how he enthralled everyone around him as he looked at the boy in front of him. "Go on, brat, I like where you're headed with all of this." Naruto went back to looking at the map and carried on. "As I was saying earlier, our enemies will likely come at us with 3 simultaneous attacks on each of the 3 gates. We all know that Orochimaru has some very powerful snake summons that he'll use to crash through the gates, but he'll need summoning teams to get them out. It is crucial for him to get them out if he wishes to mount a successful attack, and it's crucial for us to prevent him from getting them out or dealing with them if they are successfully summoned. Since they are so vital to his tactics, he'll send in his forces first to buy time for the summoning teams to get the summons out." But before Naruto could say anything more, his master interrupted. "I'll help take care of the snake summons, brat. Don't worry." Everyone turned to face Naruto's master. Akamichi Shuza questioned, "How are you going to take care of the snakes, Mayushi?" "Dono." "I apologize, but it's a trade secret," Mayushi sternly retorted. The Sandame looked up at the man and said, "Dealing with summoned animals is a big task, Mayushi, are you up to it?" "I said I'll help take care of the summons, so I'll help take care of them, Sarutobi. Do you doubt my ability to handle the situation?" "No, I just wanted to be sure," the Sandame answered. Not many of the Jonin in attendance were aware of Mayushi's informal friendship with the Sandame. One of the naive Jonin wanted to correct Mayushi when he heard how she addressed the Hokage. But before he could say anything, he felt a powerful hand cover his mouth. It was the hand of Hitaki Kakashi, the most well-known Jonin in Konoha. With a low, even tone, he urged his comrade, "Do not get into that." All the Jonin could do was comply. The elderly man exclaimed, "Go on, brat," to his pupil. "Now it's almost guaranteed that fighting is going to break out within the village, and it will serve as a signal for the forces outside the village to make their move. Battles within and battles without. That is what we're going to face in the upcoming invasion. A simultaneous attack on all 3 gates will definitely put us on the back foot, because we want to keep the majority of the enemy outside of the village walls. Meanwhile, fighting within the village will be on the minds of the defenders along the walls. This will create indecision and weaken our fighting powers. Therefore, it will be absolutely imperative that we keep the enemy's main forces at bay while we deal with the enemies within the village first. After those enemies are taken care of, we can then launch our counterattack against the enemy." Kakashi made the decision to join the discussion. "Battles within and battles without. That's a tough situation to deal with. We'll need a very precise deployment of troops in key areas within the village to manage the situation." "Yes, Kakashi-san, you are right. Now let's start with the defending against the invaders coming outside of the village first. If we allow the enemy's main force enter the village, then the battle is lost." Everyone comprehended the boy's words. We're in the height of summer, which means that the air would be dry, and this will enhance the fire techniques which we are well known for. The shinobi from the sand will be especially vulnerable to fire attacks because they specialize in wind-based techniques, and fire beats wind on the elemental wheel. In addition to boosting our fire attacks, the winds during this time of year usually blows following this pattern, the boy said as he traced the wind patterns on the map. As the wind blows through the forest and hits the village's wall, updrafts and downdrafts are created. The downdrafts go straight down the wall and along the forest floor for about 50 feet before it starts to weaken. Furthermore, during this time of the year, the forest floor will be filled with dried leaves which will be easily lit. The Aburame clan's leader, Aburame Shibi, retorted, "I see where you're going with this, Naruto-san. You're looking to create a combined elemental attack." The boy answered, "Yes, that's exactly what I'm getting at." Before going on, "If we station teams of our fire experts approximately 40 feet from the top of the wall and set incendiaries to augment the fire attacks, we can create a wall of fire to stall the enemy," the boy said. Inoichi questioned in shock, How did you get this information, Naruto-san? One of my lessons was in using the elements to my advantage in battle, replied the boy. Sandame's gaze first met Mayushi's, then returned to the boy in front of him. What we'll do is set up teams of our best fire users along the walls and place explosive tags as well as fuel along the forest floor 50 feet away from the village's walls. 10 feet away from the fire trap, we'll have our best earth jutsu users set traps along the ground for another 50 feet. These traps we'll fill with flammable materials. Also we'll cover these traps with an area-wide genjutsu. 10 feet away from these traps we'll set up traps midway along the trees of the forest for a distance of another 50 feet. Then finally 10 feet from the traps along the trees, we'll have our best earth jutsu users again build underground traps for a distance of 50 feet. For a distance of 230 feet, we'll turn the area between the enemy forces and our walls a trap-infested hell. Hole. Naruto continued. Along with the team of fire experts, we'll have squads of long-range fighters and close-range combat specialists to help defend the wall and protect the fire users. The young boy's strategy for delaying the enemy won Kakashi over. I see what you're doing, this is area restriction tactics. The enemy will encounter the traps along the ground first and this will force them into the tress. As they enter the trees they'll meet another set of traps. These traps will then force the enemy to back to the ground directly into more traps again, but this time the enemy will be covered in flammable material. The purpose of the genjutsu is to keep the enemy from recognizing the deadly trap. With the fire team's attack reaching 50 feet it's almost guaranteed to trigger the other trap. What will result will the creation of firewall at least 100 feet in length. That will definitely stall the enemy's forces for some time. Not only that Kakashi-san. During this time the enemy forces would be using up precious energy trying to avoid our traps and reducing troop loss. By the time they reach the walls, our forces inside the village should have cleared out the enemy threat within the village. When they finished they will support the other forces. When that happens defeating us will become impossible, because we'll have the advantages of terrain, energy and morale. We use a small force to engage the enemy's larger force and we use our larger force to overwhelm the enemy's smaller force. Naruto concluded. But what if the enemy decides to charge in despite the danger? Inoichi asked. Then they will experience significant loss to their troops and this will drop the morale of the surviving soldiers. It will make our job much easier in the long run. Poor command. Fighting forces decreased before even engaging the enemy and a well-organized opponent combined are a recipe for defeat. Only a foolish commander will take such an action. Let us pray that their commanders are that stupid. What they were seeing in the war council left a few of the Jonin in the room speechless. Naruto proceeded with his situational analysis. The amount of knowledge this boy had about war astounded everyone. Not even the Sandane was expecting this. Though Sarutobi was aware that Mayushi was teaching the boy military skills, he was unaware of the boy's rapid advancement in skill. The boy's scheme impressed Jiraiya and all the division commanders. Inuzuka Sume questioned, but what about the snake summoning teams? For the snake summoning teams, we'll first have to determine their locations first, and for this we'll need Sensor Ninja and Hyuga. Their job will be crucial to our success because they'll have to find the enemy's summoning teams quickly, and what they'll look for are ninja in a circular, triangular or square formation, or any formation that indicates the intention of summoning. Danzo said, how do you know about summoning circles, boy? It was concerning that the boy was using military strategies at such an early age. Ever since we found out about Orochimaru, I've been studying everything I can about the man including all of his techniques and abilities. He's well known for his summoning abilities and his frequent use of them. So I had to pay particular attention to this aspect of his fighting style. Does that answer your question, Danzo? Sama? Before responding, the elderly Warhawk had a severe expression on his face. It was a good enough answer, boy. Pointing to various locations on the map, the boy said, good, so now what we'll do is have small, mobile ambush squads at these general locations. Those locations are outside the village. How are the teams that are tasked with the destruction of the summoning squads behind enemy forces complete this task? The summoning squads would be under heavy guard, commented Hyuga Hiyashi. Naruto answered, we'll have to set up our ambush squads behind them. A Jonin questioned, how are we going to do that? Not specifically asking anyone, Naruto inquired, when will the finals begin? The Hokage answered, the finals will take place precisely 1 month after the preliminary round. Well, we'll have our ambush squads set up 1 week in advance and wait. One of the genin exclaimed, that's too long. No, it isn't. It should be routine for them to sit and wait for the right timing. The last thing the enemy forces will be expecting is to have an ambush squad take them from behind. It's imperative that the ambush squads strike like lightning and leave like the wind. Such an attack will unbalance the entire army. Furthermore, they can notify us of any changes to the enemy's movement, Naruto said. I like it. Strike like lightning, go like the wind, Inuzuka Sume retorted. Speed is essential in battle, Naruto agreed. Nara Shikaku plunged right into the conversation. Okay, this means that our enemies will have to mobilize their forces beforehand in order to reach the staging points in time. In my estimate, a large force from the Sand Village will take about 1 week to make it to the rallying point. Furthermore, the army will take a roundabout route in order to avoid detection. The enemy knows that with the exams going and Fire Country being so big, it would be impossible for us to effectively protect our borders during this time. More than likely, the Sand forces will stick near the outer borders and would station at our west gate. The Sound forces would more than likely do the same, and they would arrive at the east gate. Once both forces arrive at their locations, each enemy force then split up and they will converge at the main gate. Theoretically, the combined forces will be the weakest force of all 3 groups. That makes sense. They'll be poorly coordinated, and the allies from different nations won't protect each other in the same way that comrades would. Then the question of command will come up, because each group would want a commander from their own ranks. However, although they are the weakest of the 3 forces, they're flanked by 2 stronger forces, which would make them difficult to get at. If we're able to take care of the 2 stronger forces first, we should be able to destroy the weakest force afterwards, added Aburame Shibi. Right. But before we could deal with them, we have to get rid of the internal threat first. With so few of them inside the village, it should be no problem for our Anbu and rest of shinobi forces to get rid of them, Naruto replied. Once the internal threat is taken care of, our shinobi will form into flanking squads and support squads. The flanking squads will pass through the Forest of Death in the eastern region of the village and flank the enemy's 2 main forces at the western and eastern gates. These squads will consist of close-range combat specialists, long-range specialists and ninjutsu specialists. They will engage the enemy forces directly. Meanwhile, the support squads will act as reinforcements of the wall defense squads. This group will consist of long-range and mid-to long-range specialists, as well as our genjutsu specialists. Their duty is to ensure that the enemy does not get past our walls. Aburame Shibi had a question after the boy finished speaking. Uzumaki Naruto, you have drawn out an exceptional plan. You mentioned moving one of the flanking forces through the Forest of Death. You must know that the Forest of Death is dangerous to both us and them. That would slow our forces down and delay the flanking attack. What are you going to do about that? As you said earlier, speed is vital in war. Your concern is noted, Aburame. Sama, I can lead our forces through the Forest of Death. It would be a very simple task. Ibiki asked, a very simple task? The boy confidently replied, yes, because I am king in the Forest of Death. You are king? Inquired Maeda Gai, the master of taijutsu in Konoha. Yes, I lived in the Forest of Death for a year and conquered it. There's not a single animal in that forest that does not acknowledge my presence. As I said before, in the Forest of Death I am king. There were mutters in the space due to the boy's audacious declaration. No one in the village has ever claimed to have accomplished such a feat before. With a slightly jagged tone, Danzo exclaimed, this is war, boy. Don't bring your foolish bravado in here, an edge that was disliked by both Naruto and his boss. Naruto turned his steady gaze towards the warhawk. I know very well that this is war, and my village is in danger. As a loyal son of Konoha, I must care for all things big and small, from the Kage himself to the very citizens we fight to protect. I must do my very best to ensure that when the rain comes not a single drop will leak through my grasp. That is what my master has taught me, and that is why I am here now. So do not mistake my words for foolish bravado. I am the king of the Forest of Death, and I will be able to lead my brothers and sisters safely through. The room fell silent upon hearing Naruto's remarks. It was one of those infrequent occasions when someone is elevated to a higher plane of existence. It was all the master's doing, and the boy learned an amazing sense of personal responsibility. The boy was a boisterous and unruly brat until the mysterious old man changed him into a dangerous, loyal to the point of fault, and gifted person. A lot of people in the room were now curious about the child's growth. How much more advanced will he be in the future if he is already this advanced at this age? The Anbu commander approached the Hokage during the conversation. Hokage. Sama, that boy's plans are ridiculously detailed and planned out. Not only that, but his plans are very sound and make the best use of the shinobi that the village has. How old is he? 13, the Sandame answered. 13, and he's creating such elaborate war plans. The Sandaime said, it's his master. Since the boy failed the academy, his master took him in and taught him nothing but swordsmanship and war. I always knew that the boy would blossom under the right tutelage, but the rate at which he is developing is astonishing. You are right, Sandaime. Sama, he's a great asset to the village. The boy facing them caught the two men's attention once more. In the most formal of tones, Naruto asked, Hokage. Sama, do you approve of this plan of action? That seems like a really smart strategy, Sarutobi remarked. Asking, Naruto turned to face the elders. What are your verdicts about the plan? Yes, it makes sense and is quite detailed, Koharu remarked. It sounds good, Homura answered. All eyes were on Danzo, who just gave a nod of approval. The boy then spoke to the commanders of the divisions and clans. Do you approve of the plan? Everyone gave him an enthusiastic nod. At last, he turned to look at the Jonin present. What are your opinions of the plan? Every Jonin gave an enthusiastic nod. Very well then. Since everyone is in agreement with the plan, I have come to a decision about who is going to lead our forces during the invasion, the Sandaime said, taking control of the conversation at that moment. Uzumaki Naruto, I hereby place you in command of forces that will defend the West Gate. Morino Ibiki, you will command the wall defense team, and Hitaki Kakashi, you all will command the flanking force that will deal with the enemy at the East Gate. The Anbu commander will be in charge of the village's internal defense, the Sandaime said. Koharu yelled in frustration, Hokage. Sama, you're putting a child in charge of our forces in such a dangerous situation. I must agree with Koharu, Homura said. The boy is too young for such a heavy burden. He's shown that he is capable and dependable on several occasions now, and I know that he will perform his duty without fail, replied the Sandaime. Hi Hokage. Sama, exclaimed Sarutobi's teammates. Danzo was at a loss for words. Yes. You're a fool for putting a child in charge of an army. You're making my job that much easier, Sarutobi, Danzo thought to himself. Sandaime turned to face the Anbu division commanders. Do you support or reject the appointment of Uzumaki Naruto as commander of the East Gate Defense Forces? The commanders gave him their full support and nods. Do you agree or disagree? Sarutobi asked the clan leaders as he turned around. Once more, everyone responded in favor of Naruto. At last, the Hokage turned to the village's Jonin. I agree with the concept, the boy won't fail, Kakashi said. I agree with the idea, Guy stated. Ayuhi Kurenai. Accept Uzumaki's appointment as commander of the flanking forces. Let the boy do his thing, Asuma casually answered. Gradually, every Jonin in Konoha agreed to have Naruto take charge of the forces flanking the East Gate. The overwhelming support that he received from the present shinobi surprised Naruto, among others. The boy turned to face the Hokage, knelt down, and said, bowing deeply to his leader. Thank you, Hokage. Sama, for the faith you have shown in my abilities. I will not fail you or the village. I will make our enemies have nightmares of Konoha after this battle. This I promise you. The room was silent as the boy thanked his cage. Then, turning to face the Hokage's advisors, he spoke in a grave tone. You have your doubts about my ability to lead our forces in battle, and there is no way for me to prove myself to you other than total victory. Then I will ensure our victory is total and complete. The boy sounded so serious that it slightly dents Koharu and Homura's skepticism. Danzo simply looked at the boy as if attempting to pierce his innocent soul, but all he could detect was a fierce will to succeed. The boy meant business when he made such a bold declaration. Then Naruto faced the leaders of the clans. They all gave him enthusiastic nods as they said, thank you for believing in my abilities. I will not let you down. Naruto then turned to face the Anbu division commanders. Thank you for your vote of confidence. It will not go to waste. Thank you, my brothers and sisters, for believing in me. Together we will not fail, he said, turning to face the Jonin present. The boy's words touched everyone in the room with their sincerity and intensity. Though some would not acknowledge it, they were eager to watch the boy's performance in the fight. They wouldn't be let down either, as Naruto would pull off antics that would astound both the elemental nations and the entire village. After standing up, Naruto turned to face Shikamaru, who had been sitting quietly the entire time he was outlining his strategy for going to war. But this was the genius's moment to shine, the lazy one. You ready, Shika? The boy pulled a bag full of tokens from his pouch and said, yeah, in a bored tone. Is there more? Inquired Sandaime. Yes, Hokage. Sama, prior to coming here, Shikamaru and I played a little game of war using the same map, and we came with 350 rounds of battle. The plan I just laid out was just the beginning, there's much more to consider. Asuma couldn't restrain his shock. You and Shikamaru came up with 350 possible rounds of battle. That beats your previous record by 250 rounds. After he got over his initial shock at the recent revelation, the Sandaime said, Asuma, please explain what you're talking about. Hokage. Sama, during the time Uzumaki Naruto was on my team, he and Shikamaru always played shogi in their downtime. The games would be long and most of the time Choji and Ino would fall asleep or go somewhere else. However, I used to stay behind and watch those two boys play because I never once came close to beating Shikamaru in the game. I got used to counting the number of rounds that it took for a final outcome to be decided in the games, and the most number of rounds I ever recorded was 100 rounds before a winner was decided. But 350 rounds? That's absurd. Anko blurted out, wait. Are you telling me that these two lil punks came up with 350 rounds of battle just by modifying a board game? Asuma responded, yes, that is precisely what I am saying. With a small sealing scroll unfolded, Shikamaru revealed its contents. A sizable piece of parchment covered in writing emerged. Here are the 350 rounds of battle. We started the rounds from Mizuki's capture and we continued all the way up to the eventual battle and the after effects of the battle. His father questioned, Shikamaru, why didn't you tell me this? Well, I was going to tell you, but then Naruto forced me to come with him and it would have been too troublesome to tell you and then come here and tell the whole thing again. So, I decided just to tell you the same at the same time as everyone else. All that Nara Shikaku could manage was a long sigh. It made Inuzuka Sume laugh uncontrollably. Asuma said, that's Shika for you. Shikamaru, go, everyone is waiting for you. Naruto taunted his partner Shoji. Tisk. Troublesome, exclaimed Shikamaru, guiding his astonished audience through the large parchment. Just now, the Anbu commander who had been chatting with the Hokage leaned over to say something to his cage. I stand corrected, Hokage. Sama. Quizzically, the Sandaime asked, what do you mean? We have two great, young village assets. Sarutobi had to laugh at what the man had said. Two young stars in the village shone brightly as the war council met late into the night. It was confirmed. Thanks to Naruto's master Mayushi, Naruto and Hinata were now formally a couple. Following the boys' outstanding performance in the war council a few days prior, Naruto and his master had a crucial conversation. At Mayushi's residence. Brat, you did an excellent job in the council the other day, and more importantly, you won the respect, admiration, and ire of everyone in the council room. There is much expectation for you to deliver, and I know that you'll serve them a spectacle that they'll never forget, Mayushi said to his student. To which Naruto answered, Hi sensei. Mayushi went on. Your performances in the council room and on the field have greatly elevated your status in the village. Naruto might smile mischievously. The troublemaker, no matter what, always a shinobi. Mayushi answered, but now that things are shifting for you, young one, you have to adjust. Your standing in the village will be determined by how well you perform in the impending conflict. I know sensei, and I will not fail. I'm sure you'll be successful. After all, I trained you. With a hint of pride, the elderly man answered. Now, more than ever, you must pay closer attention to your behavior and mannerisms in the village, because many eyes will be on you. You're referring to my friendship with Hinata, the young man answered his boss. Exactly. It's encouraging that you're starting to grasp concepts more quickly. What then are your plans with her? I'm only 13 years old, old man. Boy, check out the entire image. Even though you two are only 13 years old, you two get along really well. You have to keep in mind that this is not your typical girlfriend. She is the heiress of a prominent and powerful clan, so this is a serious issue. The people that these heirs and heiresses choose to be associated with are crucial to the clan. Even though you two are just dating, her father and her clan view you as a potential suitor. To strengthen the position of the clan, she would typically be forced into an arranged marriage with a young, nobleman from a rival, strong clan. Her father sees a lot of positive things about you now, even though you don't come from a large clan. I am the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, which makes me powerful village asset in that right. I am favored by the daimyo for my actions in Wave Country. I've made history by becoming the youngest commander to ever appointed to lead Konoha's forces on such an occasion, and I've successfully passed the tests of the council chamber. Yes, precisely. Hinata's father has given you permission to keep seeing her because you seem like a great potential suitor. Mayushi addressed the boy, saying, you wouldn't have the slightest chance if you were deemed unworthy. Now, as a man and a warrior, how do you respond to this in mind? Mayushi inquired of his youthful charge. I must formally ask her father for permission to court her, Naruto replied. You do, indeed. Your emotions affected your decisions and behavior, which is why I was hoping you would figure this out sooner. Although you are still young and have a lot to learn, you are headed in the right direction. We are going to arrange to meet with Hiyashi and Hinata. The following evening, Mayushi and Naruto were seated across from Hyuga, Hiyashi, and Hinata. Mayushi. Dono, what justifies me giving you the pleasure of having your student visit me? The old man before Hiyashi had grown on him. The Hyuga patriarch held him in high regard for his mastery of the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, and for shaping the young man from a brazen brat into a calculating, skillful warrior and future leader. Hiyashi. Dono, there are a few things my student would like to share with you. Mayushi pleaded, please listen to him out. I'll listen to him out, Hiyashi answered. I would like to express my apology to you for the trouble I may have inadvertently caused you by my ignorant actions, Naruto said, bowing to the Hyuga elder. Hiyashi just gave the boy in front of him the signature Hyuga expression and watched as he continued. I've gotten to know your daughter over the past few months and have grown to like her. She has grown into a very significant and unique person in my life. Hinata was fighting the blush that was appearing on her face as her heart started to race at 1,000 miles per minute after hearing him speak. But because of my ignorance, I was unaware of her status in the community and the importance of our relationship to the Hyuga clan. The boy remarked, I could only imagine the trouble you may encounter as a result of this. Naruto was correct. Hiyashi was under a lot of pressure from the older people who did not like the boy. But Hiyashi believed that Naruto had a lot of potential and would grow up to be a powerful man, which is why he supported Hinata and Naruto's relationship. Did Naruto not want to see me anymore because I am the heiress to the Hyuga clan? Hinata asked, starting to become scared. I'm requesting your permission to court Lady Hinata as a result. I recognize that you are the head of a highly esteemed Konoha clan, but she and I are still young and have a lot to learn from one another. Naruto asked in a genuine tone, I humbly ask that you accept my apology for the situation once more. Oh Kami, he requested that my father formally woo me. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Yes, Dad? The girl was bouncing up and down and screaming in her head, trying to stop her face from turning a deep pink. With a sharp gaze, Hyuga Hiyashi examined the boy bowed before him. This was a truly transformed young man. He could never have imagined that the loud-mouthed brat could turn completely around. Uzumaki Naruto, I Hyuga Hiyashi, leader of the Hyuga clan, hereby grant you permission to court my daughter. With genuine gratitude, the boy said, thank you, Hiyashi-sama. Happiness flooded Hinata as the girl nearly passed out in front of them all. Your apology is accepted as well, the Hyuga informed the boy as he stood up from his bowed position. Naruto couldn't help but smile, saying, thank you, Hiyashi-sama. I would like to talk privately with your master. Could you kindly show Uzumaki-san to the guest room and give him some refreshments, Hinata? Yes, father, the girl grinned as she got up to lead Naruto to the guest room. Hiyashi then turned to Mayushi after the two children had left. I have to give you credit for the work you did with the boy. The transformation he has experienced in such a brief period of time is truly astounding. In response to the compliments aimed at him, Mayushi said, thank you, Hiyashi, Dono. In the council chamber, the young man hatched an amazing war strategy. There were some really amazing ideas that he and Shikamaru came up with. He will undoubtedly become a powerful figure in the future, in my opinion. Yes, Mayushi answered. The boy has great talent, he just needed the right direction. It is a pleasure to train and mentor him. He adapted to my training like a fish to water. He has a long way to go yet. Yes, he does, but he's going in the right direction, Hiyashi replied. He's had a great impact on Hinata. She's the same but different, and her growth has pleased me, I must say. People do seem to be affected that way by him. He exudes an unusual charm and presence that inspires others to strive for improvement. Yes, it's absolutely true. The respect he commanded from the present shinobi was evident. But Mayushi. Dono, I have a caution and a question for you. I know both. You know? Hyuga Hiyashi answered. Yes. Mayushi confidently answered. Would you please comply with me? What is my warning? Asked the Hyuga leader. Danzo. Was all that was required of Mayushi. Hi, get tired of him and his men interacting with your pupil, Hiyashi uttered. Hashi. Dono, don't worry, they won't ever approach him, Mayushi answered. Good, because I would hate to see Uzumaki-san suffer any harm. I think he's a very good candidate for Hinata and I support him. Don't you have plans for my student, Hyuga, Dono? Don't we all? Hiyashi asked, flashing the man a rare, Hyuga smile. Mayushi laughed uncontrollably. Ha 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 ha, you're cool, Hiyashi. Dono, I really enjoy you. Hiyashi simply kept his infrequent smile intact. As Hinata and Naruto heard the laughter emanating from Hiyashi and Mayushi's room, they became a little fearful. "What about my query, then?" Hashi inquired following the playful moment. "Your question is, can he really do it? Can he really lead our forces to victory?" Mayushi answered, with pleasure, "Hyuga. Don't know. It is, after all, his first directive. And your answer? Everyone will be shocked by his actions. Once Konoha deals with his enemies, they will have nightmares. You ought to be aware that he sticks to his guns. Unbeknownst to Orochimaru, he just roused a tiger from its sleep." "A dozing tiger? Are you referring to Uzumaki Naruto?" Hiyashi inquired. "Yes, Orochimaru doesn't know it, but he has led his men directly into the tiger's lair and they'll be ripped apart for their stupidity." In the meantime, Naruto and Hinata were having a friendly conversation in the guest room. With all humor set aside, Mayushi said, "This is my warning to you, Hiyashi. Dono, that you could share with your council members. I'm hoping everyone is ready for the gory show, because the enemies of Konoha is going to leave their bodies all over the battlefield." The night before a great fight, the young Uzumaki Naruto won over the hearts and minds of Konoha's top shinobi. The Jonin and Anbu in the village gave Naruto a newfound degree of respect after his antics and battle plans at the War Council, and his subsequent appointment as commander of the force for the West Gate defense. They were astonished that a novice samurai and a recently graduated genin could devise a strategy for warfare so complex and cunning. Even the most seasoned commanders would not have considered some of the ideas that the two boys came up with. Furthermore, no one so young has ever been given such a risky assignment during a war crisis in the village's history. At 13, Hitaki Kakashi became a Jonin, and Uchiha Itachi served as the captain of the Anbu squad. However, Uzumaki Naruto's accomplishments vastly eclipsed those of these two men. At 13, commander of a sizable shinobi force for a pivotal battle, the successes of Itachi and Kakashi were insignificant in contrast. Among the elite, there were many rumors that Naruto was a genius in combat. Who or what, though, is a genius? Some people define a genius as someone who possesses extraordinary natural talent or skill for a certain task. Some people believe that being a genius is related to belonging to a specific family or clan. Was Itachi the wizard? Indeed. Was Kakashi a brilliant man? Indeed. How did they become geniuses? Was it intelligence or skill? Was it their achievements or their heritage? Once more, what or who is a genius? This is a title that is too readily applied, and it is a question that is difficult to answer. People who were quick to label someone a genius at any given demonstration of skill included those who referred to Naruto as a genius. They were unaware of the boy's extraordinary work ethic. Mayushi forced him to learn the Go-Rin no Sho by heart, along with all of the old man's military and strategy knowledge. Naruto was studying the human body and mind, while the academy students were studying the henge, kawarimi, and bunshin. Naruto had to study and commit to memory the theory of tactics and strategy, while the academy students were busy memorizing facts about the previous Hokage of the village. Naruto was constantly fighting for his life in the Forest of Death, while students in the academy were engaging in gentle sparring sessions under the watchful eyes of their Chuunin teachers. Naruto trained and studied warfare exclusively. Naruto became very fond of military literature after reading and memorizing the Go-Rin no Sho, and Mayushi discovered the boy had a talent for war strategy and planning. In addition to Naruto's intense studies, Mayushi constantly pushed the young man to the brink of what he could accomplish, and as a result, Naruto learned an extremely valuable lesson from his master. The day his master said those words was something the boy would never forget. Mayushi was giving the boy an especially severe beating there in the Forest of Death. The Death Forest. Naruto's body was covered in bruises and blood, giving the impression that the young apprentice was being mistreated by his teacher. But Naruto never once cried or asked for forgiveness from the enemy because he was taught that none would ever show up. Like a predator pursuing its prey, Mayushi approached the boy slowly and exclaimed, "Get up, boy, I'm not through with you yet." The boy was too injured to run very far, so he didn't need to pursue him. But as the severe teacher approached his student, his youthful apprentice turned to confront him once more. The boy's body was covered in wounds, but his fighting spirit did not leak out with the blood that was seeping out of the wounds. His breathing was labored, but his form was flawless and defiant. Mayushi saw the thoughts of the boy by looking into his eyes, and she saw that there was not a single thought of defeat. Mayushi thought, "Excellent." During the vicious beating, the boy's thoughts changed from surprise, to fear, to despair, then to remorse and pity. All those crippling thoughts could no longer dominate the boy's mind. Clarity has came forth. The boy's training is done for today. Your training is done for today, At least you're training with me, Mayushi said. You did well. Then the words that Naruto's master would never forget were spoken. The old man spoke these words before vanishing from the boy's view. No matter how difficult the situation, the true leader always sees a way to victory, and even with his last breath the true warrior never speaks of defeat. Always remember that, boy. The distant howls of the forest animals could be heard as his master's words sank into his consciousness. The second training session for Naruto was about to start. This was all done to test the boy's resolve and make him stay focused on the end goal, albeit winning a particularly tough strategic battle arising from a particularly hard beating from his sensei. Naruto was by no means a genius. This training helped shape who he was. While strolling through the village, Naruto and Hinata were chatting and enjoying their limited free time together. They were closer than ever before because of the impending war and the certainty of death and destruction. The village was abuzz with rumors that Naruto was the boy who led Wave to join Fire Country and that he was in a relationship with the Hyuga princess. Some people were starting to see the boy differently, but many still harbored deep animosity toward him for being the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi that almost destroyed the village 13 years ago. People in Konoha were starting to take a liking to Naruto slowly but surely. As Naruto and Hinata strolled through the village, they happened to run into the members of Team 7, except for Kakashi. "Hey guys, it's been a long time," exclaimed the boy, happy to finally meet his friends. Suko pointed fun at the couple in front of him, saying, "Hey Naruto-kun, Hinata-chan, how's the two lovebirds going?" before continuing. Hinata blushed slightly as Suko made fun of both her and Naruto. Sakura attempted to strike her teammate on the head and exclaimed, "Stop teasing Suko." "Hinata and you are doing well," the girl remarked. But she secretly wished Sasuke would be like Hinata because she was jealous of her. It was all Sasuke wanted to know: when are we gonna spar, Naruto? "Not anytime soon, Sasuke. Besides, you'll have plenty enemies to fight during the Chuunin exams," Naruto replied. The Uchiha with raven hair answered, "Yeah, that's true, but I want to fight you as well." Naruto shot back, "Well, Sasuke, we don't always get what we want." The young Avenger answered Naruto with only, "I'm leaving," as he started to leave the group. Suko screamed at Sasuke, "Hey, wait up, Mr. Serious," the boy said amiably. "See ya later, Naruto and Hinata." Sakura hurried past the couple to meet her teammates, saying, "Later guys." Naruto uttered the words, "Later guys," to his replacement teammates. Hinata said, "Goodbye everyone," as she and Naruto carried on with their brief stroll through the village. After hearing some commotion a short while into their stroll, Naruto and Hinata decided to look into it. Konohamaru and his friends Moegi and Udon were being used by two sand shinobi. "Hey brat, that hurt," Kankuro angrily uttered. Konohamaru apologized, saying, "I was playing with my friends when I bumped into you." Trying to keep her brother under control, Temari said, "Hey Kankuro, leave him alone. He's just a kid. I want to play a little and show these little punks not to mess around with adults." Temari resignedly yelled at her younger brother, "I'm telling on you Kankuro, I'm not getting yelled at because of you." At that moment, a medium-sized rock struck Kankuru's hand, compelling him to let go of the Konohamaru. "Ow! That hurt!" exclaimed Kankuro, glancing in the direction where the stone had come from. With a serious tone, Sasuke exclaimed, "Pick on someone your own size." Sakura and Suko flanked him. Konohamaru and his friends were playing around in the area on their way to meet their sensei when they ran into the two shinobi. Given that the boy was the Hokage's grandson, Team 7 chose to look into the disturbance when they heard it. Kankuro said, sounding extremely irritated, "Well, why don't you come down here and let's play?" He was shocked to learn that the man in the tree had struck him. Thinking to herself, Temari thought, "He's pretty cute." Sasuke answered, "With pleasure." As Kankuro started to unfold his puppet, the puppeteer felt the point of a blade at his throat before either he or Sasuke could move further. Kankuro thought, "Shit, where the hell did he come from?" As Temari reached for her fan, Hinata, who was ready to strike her, spoke up inside her guard, saying, "I wouldn't do that if I were you, Kunoichi-san." Temari wondered, when did she get inside my guard? Everyone was shocked by how quickly Naruto and Hinata stopped the two strange shinobi in their tracks. Naruto asked in a voice that was obviously angry, "Your shinobi of the sand here has invited guests, and you dare raise your fists at native of this village?" His blood curdled to see sand shinobi take advantage of Konohamaru. Kankuro answered, "The little punk ran into me." Sabaku Kankuro Naruto inquired, "Did you know that little punk is the Hokage's grandson?" How are you aware of my name? Kankuro questioned in utter surprise. Naruto carried on the interrogation, saying, Sabaku Temari, Sabaku Kankuro, and Sabaku Gaara. You are the children of the Yondaime Kazekage. Where is your little brother Gaara? We don't know, he does whatever he wants, they both retorted, their fear palpable. Temari inquired, how do you know about us? She didn't understand how this weird kid could know anything about her and her family. Naruto remarked curtly, that's not something you should be worrying about right now. What you should be worrying about is if me and my comrades kill you right now or turn you into the authorities for attacking the Hokage's grandson. Temari exclaimed in fear, What? You can't kill us, we're the Kazekage's children. The Sand Kunoichi was completely perplexed by how fast things got out of hand. They were abusing their position of power 1 minute, and then they were just inches from death the next. Serious, Naruto shot back, like if I care. You attacked the Hokage's grandson. Everyone would have been shocked by Naruto's remarks if they had said them at any other time, but after getting to know him, they understood the kind of person he was. With a turn to Sakura, Tsuko said, obviously they don't know who they're dealing with. Sakura said, well, they're going to get a crash course in dealing with Uzumaki Naruto, nodding in response. Temari chastised her younger brother, saying, I told you to leave the kid alone, now you're gonna get us in big trouble now. Kankuro answered, I didn't know, I just wanted to have a little fun. Naruto growled, fun? Only weaklings pick on a child and call that fun, I am going to tell you this once. You raise your hand at a citizen of Konoha outside the confines of battle again and my sword won't stop at your neck, do you understand? Yeah. Kankuro answered. Next, Naruto turned to face Temari, who responded right away. Yes, I understand. After that. Good. Naruto cut Kankuro's throat with the blade. And Hinata stepped away from Temari to make room for the two sand shinobi. Right when things were starting to get interesting, Sasuke answered. With a hint of annoyance, Naruto remarked, I told you already, Sasuke, you'll have plenty of time to fight in the exam. Sasuke called his teammate, Killjoy. With a sly grin on his face, completely disregarding Naruto's wrath. Naruto yelled, I'm in a bad mood, Gaara, come out now, to nobody in particular. Gaara was standing behind some trees, not too far away from the small disturbance that was occurring. Gaara said in a monotone voice, Konoha has some strong shinobi, as he appeared between his brother and sister. Shinobi both strong and foolish enough to raise his voice at me, Gaara said. Kankuro, Temari, next time you do something like this, I'll kill you both, the insane sand killer yelled, turning to face his older brother and sister. Yeah, Gaara, we truly apologize, the two siblings uttered in utter terror. Glancing up at Sasuke, Gaara said, you're strong. What's your name? The Raven-haired Uchiha said, Uchiha Sasuke. Looking up at Naruto, Gaara said, and yours? My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Good, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. The next time we meet I will kill you both. With a dismissive tone, Sasuke answered, we'll see. With a tone of extreme confidence, Naruto exclaimed, it's good to know that we see eye to eye, Gaara, because I am itching to plunge my blade into your forehead. Temari and Kankuro were both completely stunned. Did he just threaten Gaara? Is he mad? With a huge, menacing smile on his face, Gaara said, I really will enjoy killing you, Uzumaki. Likewise, Sabaku, Naruto exclaimed, showing no signs of fear. Temari, Kankuro, let's go, exclaimed Gaara, grinning menacingly as he turned to leave. Gazing back at Naruto, Gaara's siblings questioned whether he was as dangerous as Gaara or if he was just dying to please her. From the tree, Sasuke, Tsuko, and Sakura descended to meet with Naruto and Hinata. Naruto exclaimed, that Gaara is dangerous. Yes, I do know, Sasuke replied. Should we report this incident especially since they're the enemy? Tsuko asked. No, it was just a misunderstanding, no need to cause a commotion and rouse the enemy's suspicion, Naruto said. Tsuko answered, okay, Naruto, if you say so. Hinata, you were incredible, Sakura exclaimed. I need to train harder, Sakura considered. Hinata said, it was nothing. Naruto-kun has been assisting me with my training, without blushing. Envious of her fellow kunoichi, I wish Sasuke would train with me like that, Sakura mused. Hey Hinata, Naruto, we've got to get going, we have to meet up with Kakashi-sensei in a little bit for training, Sakura said. Hinata, Sakura, and Tsuko all took a slightly different stance from Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke received a brief advice from Naruto before the two boys left. If you ever get the opportunity to fight Gaara, don't hesitate to kill him. Yes, I am aware of that, Sasuke answered before leaving Naruto. The Sandaime was studying all the information for the Chuunin exams and the impending war in his office late that evening following his run-in with the Sand siblings when he felt a familiar presence in his room. It was Naruto. With a curious tone, Sandaime questioned, "Why are you up at this hour, Naruto? Are you still scheming?" Calmly, Naruto uttered, "I never stop calculating Gigi, so I came for you to enact the second act of my plan." "What is it, Naruto-kun?" Sarutobi inquired, fully aware that whatever Naruto was planning was crucial. "I don't like Danzo. I believe that he is somehow linked to Orochimaru, and they are working together. I believe that Orochimaru wants revenge on you for snubbing him as Kage, and Danzo would use your death as the catalyst for his rise to power as Hokage. It's the perfect setup with both parties each getting what they most desire," the boy said. "I wouldn't be shocked," the Sandaime answered. Sarutobi took the serious news calmly, saying, "He's been after the title of Hokage for a very, very long time. But we still lack evidence against Danzo." "I am working on it," Naruto replied. "I've noticed how his reactions towards me, especially in the council room. Somehow he believes that I am a threat to him in some way. He is full of ill intentions." "So what do you have in mind?" the curious Hokage inquired. "I want you to allow the enemy to get a hold of our entire strategy," Sarutobi said angrily, raising his voice. "Are you mad, Naruto?" "No, I am not mad, Gigi. It is always important for your opponent to know your next step and then carefully predict their next move after that. Think of it this way, Gigi, if the enemy knows our entire strategy, then we can control him, because he has the information that we want him to have. If Danzo is really involved, then he'll pass the info to Orochimaru, and when Orochimaru gets a hold of this information, he will breathe a sigh of relief and organize his entire strategy to suit ours. Because he trusts Danzo's information, he'll neglect all precautions and attack without fear. When he does this, he'll walk his men directly into our trap." Sarutobi addressed his surrogate grandson, saying, "Naruto, you're playing a very dangerous game with some very powerful and dangerous men. I know, but this is war and there are people on our side who don't have the village's safety as their priority. If I could get rid of that bedbug named Danzo along with Orochimaru, then our lives would be so much better. And besides, it's better to deal with difficult tasks all together." "Deal with difficult tasks together? You know, Naruto-kun, your sensei has turned you into a very methodical, calculating and ruthless opponent," Sandaime said. "Yes, I know. Ruthlessness is necessary in battle, especially when you're trying to send a message. This move must be kept totally secret, known to a select few, because this is not only a trap for Orochimaru but for Danzo as well. Although it won't yield any results immediately because Danzo never gets directly involved, so nothing gets traced back to him. But, as a true loyalist to Konoha, I doubt he should have a problem aiding us against our enemies." "I love your sarcasm," Sandaime remarked. "I'll do it, and I'll let you deal with getting the information to the other commanders. I will assign an Enbu team to you in order to help you speed up the process, and they will also serve as your personal guard until further notice. I will also let you in on a little secret." "What is it, Hokage Sama?" a genuinely curious Naruto inquired. "One of Danzo's men who infiltrated the Anbu has been uprooted by one of my Anbu members. We've been observing him covertly in the hopes that he will make a mistake. But since his behavior hasn't changed," Sandaime said, "that indicates he's still not aware that we're after him." "Hokage Sama, this is great news. He will be our conduit to Danzo. Make plans for him to be as close to the document as possible without drawing unwanted attention to himself. We'll get Danzo to set the trap for our adversaries while simultaneously gathering proof against him," the boy said in a positive manner. "That seems like a strategy." Sarutobi, the leader of Konoha, wanted to protect the boy, not only as a great future prospect for the village but also as precious family that he didn't want taken away from him. "You'll have the Anbu guard from tomorrow," Sarutobi told his surrogate grandson. Naruto joked, "I am flattered that you value me so much, Gigi. You've shown that you are a great asset to this village, and when this war is done, you'll have a lot of enemies. Consider it my future planning, if you understand what I mean." The boy, fully aware of Sarutobi's covert message, said, "I understand very well, thank Hokage Sama," as he gave the village chief his counter-strategies. Naruto added, "I also have 2 more requests." "Is there more?" Sandaime inquired with curiosity. "I would like to meet secretly with our best shinobi in the respective fields, as well as the top fighters from each clan." Why do we require so many people? Curious, Sarutobi questioned. Naruto answered, I need them for my battle formations. Militant formations? Yes, and once they are complete I will forward a copy to you. I'm excited to see what you've produced. Naruto, what about your second request? With a small sheet of paper in hand, the boy gave it to the Hokage. Sarutobi was shocked to see what was on the list and exclaimed, Naruto, are you telling the truth? It will take some time to compile this, said Sandaime. I am very serious, Hokage. Sama, and no one must know about it, replied the boy. With everything here, what are you going to do? Sorry, but it is a special surprise for our honored guests. A shiver ran down the Sandaime's spine. May Kami have mercy on the enemy, if Naruto did what the Sarutobi was thinking. Later on in the evening, the team that arrived to relieve the Anbu guard team was changing over guard duty. The team leader leading the retrieving effort spoke to his colleagues. Keep your eyes peeled. This is a very sensitive document, don't be lax. Hi, uttered the Anbu squad captain who had arrived, donning a dragonfly mask. The relieved Anbu squad captain was unaware, though, that dragonfly had received a special directive from the Hokage granting permission to take the document. The traitorous Anbu who worked for Danzo was part of the specially assembled squad that relieved the other Anbu. Since Anbu rarely used the same teams, it was the ideal setup and would not arouse any suspicions. Each member of their teams was selected according to how well suited they were for the specific task at hand. When the window of opportunity opens and man's concentration starts to wane, it was 3 in the morning. The other 3 Anbu on duty appeared to be oblivious to one another's actions as they stood at their posts. But the third member was always watching for his chance to attack. He was told earlier in the day that he would be on guard duty, and he notified Danzo, his leader, and his superior right away. The men and women of Root were gathered deep beneath Konoha's earthly bosom. Lord Danzo, I've been informed that I'll be stationed on guard duty for the Konoha's strategy against the Sand and Sound. Sai said. He was the Anbu agent who was uninformed about the situation. In a cheerful voice, Danzo remarked, Good, Hiruzen has saved me the trouble of getting one of my operatives near the battle strategy. I apologize for my impudence, Danzo. Sama, but do you think it is wise for us to steal our village's most valuable information and give it to the enemy? They will know our entire battle strategy. One of the senior operatives asked his leader. Don't worry, because when things get desperate we'll come to the village's defense and save the day. It will also provide me with the opportunity to discredit the Sandaime and his leadership abilities. After all, how could any leader allow his village's most vital defense document be stolen at such a crucial time? His stupidity will be my stepping stone to success, Danzo replied to his loyal subject. Because every single one of his men would gladly give their lives for their village and always had the village's best interests at heart, he didn't mind his subordinate's impudence. Sai used this opportunity to initiate contact as the other Anbu slightly relaxed their guard. Actually, Sai has already taken a step. He was just waiting for the right moment to come along. The Sai in attendance was, in fact, a unique ink bunchen that he had made earlier in the day following his leader's orders. The real Sai was entering the room in the guise of a small black snake that looked perfect against the darkness, while the bunchen carried out its guard duty. As soon as the young Root agent entered the room, he carefully checked the scroll for any traps before unfolding the entire document. Then, mindful of the potential for using chakra heavy jutsu to alert the Anbu outside, he took the time to manually copy everything down. After finishing his work, Sai took out his drawing book and carefully put the duplicate inside. The book contained a unique storage scroll that was ready to use right away. The Root Anbu silently transformed back into his snake form and left the building toward the drop-off location when his mission was finished. How could they not know that Sai was a bunchen in their squad? Sai had no idea that the Anbu was already onto him. After all, they had a censor type ninja among them. They were merely performing their roles in the play written by a young child with a cunning mind. An Anbu member emerged from the building's earthen walls as Sai was leaving, whispering, "The bait has been taken," and touching a tiny earpiece. The Anbu commander reported to the Sandaime in the Hokage's office. "Hokage. Sama, it's over," the same person uttered firmly. Gazing into his crystal ball, Sarutobi said, "I know. I saw it all. Danzo has some talented shinobi under his command." The Anbu commander stated, "Yes, I expected nothing less from the man," as they awaited the next phase of Naruto and Shikamaru's plan to be carried out. Close to the Land of Fire's edge, at the drop point, Sai stood in the shadows close to the edge of the Land of Fire. He realized he was surrounded as he glanced left and right. "Welcome to the Land of Fire," I bring good news from my master, he said, grinning. When he finished speaking, a lone figure emerged from the shadows. It was a sand shinobi. Hand over the scroll, boy. The man yelled in a grave manner, to which Sai answered. A knife was thrust into the boy's back as he was turning over the document. His face registered shock before he vanished into ink. The sand shinobi exclaimed, "A stupid bunshin won't fool us," as he and his men vanished into the night's darkness. The Yondaime Kazekage was discussing the battle strategies for the impending Konoha invasion at his war council in the village tucked away in the sands. Kazekage. Sama, our estimated troop strength is 10,000 shinobi and approximately 3/4 are battle-ready. The phony Kazekage questioned his advisors, and what about the rations and weapons? All of the rations and weapons will ready in time for the march of the army, another advisor. Just then, a messenger from the Kazekage entered the space. Kazekage. Sama, we've just received information from our contact in Konoha. He had this scroll for you. It's safe, there were no traps woven into it, the attendant said. After accepting the scroll, the Kazekage waved the messenger off. Very good job, Kabuto. Let's see what information you have gotten from Danzo. When he opened the seal, a sizable scroll that was a storage scroll surfaced. Orochimaru was astounded to see that in front of him were 350 rounds of combat, all the brainchild of 2 children. It was an exact replica of Konoha's entire military strategy. The entire battle plan that would have destroyed Suna and Otto's armies was expertly planned by 2 children. Like their leader, the other members of Suna's war council were in complete disbelief at what they were witnessing. They were going to lead their army into certain defeat, and they could hardly believe it. Who knew that Konoha would be ready for 2 enemy villages to launch a combined assault? The names of the 3 commanders: a child named Uzumaki Naruto, the head of Konoha's T&I department, and top Jonin Hitaki Kakashia piqued their interest more. An advisor asked in amazement, who are the kids that came up with this plan? According to the messenger, it was created by a kid named Uzumaki Naruto and Nara Shikamaru, stated a different advisor as they examined the scroll. The Nara family is renowned for producing clever shinobi, but what is the identity of this young Uzumaki boy? Another advisor inquired. I'm not sure, but the Hokage gave him enough trust to assume command of the defense of the West Gate. A council member questioned, we should take advantage of this. He's young and inexperienced, he'll be easy to overcome. Kazekage. Sama, I believe that in light of this new and very vital information we have to completely rethink our strategy. A concerned council member said. I am ashamed to say that we totally underestimated the enemy. Yeah, who would have thought that Konoha would have such talent at such a young age? We should also take the time to destroy them during the fight. Another official remarked. Imagine what those 2 boys will be like when they get more battle experience, that is, when they are not even older and are already creating such intricate war plans. I agree. Team Baki will be responsible for getting rid of those 2 throughout the test. The false Kazekage declared. Konoha's future must not be allowed to blossom. Still, one of his council members expressed doubts about the information. Is the information really reliable? This could be a ruse of some kind, the advisor remarked. I don't think that the Hokage would make such a rookie error. Yes, the data is extremely trustworthy. The bedbug is a high-ranking Konoha official, after all. Such information would only be visible to a limited number of people, the Kazekage said. So, the enemy might be pulling a prank on you, the official answered. Konoha would never permit such a valuable document to be duplicated and given to the enemy. That is accurate, but as I previously stated, the insider will have access that no one else will because they are a high-ranking member of the Konoha Council. Furthermore, that specific insider is incredibly cunning. There's no doubt that this is the real deal, Orochimaru, disguising himself as the Kazekage, said. Well done, Danzo. Our preparations for Konoha are going great. Konoha wouldn't recognize their fate. You are correct. If we hadn't received this crucial information, our entire army would have perished. Our plans must be reformulated. We intend to initiate a comprehensive assault, with 5,000 troops serving as the lead force, and an additional 25,000 troops arriving shortly after to finish off the remaining enemy forces. The vanguard will next divide into 2 groups of 250 shinobi each. Since we will have more forces than they do, we will employ wave tactics so that the enemy can never take a break or rest. We'll weaken them and use the delayed force to overwhelm them. Kazekage. Sama, this is a great plan, an advisor remarked. The false Kazekage said, send this information to Orochimaru so that he could make the necessary adjustments, but he was also considering. My entire battle plan was almost derailed by 2 stinking little brats. Konoha might not be as weak as I believed. It's going to get really interesting, this. I'll watch to see how they handle the unpleasant surprise I have in store for them. You two, Nara Shikamaru and Uzumaki Naruto, are not the only ones with elaborate plans. Compared to your plans, mine have been in place for a lot longer. Naruto encountered a group of 4 Anbu the following day in the Forest of Death. 2 of the Anbu were dressed as birds, 1 as cats, 1 as tigers, and 1 as swans. I have a mission for you to work on with Hokage Sama, and from what I've heard from him, you'll be joining me in battle as well. You all are experts at assassinations and unique tactics, I know that, but I'd like a more detailed explanation of your specific areas of expertise. The boy gestured for Bird.San to start. The Anbu wearing the bird mask replied, I specialize in area restriction tactics, close combat, ninjutsu, and assassination. Close combat, ninjutsu, and sealing was then added by the Anbu wearing the tiger mask. My specialties are in tracking, trapping, scouting, taijutsu, and diversionary tactics, the cat masked Anbu continued. I specialize in genjutsu, information gathering, assassination, and kenjutsu, the Anbu wearing the swan mask finally said. Naruto was happy after hearing a brief overview of each Anbu member's area of expertise. Amazing, amazing. I got to work with some really good people thanks to Hokage Sama. When we defeat our adversaries, I'll make sure to thank him. The Anbu exchanged glances and thought the same thing. What the hell? This is the child the shinobi have been discussing, so to speak. Nevertheless, Naruto's voice startled them out of their reverie. First, Bird and Cat, I need you to deliver these to Kakashi.san and Ibiki.san immediately. I need to get all the items on this list, the boy said, turning to face Swan and Tiger. There are quite a few, so after you have completed delivering the messages, meet up with Tiger and Swan, Bird and Cat. The boy handed each of them a separate piece of paper with the rendezvous point and said, meet me here when you have gathered all the items on the list. Go now. Naruto spoke in a firm, commanding tone. The children gave the order, and they all vanished from sight. Given that, I should have been given the task of keeping an eye on the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. The Anbu wearing the cat mask said, I don't think the kid needs that much looking after with that presence. When an Anbu wearing a bird mask materialized, Kakashi was at Training Ground 7, beating his genin to prepare for the Chuunin exams. A message for Kakashi.san. As he handed Kakashi the note, the Anbu spoke in a sharp voice. Directions to a place in the Forest of Death were found when Kakashi opened the note. Kakashi stated, training is over for the day. We will meet at the same time tomorrow, as he looked up at his students. His genin only gave him a chorus of, hi, they were aware of the situation. He and the Anbu vanished from sight. As Ibiki was preparing to torment another unfortunate prisoner in his office, an Anbu wearing a cat mask materialized. What is it that you're after? Ibiki asked in a harsh voice. The Anbu just handed the man the note before taking off. What does the little brat want? Directions to a location in the Forest of Death? Ibiki considered this as he left the office. After an hour, when Kakashi and Ibiki arrived at the spot that Naruto had indicated, they saw the small boy, at least 3 times the height of the boy, sitting patiently and petting a very large black tiger with white stripes and a white-tipped tail. It was inconceivable to both Ibiki and Kakashi that such a large animal could exist in the Forest of Death. They both thought, he really said that he was the king of the Forest of Death, but the boy wasted no time in striking up a conversation, so they were left with no time to reflect further. The boy addressed the enormous tiger, saying, Black Fang, it was nice seeing you again, but I have business to attend to, so you have to go now. With a growl, the massive beast stood up from its haunches and darted swiftly into the forest, leaving Kakashi and Ibiki in disbelief at the incredible speed with which it moved. Naruto drew his fellow commanders out of their stunned states, saying, I wanted you here to tell you of the second stage of my plan. There are many wonders in this forest. Kakashi.san, Ibiki.san, but now is not the time to be in awe. Is there more? Kakashi questioned with disbelief. Yes, we're going to dish out our entire plan to the enemy. Youngster, are you serious? Ibiki, indeed. When we reveal our whole strategy, our adversaries will let down their guard and strike with confidence because they know we'll win, so they won't take many safety precautions. This will be the end for them. Naruto kept his little plot to reveal Danzo from them, but Kakashi and Ibiki were not war veterans for nothing. They were aware of the boy's ulterior intention. Naruto informed his fellow commanders, these are the countermeasures that we've developed, so you can plan accordingly. We therefore present the enemy with our battle plan and then closely watch for their next move. Well, they won't know what hit them, which is a great idea. Brilliant. Kakashi uttered. No, it's just the creative way of being resourceful. It's not Kakashi-san. It is always your goal to anticipate the enemy's next move and let them know what you will do. Always keep the battle under control, and you'll never lose, Naruto uttered. With a menacing sneer, Ibiki said, I still don't like the idea of dishing out our entire battle plan to the enemy. He then turned to face Naruto and said, You have a vicious mind, boy. I could organize a job for you in the intelligence department if you so choose. Ibiki was a man who enjoyed making use of his abilities. It's interesting. I could always collaborate with more people. Naruto answered the scarred man. I'll take you up on your offer after we annihilate our enemies. Naruto was a young boy who learned to make use of his gifts as well. And the thought of those two cooperating made Kakashi shudder. Soon afterward, Kakashi sensed the chakra signatures of Guy and several other shinobi approaching them. They were all taken aback to see Kakashi, Ibiki, and Naruto. Kakashi-san Hokage. Sama summoned us to meet here for a special top-secret meeting. Was it to meet with you? Inquired one of the shinobi to Kakashi. Naruto was pointed out by Kakashi as she said, No, it's for him. Naruto-san. Another shinobi inquired. Ibiki, Naruto, and I are the three commanders of Konoha's forces for the invasion, Kakashi replied. However, this isn't the time for 20 questions, so just do as the child says. He's quite capable. The shinobi answered. Hi, Naruto, go ahead, Kakashi uttered. I'm grateful, Kakashi-san, the boy answered. You were summoned here by Lord Hokage on my request, the boy said. As you know, we're going to be attacked by both the Sand and Sound villages, and chances are that we'll be outnumbered in battle, so we have to be very prepared for what is to come. You are here because you were all recognized as the finest in your respective fields. Since you will be in charge of the various divisions under my direction, you need to be aware of my fighting style. What can we do to help you? One of the present Hyuga asked. Let's talk about fighting tactics and troop breakdown before we get into that. Since Konoha typically uses 4-man squads, the breakdown would be as follows. 2 squads equal a section. 5 sections make up a platoon. 2 platoons constitute a company. 2 companies constitute a battalion. 2 battalions constitute a regiment. 2 regiments constitute a group. 2 groups constitute a brigade. And 2 brigades constitute an army. Recognized, the young man uttered. Everyone gave an encouraging nod. The platoons will consist of weapons specialists, ninjutsu, genjutsu and taijutsu experts, as well as platoons led by our village's most prominent clans, the boy continued. Why do these kinds of breakdowns occur? Another shinobi asked. The goal is to bring out the best in each of you. Mixed squads will make it harder for you to fight. Naruto answered, with a specialized team like this, you will complement one another's weaknesses and play to your strengths. That makes sense, so tell me about your plans, questioned Guy. The young boy said, I need one of my long-range specialists to step forward. One of the shinobi approached him at his request, saying, Yes, Commander. What is the blast radius of a standard exploding kunai used by shinobi? Approximately 8 to 10 feet, the shinobi answered. Are you prepared to stake your allies' lives on your estimation? Asking the man in a serious manner, Naruto. What? The shinobi inquired in shock. You've heard me. Are you willing to stake the lives of your comrades on your estimate? Asked Naruto in a serious tone. Yes, the shinobi replied with assurance. All right, let's test your estimate, the boy said. All of the shinobi in attendance were drawn to this, and they were curious to find out what the boy was up to. Step forward any close-range fighter who wishes to place his life in this man's hands, Naruto said. I'll put my life in this man's hand, because he's a fellow leaf ninja, a comrade. Stepped forward Guy, he won't disappoint me. Superb, said Naruto, turning to confront the other shinobi. Your comrade trusted you with his life. How far in front of your comrade would you effectively let your tags explode? The shinobi answered, roughly twice the distance, 16 to 20 feet. Then give evidence for it, Naruto answered. Hey. With his back to the other interested onlookers, the shinobi retaliated, positioning himself a good distance behind Guy as he moved into a clearing, then led his kunai with an exploding tag 16 feet in front of Guy. Guy didn't even flinch when the kunai exploded, hitting her almost precisely 16 feet in front of her. Well done. With a sigh, Naruto turned to face Konoha's stunning green beast. Guy-san, could you fight an opponent within that range and still be able to move freely? Or would you require additional space? That range is very good for close-range combat, give, or take a few feet, Guy replied. What did that mean, exactly? Queried the shinobi. The weapons experts will be an essential part of the impending fight. Our army's fate depends on how well or poorly the weapons specialists perform. It will be crucial to have accuracy and precision. You will literally be holding the lives of the fighters at close and medium range. Why? Inquired a second shinobi. Because my unit is going to be a numerically small unit and we're going to engage the larger enemy force, replied Naruto. Are you serious? That is self-destruction? Inquired a second shinobi. No, it's not suicide, and yes, I am serious. To keep the village and the civilians safe, we must use the majority of our forces. As a result, I will only use 1/10 of our troop strength to combat the enemy. You will be in a lot of trouble if the Sand deploys even half of their army of about 10,000 shinobi, Naruto. That only accounts for about 1,200 shinobi, Kakashi remarked. Kakashi concluded. Although we will have a larger numerical advantage, troop strength by itself won't be sufficient to win. In actuality, troop strength is the least crucial consideration when determining strategy in combat. Naruto answered, believe me when I say that I am going to massacre the enemy. In any case, should my forces overcome the enemy in time, I will come to your aid, said Ibiki. Naruto turned to face the shinobi after responding, very well, Ibiki. You will control the flow of the battle and the shape of the enemy's forces, therefore there is no room for error on your part, Naruto said to the shinobi. The weapons specialists will be tasked with pinning the enemy's main force back so that the close-range fighters can deal with the enemy's forces little by little. The man exclaimed, hi, with a certain level of assurance, we won't let our comrades down. After glancing at the assembly, Naruto continued speaking. Our victory depends on trusting each other to the fullest and each group performing to the best of their ability. Guy.San has the right mentality. He believes in his comrades and knows he can trust them. This is the trust that every shinobi and kunoichi must have in each other. You must unflinchingly put your lives in the hands of your fellow shinobi. Close-range fighters. You will coordinate your attacks with the ninjutsu specialists. The weapons specialist will provide the cover and you will directly engage the enemy. After each round of attack, the ninjutsu specialists will open up a path for the close-range fighters to get up close and personal with the enemy again. The genjutsu specialists will help disorient and confuse the enemy for the close-range fighters. The boy explained the exact setup, leaving the people in attendance in awe. Each shinobi's strengths were fully utilized, and their weaknesses were addressed. While the quarters fighters and ninjutsu specialists would be deep in combat, the weapons specialists would be at the rear, sniping and disrupting enemy movements and formations, and the genjutsu specialist would have ample time to prepare their techniques. Kakashi understood that the boy's explanation was a deadly trap that, if carried out correctly, would put practically any army on the defensive. One shinobi asked, what about the clan specialists? The clan specialists would be reserved for special incisive attacks at the enemy's vulnerable areas. For this, the Hyuga and Akamichi are vitally important. I will form the Hyuga into a special strike force that will strike and cripple the enemy as key points in their formations. They will be doing this will be carried special masks and will be operating under the cover smoke and vision impairing chemicals. The Akamichi will use their large bodies to plunge deep into the enemy's formation and disrupt their balance and cause as much damage as possible. The Inuzuka will help control the enemy's movements with their dynamic and flowing attacks. The Aburame and the Nara are responsible for further disrupting the enemy forces and more specifically the strongest of the enemy's fighters. Naruto concluded his explanation by saying, with this combination we will use a smaller force to subdue a much larger force. Upon completing his analysis of the battle elements, the boy left everyone in attendance in awe of how meticulously thought out the plan was. When this was coupled with the fact that they were fighting in their own territory against an opponent who, on the other hand, was not prepared for combat in such conditions, it became evident that the enemy's superior numbers meant very little in this kind of situation. Any more questions? He exclaimed to the amazed men and women in attendance. Nobody raised their voice. Good. Now we need to drill and get the routines to perfection so that the platoon leaders can issue effective commands to the subordinates. As the leaders of the platoons, your commands must be precise and clear. As one of the Hyuga fighters put it, understood, young commander. Naruto was still at the peak of his cunning after the long and exciting day. He and the Anbu team that was assigned to him were deep within the forest of death. The Anbu wearing the cat mask questioned, what are we going to do with all of this? Do you know what this can do? Naturally, Naruto answered. That's why I asked you all to collect them. The 5 of them were gathered around a big stack of boxes. Naruto handed each Anbu member a small map with written instructions, saying, now, these are for you all. Go now, Naruto commanded. Before the Anbu started working, a chorus of highs was heard, and everyone wondered what the boy had in mind. The Anbu put forth great effort over the course of the following week to fulfill their commander's request by the deadline. The evening before the Chuunin exams began. As Naruto stood atop Konoha's massive gates, he could see the dense forest that Konoha's enemies would soon be moving through. A young warrior is getting ready to take the bloody first step that all great leaders must take, a bloody first step that would shock both his enemies and comrades alike as the fog of war rolls into the village. Come hither, enemies of Konoha. Come so that I can send you all to hell, he exclaims, welcoming his foes in the distance with his arms spread wide. Not a single enemy shall get past us. It's as simple as that. Anyone who stands before us dies. Uzumaki Naruto. Starting a conflict, the Chuunin exams were officially underway. The intellectual and physical struggle was intensifying. It was time to determine which strategy would prevail in hand combat. For the first test, which was to be given by Morino Ibiki, the commander of the Wall Defense Forces and head of the division dedicated to torture and interrogation, all of the genin were gathered on floor 301. But that test was a total farcia, at least for the genin whose cage assigned them the special mission. This part of the test was directly under the supervision of the higher authorities. They had no control over the second portion of the exam, which Anko proctored, though. They were in fact in charge, but they were unable to intervene directly for fear of inciting further unrest. In a 5-day survival test, the genin teams were navigating the forest of death. Like all the other genin squads, Team 7 was moving through the forest when Sakura noticed someone was pursuing them. Kakashi focused on improving each member of Team 7's individual skills in addition to honing their group and individual combat skills. Although Sasuke possessed strong ninjutsu and taijutsu skills, his genjutsu abilities were still lacking, though they would improve as his Sharingan grew older. Tsuko had excellent taijutsu and trap making skills, but his ninjutsu and genjutsu were lacking. Sakura was taught the fundamentals of medical ninjutsu, genjutsu, and enemy sensing by Kakashi because of her exceptional chakra control. And it was her ability to detect the enemy that was emerging from the forest. The girl alerted her allies, guys, we're being followed by a lone shinobi. I can't tell his exact location, but he's tailing us for sure. Well done, Sakura, exclaimed Sasuke. At last, the girl was starting to change from being a fangirl to more of a kunoichi. At last, Sasuke was starting to show her some respect. I'll handle him, Tsuko assured everyone. Sasuke gave the order, okay Tsuko, get to work. The boy said, okay, let's set up camp in the next clearing. Alongside the pursuing hidden rain ninjas. Hey, I hit the jackpot with those rookie genin. Easy pickings and hopefully they have the scroll my team needs. He saw that the ninja were slowing down as he kept following them. They're slowing down. It looks like they're about to make camp for the evening. Perfect, I'll strike when their guard is down. I'll just monitor them for now. Rejoining Team 7. Sakura remarked, okay, he stopped, but he's still behind us. The idiot is waiting until our guard is down to strike, Sasuke said. Good, Tsuko said. Let's pretend that we're planning our strategy to get him to come within range. Rain Nin, keeping an eye on things, noticed the group of leaf genin congregating closely to strategize. Good, their guard is down now to sneak in for the kill. He noticed the loud-mouthed one glance in his direction and make a hand gesture as he got closer to his target. Tsuko muttered, Kai, Mahi Nankan, paralysis barrier. The unfortunate Rain Nin then experienced a sudden surge of electrical energy coming at him from all sides. His body stopped moving altogether, leaving him completely defenseless and immobile as it collapsed to the forest floor. The group of leaf shinobi had surrounded him in a matter of seconds. He uttered indignation, hey, you got me, I'm ashamed to be bested by a bunch of rookies. We were on to you a long time ago, you never stood a chance, Sakura said. Mahi Nankan. A very simple, yet extremely effective barrier that paralyses anything that is within it, Tsuko said. Pulling out a kunai, Sasuke said to the Rain Nin, your overconfidence will now cost you your life. The desperate ninja pleaded, no, please don't, I surrender, I don't have the scroll, don't kill me. The Uchiha stabbed the enemy ninja in the head with his kunai, instantly killing him. Surrender? There is no such thing in this forest. Regret your mistake in the afterlife, he exclaimed. They looked through the body and couldn't find a scroll. He was telling the truth, he didn't have a scroll, Sakura said. Well, at least we were able to get some extra supplies from the body. They should prove to be useful later on, Tsuko said. As the group left the clearing, Sasuke exclaimed, "Okay guys, good job, but he was a rain ninja. Let's get moving." A short distance away, a hidden grass nin gleefully observed his prey. Orochimaru taught himself, "They're an interesting bunch, but I'm only interested in the Uchiha. Time to go have a little fun." Now the snake was pursuing its victim. As Team 7 moved in the direction of the tower, Sakura sensed the presence of 3 more people. Sakura exclaimed, "Not again. Is everyone in the forest after us?" Sasuke inquired in a serious manner, "How many this time, Sakura?" "There are 3 more ninja directly behind us and they're not even trying to hide their presence. Everyone prepare for another battle. I'll take the lead. Tsuko, you cover me, and Sakura, don't lose sight of the enemy," Sasuke commanded. Sakura and Tsuko exclaimed, "Hi!" together. Orochimaru, in the meantime, was shamelessly displaying his presence to his prey by following them closely. He wanted them to experience terror and panic. He was curious to know how the pressure would affect his priceless Sharingan. As the young Uchiha descended upon him from above, Orochimaru thought, "Oh. So he has decided to take the offensive excellent." With swift movements, Sannin, the snake, evaded Sasuke's blade. "An additional individual who believes that we're easy prey," Sasuke uttered. Orochimaru exclaimed with a gleeful joy, "This prey is very confident of his ability. Oh. And I see you got Arashi Kumo from that loser Renmara as well. You've done well." "Who are you? And are you sure that we're the ones who are being hunted?" Sasuke retorted. "Oh yes, you most definitely are the hunted. The prey never knows that it's in danger until it's too late," Orochimaru said. As Sasuke lunged toward the eerie grass ninja, he replied, "We'll see then." Orochimaru yelled as he rushed forward toward the young Uchiha, "Come, let's play." The two engaged in a furious kenjutsu duel, with Orochimaru using his superhuman flexibility to parry and block every blow and swipe of Sasuke's blade. Sasuke defended himself by saying that although he was by no means a skilled swordsman, his Sharingan's predictive ability more than made up for his lack of sword skill. Nevertheless, there was no progress because his Sharingan was deactivated. Orochimaru said, separating from each other for a little while, "Not too bad, but you haven't revealed those lovely eyes to me yet." "These eyes are reserved for deserving opponents only," Sasuke declared with assurance. With a sudden outburst of killing intent directed at the young Uchiha, Orochimaru exclaimed, "Oh really? Then I'll show you why I am an opponent worthy of the Sharingan." Sasuke collapsed to his knees, immobilized by the images of death that consumed his thoughts. But Sakura and Tsuko were in no better shape than he was. How can a genin produce all that killing intent? He's no ordinary shinobi, I must warn the others. He yelled into the forest, "Tsuko, Sakura, run. We cannot beat this enemy," but there was no response. Orochimaru mocked as he approached his young prey, saying, "Kukuku, your comrades are too paralyzed with fear themselves to help you. So much for Konoha's much vaunted teamwork. I am disappointed in you, the younger brother of Itachi." Sasuke's Tom's Sharingan flared to life at the mention of Itachi's name, setting his blood on fire. Orochimaru exclaimed, "Oh, 2 tomes? You've developed your Sharingan this much already? I'm impressed." He stood defiantly at the grass ninja, and fear gave way to uncontrollable rage. Sasuke demanded, "Who are you, and how do you know Itachi?" "It's going to be difficult to extract the information from me," Orochimaru informed the youth. Sasuke said, "So be it," while he intertwined the Uchiha signature jutsu hand signs. Sasuke yelled, "Kaden! Gokakyu no Jutsu!" and hurled a sizable fireball towards the unidentified grass ninja. Gazing upon the advancing ball of fire, Orochimaru composedly made his own hand gestures. The snake Sannin exclaimed, "Doden! Doryuheki!" as he erupted mud from his mouth to create a substantial wall of earth that shielded him from the fire. Still, he was completely taken aback when the boy appeared to the left of his earthly defense. Sannin, the snake, fixed his gaze on the stunning Sharingan. "Kaden! Karyu Enden!" Sasuke exclaimed, hurling a fiery dragon at the grass ninja that had become engulfed in the roaring fire. Sighing heavily, Sasuke hoped he had captured the foolish grass ninja, but as his fury subsided, he hoped he hadn't killed the man because that would have been pointless. Sasuke heard someone behind him exclaim, "Excellent, excellent, worthy of the Uchiha name." The boy whirled around, only to be hurled into the trunk of a big forest tree. When the fire subsided and a burned body was exposed, the grass ninja remained unharmed. Sasuke exclaimed, "Replacement technique, but how did I not see it?" To which the grass ninja replied with a tone of great amusement, "What made you think you were fighting the real me to begin with?" Orochimaru remarked, "But it appears that your teammates have overcome their fear," as smoke bombs started to fall nearby. When the smoke settled, Sasuke and his group had vanished. And the search went on. Neji, Rock Lee, and Tenten set up a temporary camp in the interim to evaluate their circumstances. After entering the forest a few hours ago, they discovered evidence of the enemy targets. Rather, what they discovered were a few foolish individuals who had crossed their limits. They weren't particularly noteworthy. All right, now that a few hours have passed and there's still no sign of the auto genin, we should divide up and continue our search of the area. For what duration do we look for Neji? Tenten inquired. The Hyuga prodigy stuck a kunai into the ground and said, "We'll be back here in an hour." Congrats. If I'm not back here in an hour, I'll use my hands to complete 30 laps around Konoha. With his customary exuberance, Lee said. Tenten gave a deadpan, right, to her goofy teammate. In any case, return here in an hour. Once the enemy is located, do not confront them. Just take note of where they are and inform the others. Tenten and Lee uttered, "Hi," simultaneously. While this was going on, the other Konoha genin searched in vain for the Auto Shinobi, but they were all able to obtain the last scroll they required. Team Asuma took advantage of a fatigued team, making it easy pickings for Shikamaru. Team Guy easily defeated any teams that stood in their way. And Team Kurenai used Shino's bugs and Hinata's taijutsu to easily disable their opponents. While Team 7 was escaping their assailant, they were attempting to decipher how a powerful genin could have made it into the exams. How a genin could generate such intense desire to kill is beyond me. It reminds me of when Kakashi Sensei starts to get serious with us, Tsuko said. Yes, we were all completely immobile. When we arrive at the tower, we must without a doubt inform our sensei about this. Sakura sensed a powerful, supernatural wind approaching them as she was finishing her sentence. It was a jutsu. Sakura yelled, "Everyone take cover," but it was a bit too late as they crashed into the surrounding trees, whereupon the grass ninja appeared. The enigmatic grass nin harassed them as they were gathering their courage. "If you make it to the tower, you can report it to your superiors," the enigmatic grass ninja said with a menacing smile. "What? You were toying with us all this time? Who are you? You're no genin?" Sasuke asked. The grass ninja said, "Of course not," as he started to remove the flesh from his face in an appalling manner. "I am Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, and I've come to make a proposition to you, Sasuke." "What?" the boy asked, his eyes wide. "I can make you strong enough to defeat Itachi. I can give you power." Tsuko yelled at his comrade, "Don't listen to him, Sasuke. He's our village's biggest traitor." Sakura sobbed, "Don't listen to him." To the great relief of his allies, Sasuke replied, "Sorry, but I don't make deals with traitors." Sasuke instantly imitated Orochimaru's hand signs. "Oh really, you can't refuse me, boy. I am feeling generous, so I'll give you a few jutsu just to whet your appetite." Orochimaru and Sasuke uttered the words, "Kaden Goenkyu no Jutsu," as two enormous, blazing balls of fire fought for supremacy and then burst into a massive explosion that shook the entire forest. Orochimaru had to avoid Tsuko's hail of kunai as the flames subsided, but it was a simple enough task for the incredibly skilled shinobi. When Orochimaru bit his thumb and completed the necessary seals, a big snake materialized. He told the snake that lunged at Sasuke's allies, "Go deal with those two brats. I want to take my time with the Uchiha." Sakura and Tsuko had to move quickly to get away from the snake. "All right, now that those two are taken care of, let's get started," but before Orochimaru could say anything more, he had to avoid a blade that was aimed at his neck. The deadly blade missed the Habi Sannin, who managed to dodge it by twisting his body at an almost impossible angle. He made a series of hand gestures as he sidestepped the attack. "Raiden! Habasha!" he exclaimed, extending his hands to the youthful Uchiha who had already imitated the move and was retaliating with his own. Orochimaru called to the young man in front of him, "Excellent. You have both lightning and fire elemental affinities. Although I don't know too much lightning jutsu, I can give you another. Come, Sasuke." With his two-tone Sharingan blazing with fury, Sasuke did just that. Between Sasuke and Orochimaru, a fierce battle was in progress. When Sasuke gave it his all in battle, Orochimaru simply played with him, wearing him down bit by bit until he could use his seal. With the boy's amazing ability to predict future events through his eyes, the Habi Sannin was thoroughly enjoying their spar. When combined with Sasuke's skill, the boy would make the ideal vessel. The Habi Sannin started to weave another jutsu, thinking, One more jutsu for him, then it's time for the games to end. Kaden. Hienden, Orochimaru exclaimed, releasing a more potent but shorter form of the Gokakyu no Jutsu. Sasuke executed the jutsu precisely as predicted, but the chakra cost him everything he had while attempting to defend himself. Orochimaru struck as Sasuke's Sharingan deactivated. The man said, "Playtime's over Sasuke." As he reached an abnormal length and bit the boy's neck, causing the boy to scream violently. With Tsuko and Sakura in the interim, the summoned snake was determined to make the two of them its meal, and they were having difficulty with it. The two Konoha ninja were playing a deadly game of cat and mouse, and they were having a hard time avoiding the large, surprisingly fast serpent. The two managed to get some breathing room from the massive snake after yet another near miss. Tsuko asked his teammate, "Hey Sakura, you alright?" "Yeah, but we can't keep evading forever. I know that's why I came up with a plan, but I need you distracted long enough for me to set up my trap." Sakura answered, "Okay, but don't take long, I don't want to turn into snake food." Tsuko exclaimed with assurance, "I know, don't worry, I'll get it for sure." As she bounded into view and attacked the snake, drawing its attention to her in the process, the girl exclaimed, "Okay, here goes nothing." Tsuko took his time setting up his trap while the girl guided the snake away from her teammate. Sakura had spent the longest 5 minutes of her life dodging and ducking to avoid becoming the meal for a large reptile. She soon heard Tsuko calling from the top of the tree. The boy yelled, "Bring him over here, come straight up." The girl yelled, "Okay," as she hurried up the big tree and fled for her life. He set up his trap as she passed her teammate. It was a double-bound ninja wire network that he had packed with explosive tags. The beast was stopped in its tracks and its entire body was bound by the trap. "Gotcha!" exclaimed Tsuko with assurance. The boy exclaimed, Bye, snake bastard," just before he made the hand gesture required to set off his trap. When he did, the entire snake was blasted to bits. Their triumph was fleeting, though, as Sasuke's scream terrified them to no end. Together, Sakura and Tsuko exclaimed, "Sasuke," and hurried over to support their teammate. As they got there, they witnessed the horrifying scene of the Orochimaru's long neck pulling away from their friend's shoulder. Orochimaru pulled out his earth scroll and said, grinning wickedly, "Here, take this scroll as a token along with the 3 jutsu I gave you. Survive Sasuke, survive and come to me, for I have much to teach you." "Traitor, he'll never come to you," Tsuko uttered. As he vanished into the earth, the traitor exclaimed, "You've got potential, boy. I thought that my snake would have made quick work of you and the little censor girl. Sasuke seeks power. Just like me, he'll come, and he'll come soon. Sakura, we've got to get out of here before it gets any darker. It's going to be a long night." Sakura answered, "Yes, it will be." Team 7's night fell swiftly, and they alternated in tending to their fallen comrade. The area around Tsuko was rife with traps. They would undoubtedly be aware of any attempts to approach. Daybreak came quickly, setting off Tsuko's intruder alarms. "Sakura, we have visitors." "Yes," the girl replied as she and her companion went outside to confront the trespassers. That group of 3 sound shinobi. Dosu exclaimed, "Zaku, Kin, we've finally found them." Tsuko remarked, "He seems to know us." Sakura answered, "Yeah, they're Orochimaru's lackeys." Tsuko remarked, "Well, let's get rid of them as planned." Dosu uttered, "Get rid of us? You really don't know who you're dealing with." Kin said, "I'll take the pink-haired banshee." Zaku added, "And I'll take the loud-mouthed one." Dosu gave the order, "Go, I'll kill the Uchiha when you're both done." Zaku and his teammate ran at the 2 leaf nin, saying, "Let's go, Kin." But as they got closer to the 2 shinobi, Tsuko smiled. Dosu exclaimed, "Shit, Zaku. Kin, move, it's a trap." His alert coincided with the trap's detonation, which caused a massive explosion that split the 2 auto shinobi apart. "Good, let's go, Sakura." The girl answered with a hi, as they faced off against their individual opponents. The Konoha genin surprised Zaku and Kin by being so skilled. Dosu thought to himself as his teammates battled to gain the upper hand against the 2 Konoha nin, "I thought they were supposed to be weak." Dosu thought to himself as he dashed through the opening created by the 4 fighters, "I'll use this time to get at the Uchiha while they're distracted just in case Zaku and Kin failed to take them out." Seals appeared all around the entrance as he was about to enter the area where the Uchiha was sleeping. It was the paralysis seals of Tsuko. The 2 Konoha nin were able to attack and deal multiple blows to the prone leader of the Auto Genin because Zaku and Kin were sidetracked by their teammates' agonizing cry. Once more, Tsuko and Sakura stood between their adversaries and their fallen comrade. With a confident tone, Tsuko questioned, "You really thought that we'd leave our helpless teammate defenseless? Stupid leaf ninja. We underestimated you, but not again," Dosu growled. However, a hail of kunai attacked the team before they could attack, forcing them to retreat. It was Guy's team. Neji exclaimed, "We've finally located the cunning little auto rats," in a chilly tone. "Shit, we're outnumbered almost 2-to-1 now. We should retreat," Kin said. "We could take them," Zaku said. "Leaf ninja are weak," he asserted. "Only you would think after that the previous exchange," Dosu replied. "We're leaving." But just as they were ready to move, they discovered they were immobile. "Kagemane no jutsu success," exclaimed Shikamaru. "Shit, where did all the Konoha ninja come from?" Zaku said. Now that his team was completely surrounded, his attitude had completely changed. "We were all looking for you. You see, we need you dead and failure is not an option," Shikamaru said. Shikamaru felt a dark, menacing chakra as he concluded his speech, and so did everyone else. See, it was Sasuke, and he was furious. His rage grew even more when he saw the three sound shinobi. He growled, "More meddling auto shinobi." With a tone of boredom, Shikamaru remarked, "I think some people are in a lot of trouble." But the question that was on everyone's minds was the same as his own. What evil chakra was Sasuke emitting? As he released his jutsu, Shikamaru exclaimed, "Oye Sasuke, I know you're pissed, but don't kill them just yet, we need to get information out of them." Sakura had to throw herself on top of Sasuke in order for him to stop beating the three shinobi senselessly. Having eliminated the three sound nin, Ino used a Yamanaka mind reading method her father had taught her to extract the information from them. "Ino, start with the mummy-looking one first. He seems to be the leader of the group," Shikamaru said. The blonde girl with the hair said, "Okay Shika," and began to weave some hand signs that read, "Netu Hoku. Mind walk. No jutsu." She then put her hands on the Dosu's head, filtering out as much information as she could. Upon completing the jutsu, she shared some serious news with the group. Orochimaru is after Sasuke and he entered his team to test Sasuke to see how strong he is. They don't seem to know much about the details of the invasion, the girl reported. Shikamaru thought to himself, no wonder Sasuke was emitting that strong evil chakra. Sakura clarified, "Yes, Orochimaru did something to him during the battle." Neji spoke in a firm voice, "Let's get rid of these three and get out of here before more rats show up." That was a statement that was agreed upon by all. The Hokage would not be pleased with the news, and there was much to report. Preliminary matches were held to narrow down the field of competitors for the finals, which ultimately consisted of 8. Sasuke vs Gaara, Temari vs Hinata, Shino vs Kankuro, and Neji vs Tsuko. All of the winning teams arrived at the tower before the 5-day limit. They were informed that they had a month to get ready for the championship round. Mayushi and Naruto arrived in the forest for the next phase of his training approximately 2 days following the Forest of Death section of the test. "You are ready to begin the next stage of your training. You are going to learn about the Q, Dai, Ken. Remember I told you that the Q, Dai, Ken were discovered and perfected by the great sages of old?" Naruto answered, "Yes, I do remember. Well, the use of the Q, Dai, Ken involves the creating a bond with the universe, a bond between the spiritual and the physical realms. Then you will use this bond to manifest the different levels of power in the universe." The boy asked in genuine disbelief, "Old man, are you senile? I could call the doctor for you." Naruto received a very forceful blow to the head for that. "You have the same mentality of all the other idiots who have lost their connection to the universe," Mayushi scolded. "You only believe in the things that your 5 senses can comprehend and your mind can conceive. Anything else is considered far-fetched, unreal, and not true. In this act, you and everyone else have cut yourself off from your connection to the universe, thus you can never find happiness or peace." The boy answered honestly, "But sensei, this is a little too much to understand." "It's only difficult to understand because your mind, just like most other people's minds, is not open at all. But if you open your mind to it, a whole new way of life and thinking would be open up to you." With a gentle voice, Naruto said, "I'll try, old man." "Good. Now the human body, despite the fact that we use it every day until death, is full of profound mysteries, and in comparison the mysteries of spirit are far beyond our imagination. The Q, Dai, Ken is a mere glimpse into the mysteries of the human body and spirit. In order to fully understand and utilize the Q, Dai, Ken, you must give up the notion that the physical body is not spiritual and the spirit is not physical. Looking at his hands, Naruto tried to figure out what it was about them or about trees that was so spiritual. They did have life, but was it spiritual? But sensei, I can feel life in my hands and body even in the surrounding area, but nothing physical? We use physical, mental and spiritual to simply describe the different aspects of our nature. However, these aspects exist at the same place and same time within you, within all of us. They are all at the same frequency scale, just at different rates of vibration. With complete confusion, the boy asked, frequency scales, vibrations? Don't worry, boy, you're not ready for that stage of your training as yet. All you should know is that everything is connected and that everything that can be physically manifested must first and can only come from the manifested. In other words, anything you do in the spiritual plane will be manifested in the physical plane whether you would like it to or not. Are you saying that I am responsible for everything that happens to me? The boy said. Naruto yelled at his master, you're saying that I chose to have the Kyuubi sealed in me? Are you saying that I chose a life of living hell? I was just a helpless child. I didn't ask to be born or to hold the fox in me. I accepted my fate a long time ago and now you're telling me that I created it all. I am hated for something totally out my control and I've finally begun to see my way a little bit. All my life has been a struggle for survival, of wanting love and friendship. The boy questioned in exasperation, how could I have created all of this? Mayushi bore the young boy's outburst with calmness. For anyone, much less a small child, to acknowledge that they were accountable for the life they led was difficult. To become a master of Ken, however, you must first take ownership of your life. Mayushi made a remark that completely stopped the boy in his tracks. Who said that only made choices when you were born or are old enough? What? The perplexed boy questioned. He no longer felt angry at all. Everything in this world came from nothing, that is a fact. Therefore, something had to be there before, or in other words, there had to be a creator. If you created your life as it is now, then you had to exist before you came to be here. We are all children of Kami. We came from the infinite bosom of the universe. Naruto said, his anger completely gone and his eyes full of curiosity. You're confusing me, old man. You're infinite. I am infinite. Yes. That is the secret that many have missed for generations. They've confined their infinite selves in a finite world. And when you see yourself as infinite, you will finally understand why a true warrior is not afraid of death, and that there is no place that your sword cannot reach. The Ken surpasses the limits of our limited consciousness, and it all begins with the show. Ken, our source of power. The remaining days of the month leading up to the test were devoted to Naruto's training in using his secret ability. After a month, all 8 of the finalists were ready to represent their villages. The Leaf and Sand villages received half of the 8 competitors. The Sand trio survived the Forest of Death without any injuries, but Rock Lee nearly brought their best friend Gaara to tears. The battle nearly left Konoha, the little green beast, crippled. Tsuko and Hinata, the dead last of the academy and the heiress of one of the most prominent clans in Konoha, were the final surprise packages, though. However, if one was truly close to the 2 young shinobi, their advancement would come as no surprise. One thing brought them all together, and that was Naruto. Even though they had different motivations, he served as their inspiration and motivator to get stronger. Being the clan leader, Hyuga Hiyashi was a proud man who couldn't ask for more. The fact that 2 Hyuga advanced to the finals was proof of the Hyuga clan's strength in and of itself. His nephew and daughter both made it to the finals, which gave him even more pride. Nonetheless, a large number of the lord and dignitaries attended the finals in order to witness the final Uchiha. In front of the proctor for the finals were the 8 competitors. The rules for the finals are simple. You die, you lose. You give up, you lose. I stop the match and say you lose, you lose. Do you understand? The majority of genin said, yes. The other genin left the 2 girls facing each other and said, good. Now for the first match, Sabaku Temari and Hyuga Hinata, please step forward and everyone else head back to the balcony. The false Kazekage exclaimed, how interesting, my eldest daughter versus the heiress of the prestigious Hyuga clan. Yes, it is very interesting, the Sandame said. The Hyuga girl has no chance. My daughter is excellent at long-range fighting, which is the direct opposite of the Hyuga, who needs to get close to her opponent to be effective. An easy victory for the Sand, declared the Kazekage. An easy victory indeed. I don't think so, Kazekage. Dono, the Hyuga are one of the most prestigious clans of Konoha. Also, she is the heiress of the clan and must set a great example for her clan and the people of Konoha. So don't underestimate someone who has something precious to fight for. The Sandame retorted, We the shinobi of Konoha will fight to the very last for our village. That is our will of fire, and before this war is over you will be burnt to ashes by it. Within the arena, still in pain from the Hyuga princesses one. Up, Temari exclaimed. Your boyfriend shouldn't be mad when I rip you to shreds, so we're inside the confines of battle. Too bad you're still too slow to recognize the situation you got yourself into. You're never going to defeat me, Hinata said with confidence. This is going to be very interesting, Kurenai, Asuma said. Kurenai grinned smugly, something Asuma noticed, and she replied, yes, it's going to be very interesting. Sabaku Temari versus Hyuga Hinata begin. Temari quickly put distance between herself and the young Hyuga who was pursuing her as soon as the examiner said those words. As soon as Hinata saw the Sand Princess, she exclaimed, you're not getting away from me that easily. With complete surprise, Ino asked, how did Hinata get so fast? Sakura said, she mentioned that she's been training with Naruto. Wow, Ino said, now I am glad that I didn't meet her in battle. Yeah, but we're being left behind. In the life of shinobi and of love, I envy her, Sakura said. Sakura's declaration left Ino speechless, as did all the other genin in the vicinity. Temari was struggling to keep up with the Hinata in the meantime. Her speed was no fluke. I may be a long-range specialist, but I'm good up close as well, Temari boasted. However, Hinata remained silent while she persisted in her attacks on the progressively irate Sand Nin. Temari managed to gain a small advantage over her opponent by releasing a gust of wind that pushed her opponent away, but all she saw was log. Temari thought as the young Hyuga girl came into view, Kawarimi, smart girl, but she's lost the advantage now. This match is over, Hyuga, you have no chance. As Hinata pulled out some kunai and lunged toward Temari once more, she remained silent. Dumbfounded, Temari smiled. Ninpo, Kamaitachi no Jutsu, the girl exclaimed, unleashing a powerful gust of slashing wind toward the approaching Hyuga. But when the jutsu came to an end, Hinata was once more nowhere to be seen. A kunai with a smoke bomb attached fell next to Temari as she searched for the girl. Kurenai thought in shock, her reaction time has increased. She moved out of the way of that large jutsu before her opponent launched it. The Sand Kunoichi exclaimed, shit, as she shielded herself from the smoke, but it was too late because she started to experience a number of pins and needles all over her body. She dispelled the smoke as she reflexively swung her fan in the direction of her undefeated adversary. Konkaru, witnessing his sister engage in combat, exclaimed, Temari is in trouble. I never thought that a close-range specialist would have given Temari so much trouble. Gaara remained silent. Smart, Hinata used Kawarimi to dodge the attack and used the smoke bomb to blind her opponent, yet not affect her own vision. She played to her strengths and her opponent's weaknesses. You taught her well, Kurenai, Asuma said. It wasn't all my doing, Asuma. Naruto had a big part to play as well, but she's going to shock everyone in a few minutes. How? Asuma inquired. Wait and you'll see. In the interim, Temari was furious, really furious. You bitch, I am going to get you for that. The opponent launched a tirade at Hinata, but the Hyuga girl chose to respond by launching kunai after kunai at the Sand Nin. Temari stopped every attack with ease. Is that all you got? Let me see you Kawarimi your way out of this attack, bitch. Ninpo. Die. Kamaitachi no Jutsu. Exclaimed the furious Sand Nin as she unleashed an even more lethal form of her jutsu on the Hyuga girl, who made a valiant attempt to dodge but was utterly destroyed by the move. Ha ha ha, I win. I told you that you were no match for me, Temari said. The proctor declared Hyuga Hinata the winner. Temari exclaimed, What is the meaning of this? As the proctor approached her, put his hands on her, and pushed part of his chakra into her firmly, breaking the genjutsu. Damn, what did that Hyuga girl do? Some of the Sand Kunoichi's tenketsus are still closed. Hanabi asked her father, who was merely staring on in amazement along with everyone else in the stadium, Dad, I didn't know that we used genjutsu. Temari questioned, Genjutsu? But when? From behind the shocked Kunoichi, Hinata questioned, I am sure you felt a few prickling sensations in the smoke cloud? Temari exclaimed, shocked, what? Hyuga are supposed to be good at taijutsu only, not genjutsu. As she turned to leave, Hinata remarked, what you know of the Hyuga is the past, and the past is not the present. Then, turning slightly to face her opponent one last time, she exclaimed, oh, and Temari.san. No one is better at taijutsu than the Hyuga. Hiyashi looked like he was actually smiling. Astonished, Asuma exclaimed, casting genjutsu using taijutsu. Yes, The Hyuga have the ability to regulate their opponent's chakra by manipulating the tenketsus. Genjutsu operates by invading the mind of the host with chakra. Hinata came up with a way to put a person in a genjutsu using their own chakra by controlling the flow of chakra to the opponent's brain by manipulating their tenketsus. Since Kiba was the test subject, a shiver went down his spine as Kurenai explained to her fellow Jonin. I used the genjutsu on Kiba, and Hinata used her Byakugan to see how the chakra flowed through him. She then learned how to control the tenketsus to imitate the genjutsu. She will overtake me in a few years as Konoha's genjutsu mistress, Kurenai proudly declared. She's elevated the Jukin to an entirely new plane, a deserving heir, Hiyashi proudly told himself. As Hinata made her way back up to the stands, the stadium first erupted in loud cheers, followed by whispers. She didn't let it bother her, even though it was a wonderful feeling to be praised this time around rather than laughed at. See, I told you to never underestimate the Leaf's shinobi, the silly looking Sandame said to the Kazekage. All the Kazekage could say was, good victory for now. The Sarutobi said, why thank you, there's more where that came from. He called out after the medic Nin led the still stunned Temari out of the arena. The proctor said, Aburame Shino and Sabaku Konkaru, please come down now. As soon as Konkaru heard the news, he gave the match up to the Aburame because their bugs had sensed a lot of anxiety in his opponent. Shino thought, so this is going to start. Sabaku Konkaru forfeits, winner Aburame Shino. Next battle. Satsuko Tumagashi vs Hyuga Neji. There is no way Suko can defeat Neji, 10-10 declared with assurance. Neji isn't going to rough him up too badly though. Don't underestimate Sukoshin. He's strong, Sakura shot back at her fellow genin. Soon after, the two youthful genin engaged in combat with one another. Neji told his friend, you know that you cannot win Suko, you should forfeit the match right now and avoid embarrassment. Neji didn't want to waste energy on a coward like Suko because he wanted to save it for the impending battle. Nobody anticipated Suko to perform as well as he did when he made it all the way to the finals, so everyone was taken aback. Very few people were aware of Suko's struggles to get this far, and he had no intention of giving up now. Suko firmly declared, don't underestimate me, Neji, I'm not the weakling that everyone knew. Neji said, okay, then I'll make you defeat quick and painless, as he launched his assault on Suko. Two armies were en route to Konoha in the meantime. A short distance from Konoha at the designated meeting spot, the sizable army from the village concealed in the sand stood ready to receive orders. The army's commander. General was a highly experienced individual who fought in both the First and Second Great Shinobi Wars. The council met and decided unanimously to name him the army's commander-in-chief. Among other ninjas, Kazumi Takashige was a highly esteemed ninja. Takashige couldn't shake the uneasy feeling he was starting to feel as he led the Sands forces into battle. It was an instinct that had numerous times in the past saved both his and his men's lives. Everything about it felt suspicious, almost like a trap. When he expressed his emotions to the council, they reassured him that the material was highly reliable. However, Takashige never trusted information from the enemy because it was too shady, especially considering that they encountered no opposition when entering a foreign country. The scouting party leader reported to his commander, Commander, the scouts report that there's a force directly along our path. Our sensors are unable to get a clear number of the enemy force because their ability is being clouded by the Aburame's bugs. Takashige exclaimed, the Aburame bug jamming technique proves that the commander is smart. He gave the order, try and get a visual estimate. The man uttered, Hi Commander, and then vanished. Maybe they know of the attack and are conserving their forces to defend the village. It would make sense to concentrate on defense against two armies coming from both sides, replied Shinoji. Yes, it makes sense to do so, and we must assume that they know of our planned assault. There can be no way that two large armies should be able to enter into powerful countries such as the Land of Fire without any resistance. This is the telltale sign of a trap. But sir, we outnumber the enemy at least 5-1, plus the Leaf Shinobi will be occupied with the Sound Shinobi as well. That may be true, but numbers alone don't assure victory. The Konoha ninja have many advantages, including the fact that they're fighting on their home turf. You must also remember that they pulled off an unlikely victory against Yua in the last war. This battle is far from easy, the war veteran said. Sir, they only won the last war because of the Yellow Flash, and he's dead now. Plus, the report said that a young boy is leading the army that we're going to face. Yes, I am aware of this, and it is concerning as well. Why would the Hokage assign someone so young to such a challenging task? Either the Hokage is incredibly mentally demented, or that young man, Uzumaki Naruto, is incredibly gifted. The youngster is very gifted, in my opinion, as it would take the approval of the division commanders, Jonin, and Shinobi Council to make such an appointment. Given that he's been able to conceal from us the actual strength of his troops, it's obvious that the kid is no pushover. According to the reports, we have a 5.to.1 advantage, but we can't be certain because of our current intel shortage. We must therefore proceed cautiously in order to give them time to devise efficient countermeasures. So, it is to be concluded that the boy is extremely talented and not to be underestimated, Takashi said. As Shinoji truly took in the information from his commander, he too started to feel uneasy about the whole thing. Shinoji had no reply, and it was confirmation of why the Sand Council had made him the commander of their forces. Faces started to emerge from the trees surrounding the Sand Army as they gathered strength. It was the cat. Masked Anbu, one of Naruto's personal guards. The commander needs to be aware that about 6,000 Sand Shinobi are en route to Konoha. As he disappeared back into the trees, the Anbu thought. In front of Konoha's east gate, in the forest. Soon after the scout report on the enemy arrived, Hitaki Kakashi waited with his army, ready to fight their enemy. Leader. The enemy, which is expected to number about 4,000 shinobi, has arrived. They have paused just beyond the detection barrier of our village. The enemy has accepted the bait, and the plan is starting to take shape. Everyone, get ready for combat. Trap teams on wheels are ready to go. We will not show mercy to the enemy. With a serious tone, Kakashi spoke. A cacophony of highs reverberated among the 4,000 leaf ninjas. Deep within the land of fire, meanwhile, the Oto army had also set up shop, ready to launch their triumphant attack on the Leaf Village. Orochimaru's prized warrior, Kimimaro, led the relatively small force of 4,000 shinobi. The young bone wielder was to be the Snake Sannin's next vessel, but the child had a rare and terminal disease that rendered him unfit for a body transfer. Nonetheless, Kabuto managed to extend the young ninja's life by a minimum of 5 years, an accomplishment that greatly pleased Orochimaru, who was grateful for the young Kaguya's prolonged services. Oto commander received a report from one of the shinobi scouts who had returned, saying, Kimimaro Sama, the Konoha army is along our path, approximately 1 kilometer out. It appears that Hitaki Kakashi is in charge of them. Well done. The front line will be made up of close and mid-range fighters, with summoning teams in the back and long-range fighters in the rear. Make sure that every front line worker has the medication that Kabuto provided for them. Kimimaro gave the order. Yes, sir. As he leapt to deliver the news to his fellow shinobi, the messenger exclaimed. The commander of the Sound Army declared, Orochimaru Sama, I will lead your forces to victory. With Ibiki leading the wall defense team, the scarred Jonin witnessed the agitation of the forest animals as well as the trails of dust and leaves left by the extensive troop movement. They've come to a stop beyond the safety net. They're walking straight into our trap, so the kid's plan appears to have worked, Ibiki uttered. These young people are real. Who would have guessed? The battered interrogator pondered. Everyone, get ready for combat. Ibiki gave the order, follow the directions precisely. Everything has been meticulously planned out. The teams reported, High Commander, the elite Jonin was completely taken aback when Naruto's sensei materialized in front of them, holding an umbrella and whistling. Ibiki didn't exhibit any visible signs of shock, but all he could think was, how the hell did he suddenly appear? Apologies, but that's a trade secret, kid, the elderly man told the young person. How could you have known my thoughts? Ibiki inquired. It was the most obvious question to ask. After all, I did just appear right next to you, Mayushi replied. Ibiki was unable to disagree. Why the big umbrella? For you, old man, too much sun? Ibiki asked after the big umbrella the elderly man was carrying. With a startled expression on his face, Mayushi addressed the man. Didn't you hear? It's going to pour rain a lot today. A truly awful one, the report claims. It's the middle of summer and the air is dry and the office didn't say anything about rain. Mayushi firmly stated, well, the forecast is wrong. It's definitely going to rain today. Ibiki responded, if you say so, that's the least of our current problems. The enemy is right outside our door. Mayushi remarked, yes, but the enemy came in 2 armies not 3. The plan worked. Yes, it did. The plan was risky but ingenious, Ibiki said. Mayushi warned, there is no such thing as a risk-free warfare, child. Ibiki shot back, but there is such a thing as a bad risk. Don't pass judgment too quickly because good and bad are relative concepts. I'll be back soon, kid. I have some business to attend to. It's going to start soon, the mysterious elderly man uttered before vanishing from sight once more. On the other hand, in the arena Neji was finding it very hard to deal with Tsuko. The Hyuga was shocked at how well Tsuko was able to learn the Hyuga fighting style. The dead last avoided close quarters and used a series of cunning traps to further impede the Hyuga genius. On paper, the match appeared to be a straightforward victory for the Hyuga genius, but the fight was intense and he ended up with much more than he had anticipated. In different parts of the village, within the basements of houses that the wealthy supporters of Orochimaru had purchased in Konoha a few years prior, special teams of shinobi, disguised as civilians, but actually sleeper agents planted by Orochimaru specifically for this occasion, awaited the signal from their master to begin their plans, which included using special seals made by the Snake Sannin himself to call forth Orochimaru's snakes within the village. "Is everyone ready?" said the unidentified shinobi. Another said, "Yes, we're just waiting on our lord's signal." Well done, years of anticipation, all for this one moment. There is no such thing as failure. The people on the summoning team said, "Hi." Re-entering the arena. This damned kid refused to lose to the Hyuga and was putting up a really good fight, the Kazekage said, adding, "I will get my vessel sooner or later." I received the signal that both armies were in place for the assault and his summoning teams were ready as well. All the pieces were in place and he was waiting to see how his vessel developed over the past month. With a signal from the false Kazekage, Kabuto unleashed a powerful sleep jutsu to begin the attack. Everywhere in the stadium, civilians were nodding off, and the other sound ninjas signaled the summoning teams to get to work. "All clear. Now let's prepare," exclaimed one of the leaders. "Hey," and Orochimaru's various special teams started to form up. Nevertheless, they heard a knock at one of the locations. "How absurd. Right now, who could be at the door?" thought one of the leaders. He saw an elderly man with a big umbrella who was happy when he opened the door. "What the devil do you want, senior citizen?" questioned the irate leader. The elderly man spoke up and said, "Kids today have no respect for the elderly." He then gently touched the stunned Auto Shinobi's forehead, and when he did, the shinobi died. What the heck? When they heard a loud thud coming from upstairs and their leader's voice was no longer audible, the other shinobi uttered these words. Running upstairs, they all saw their leader's body lying beneath the cheerful hand of an old man holding a large umbrella. "Who are you?" Wondering, one of the dumbfounded shinobi said. "I've been trying to find everyone. Time for you to pass away," the elderly man remarked idly. "What the heck, you'll be killed." And they all threw themselves at Mayushi, who was standing coolly in front of the approaching attackers. "Very bad form. Who gave you all your training?" Mayushi uttered those words while dispatching the unfortunate shinobi. He said, "I discovered them too late. The summons will be released upon the village," before vanishing from the room filled with lifeless Auto Shinobi. Meanwhile, in the tower of Hokage, Orochimaru charged at the Hokage, with an Anbu guard trailing closely behind. Upon landing atop the Hokage tower, Orochimaru's bodyguards materialized, forming a barrier encircling the trio of fighters. "Kazekage, are you aware that what you are doing will lead to conflict between our countries? You still have time to change your mind and spare needless deaths?" Sarutobi remarked, colluding with the sound against the leaf. "Who said I desired to stay out of combat? That's exactly what Sarutobi Sensei wants. Oh, and I have to say that your Anbu is really impressive. I wanted to suffer alone with you, but your little bug tagged along. Jiraiya. Baka, if you please." When the Sandaime heard Orochimaru's voice, they knew exactly what had happened. "You tricked the sand into declaring war and killed the Kazekage. You are not a student of mine. You have descended to a new low," Sarutobi remarked melancholily. Jiraiya pulled off his mask at the same moment and said, "You're disgusting, Orochimaru. Do you have any idea how many lives your actions will cause to be lost?" "As if I give a damn," with Tsunade added. "Team Sarutobi would be complete for its final reunion," stated Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, you're going to die here. I made the mistake once, but not again," Sarutobi said, tossing aside his cage robes. "I believe you are misguided, Sensei. You two are the ones who are going to die now." As he started to demonstrate the hand signals for his most lethal jutsu, Sarutobi's former pupil spoke. Jiraiya sensed his wayward teammates' impending jutsu performance instantly. "Sensei. It's for the Edo Tensei, don't let him finish the sequence." "I am aware," Sarutobi stated, finishing his hand gestures. "Doden. Doryu no Jutsu." And Orochimaru had no choice but to dodge the old cage's ferocious earth dragon attack. His teammate was on the Habi-sanin, pressing him in a fierce taijutsu battle before he could even recover from the attack. In a few different places around Konoha, the village was rocked by 3 loud eruptions, and 3 large boa constrictor summons emerged out of the chaos. The summoned serpents opened their massive maws, unleashing a flood of shinobi and mangled creatures. An army of berserkers and enhanced shinobi, they went on the rampage as soon as they set foot in the village. In the Tower of Hokage, the village was rocked by loud explosions that startled Sarutobi and Jiraiya. Kukuku. Orochimaru gloated, "My army of berserkers is rampaging through the village and you're both powerless to stop it." "This village won't be destroyed by your army," Sandaime uttered. "You 2 fools will watch as I destroy this weak village." Konoha is undoubtedly not a weak village, even though we're not aggressive. You'll quickly discover this. With a smug smile that confused his old teammate, Jiraiya said. All across Konoha, at the various staging areas, the courageous Leaf Shinobi were organizing and forming into the various battle units under the leadership of their Jonin leaders. To all of you, the entire village is full of enemies. They seem to be crazy, so proceed with extra caution. Those kind of fighters are really challenging to deal with. Honor your leader's orders to the letter. This battle has been meticulously planned. There is no such thing as failure. Have no mercy. The Leaf fighters were being given basic information. The chaotic battlefield was becoming even more chaotic due to the snake summons, but their swift entrance was matched by their equally swift exit. The Konoha fighters were struggling to hold back the berserkers while trying not to get crushed by the large snake that was still unleashing Orochimaru's soldiers onto the battlefield. Mayushi emerged on the snake's head as the group of Leaf ninjas struggled to neutralize several threats at once. That big summon and fighting the berserkers at the same time. What a waste, a commander of one unit stated. Go back to the following staging area and evacuate any nearby civilians. Taicho, notice that someone is perched atop the snake's head, said one of the combat unit members. Is Hyuga Mei in charge of the snake? One of the Hyuga under his command was questioned by the unit leader. The Hyuga acknowledged Mayushi as Naruto's master right away. No, he's not in charge of the snake that belongs to Naruto. Sama. What? Is this sensei, the commander of the West Gate Defense Forces, present? Indeed. Hyuga Mei answered. Concurrently, the elderly man stooped to kneel on the creature, placing his hand on its head and murmuring, "Submit to the might of the Black Warrior. Genbu Seryoku, Genbu's might." After Mayushi finished speaking, the massive beast started to coil and hiss in excruciating pain, cracking all of its bones and its scales. The beast was unable to bear the agony any longer and died on the ground before vanishing in a cloud of smoke. Leading us to the next, as he vanished to target his next attack, Mayushi pondered. When the smoke cleared, neither the Mayushi nor the snake were present. Yes, every one of the beast is taken care of. With everything we have, let's attack the enemy. As his unit charged at the invaders, the commander uttered these words. Regarding the second serpent, like its previously summoned predecessor, the second serpent was seriously damaging the village's structural foundations. A number of the village's fighter units were engaged in fruitless combat with the summoned beast, and their use of ninjutsu was causing the beast to become enraged. Is there a local anti-summoning team? Nothing is working on the beast. This cannot continue for long, a fighter uttered. We must not let the beast destroy the village, so keep attacking, remain firm, yelled the commander. The beast, whose enormous maws were wide open, dashed at its distractions after growing tired of the irritating attacks. Defenders to the front, the commander yelled as the beast closed in on the intrepid group of shinobi. He ordered 5 shinobi to prepare their best defensive jutsu, and even though they could see the beast's enormous fangs dripping with acid as it approached them, they were not scared because they knew they would find a way to stop it. Just as the large onrushing snake was about to crash into the defiant group, an elderly man holding a large umbrella suddenly materialized in front of them. He raised his right hand calmly and said, "Disappear into eternity." Hidotoki Sanpo, time walk, in the most casual of tones. Everyone in the room was shocked by what they had just seen. Was there an attack using space? Time? The commander thought, but the sound of the elderly man's voice interrupted him. You are genuinely the foundation of your home, unflinching even in the face of such an apparently insurmountable task. You and other men and women make the village safe. Everyone regroup, there are more enemies to deal with, the commander yelled to his men, feeling emboldened by the old man's words. Even more determined to protect their village are the shinobi. When the third serpent appears, the last of Orochimaru's summons was charging toward the wall of the village, being attacked by Ibiki's men, who managed to slow it down a little bit. Jutsu was raining down from all sides, confusing the beast and preventing it from focusing on a single enemy, so it chose to strike at the direction from which it was receiving the most of the attacks, which coincidentally was Ibiki. Ashish. T. The beast is bearing down on us. Keep it from demolishing the village wall. Ibiki gave the order to his men, who intensified their assault. Mayushi suddenly materialized by Ibiki's side and exclaimed, "Leave this to me, kid." "What?" Ibiki questioned inquisitively. "Today's kids are so damn obstinate. Leave it to me," I said. Mayushi scowled, detesting stubborn children. "Come together to the walls, everyone," Ibiki gave an order. They were going to witness a magnificent show. The snake was slowly approaching the wall to lay waste to its assailants when it noticed a lone figure on a tall building in its path. It hissed angrily at the figure. "Everything to ashes. Gakido no Suzaku," exclaimed Mayushi, glaring at the beast and pointing his umbrella in its direction. The beast hissed in excruciating pain before it abruptly stopped as a massive flame in the shape of a phoenix burst from Mayushi's umbrella and engulfed its large head. The snake's head started to crumble into ashes and floated away harmlessly when the flames and smoke subsided, and the summoned animal went back to where it had come from. A full-sized summoned was killed by an attack that left the wall defense forces in a state of shock. "Next time listen to your elders, kid," Mayushi said, standing next to the dumbfounded Ibiki. "You just had an umbrella. How did you manage that?" Ibiki inquired. "An umbrella is merely a conduit. Even a blade of grass can become a lethal weapon in the hands of a true warrior," the mysterious old man declared. "I'm starting to feel hot now. I anticipate enjoying myself on the battlefield," he went on, before vanishing once more. Ibiki automatically said, "Hi." The old man made the commander of Konoha's torture and interrogation unit act like a child. Alongside Sarutobi, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. As the three engaged in fierce combat, Orochimaru sensed his summons quickly dissipating one after the other. "How did each of you handle it? How on earth did all of you defeat my summons with such ease? You two are the only people in the village with that kind of power." "Hello, Orochimaru. You've greatly underestimated the Konoha shinobi's power," Jiraiya spoke. "You will experience Konoha's full might today, even though you always believed the village to be weak. We'll remind you and the other elemental nations of our power," Sarutobi proclaimed. "Orochimaru, it's time for you to go. You bring disgrace to Konoha's glorious name and will be expunged," as he called for Enma, the Sandaime spoke. Observing the determined look on his wielder's face, the Monkey King realized that Sarutobi was sincere this time. "At last, you're behaving like a real leader. Let's put an end to this tiny snake." "Indeed. Come on, Jiraiya." "Yes, sir." The Toad Sannin uttered those words with resolve. Orochimaru knew he was going to have a difficult time because Jiraiya's interference prevented him from using Edo Tensei to kill Sarutobi, which was his original plan. There was no way that two people could let him finish his jutsu. "I must withdraw," Orochimaru pondered. In the woods in front of the west gate of Konoha. While his scouts were out tracking the enemy, Naruto was patiently waiting in the middle of a square formation formed by his guard, 4 Anbu that the Hokage himself had assigned to make sure the boy was safe, flanked by the leaders and second-in commands of the various units. The shinobi wearing the cat mask did not say anything for a short while. Young Commander Kazumi Takashige, a renowned war veteran, is in charge of the Sand Forces, which consist of about 6,000 shinobi. They are positioned precisely 300 feet in front of the target zone, right in our path. That's just outside the village's auto detection zone. The Tiger. Maskanbu said. The enemy is relying on the information just as expected. The Bird. Masked Anbu said calmly, 6,000 shinobi. That means we're outnumbered 5 to 1. That's great, there's enough food for everyone, Naruto said, grinning broadly. What? The bewildered shinobi with the swan mask questioned. The small force of Konoha shinobi was split into 2 camps upon hearing of the enemy's large numbers. They were nervous about facing such a large force, but they were also perplexed as to how their young commander and his 4 guards could be so carefree in the face of such a significant numerical disadvantage. Takashige's commander exhibits typical caution. The cat. Masked shinobi remarked, I'm sure he suspects a trap and will approach warily. Commander, what should we do next? Questioned a unit leader. Naturally, Naruto said, attack. Assault them, are we outmatched? We could hold off the enemy and stall them until reinforcements arrive, remarked the commander, echoing the words of another unit leader. We're going to defeat the Sand with the men present, We won't need reinforcements, was Naruto's response. What? The unit commander uttered astonished words. Do you think the commander is incapable? The unit commander was given a snarl by the masked tiger. Nah. The man stated candidly, it just seems impossible. A lot of the other commanders of the unit agreed with their comrade. Since attacking is the last thing an army that size would expect, we launch our attack first. Their reckless behavior and overconfidence will be encouraged, which will benefit us. A smaller force should not attack a larger one, according to the rules of war. But we're not your typical weaker force. The smaller force must employ obstacles to impede the larger force and restrict its movement when it engages in combat, according to the rules of war. What are the main obstacles the invaders are facing in this situation? The woodland. The Hyuga strike force's commander said right away. Naruto inquired, and what do leaf ninja excel at? Forest warfare, exclaimed one of the commanders of the long-range units. Naruto exclaimed, exactly. It was instantly clear to all of them why he decided to attack the enemy first. The leaf ninja's main advantage, despite their numerical disadvantage, was their terrain. Then the words of his master flooded back into his consciousness. Naruto. On the battlefield, your leadership ability will be the spiritual pillar of the men under your command. It will be the force behind their attacks, and their unwavering will to not concede to the enemy. You must ignite their will to fight, and then you must do everything to maintain and increase it while decreasing the will of the enemy. Your actions on the battlefield will determine this. The battlefield is no place for cowards and weak men. A man's will to fight is stronger than any rock and sharper than any blade. With it, the small can defeat the large and the weak can defeat the strong. Never forget this. Naruto turned to look at the men he was in charge of. Everybody's attention was fixed on their youthful leader. Naruto got started. We're outnumbered 5-to-1 by an enemy whose aim is to destroy everything we've come to love. At this very moment, at every point inside and outside the village, our sisters and brothers are giving their lives, just like us, to protect our village. If we allow the enemy to enter the village, it will be all over. There were loud explosions and crashes coming from the village. Our ancestors suffered and lost their lives for our cherished community, the young man uttered, gradually glancing over the assembled assembly. And so will we. This is our time to write our names in Konoha's history, using the blood of our enemies as our ink, Naruto said. The men's hearts echoed with the boy's serious remarks, and gradually, a will to fight grew stronger. Naruto went on. I made a promise to Hokage, the elders and every shinobi present that I will bring victory for our village, that I will make the enemy have nightmares of us. I will tell you this, not a single enemy shall get past us. Anyone who stands before us dies. It is as simple as that. We'll feed the trees of our great forest with the blood of our enemies. We'll give them a real taste of hell. We'll turn their lives into a living nightmare so gruesome that they will be begging for a quick death. Make no mistake, we are not outnumbered. This is our village, our land, our home. How can we ever be outnumbered? The boy yelled. I awoke this morning with an incredible hunger, and only the blood of my enemies can ease this hunger. To his men, who were totally engrossed in the words of their youthful leader. And Kami blessed me with a banquet of 6,000 shinobi. But they are too much for me to consume on my own. Will you help me with my meal? Will you partake of the banquet that Kami blessed us with? Hi, and yes, resounded loudly throughout the forest. I will help you, young commander. A joking comment from an Akamichi to the effect that, I have more than enough room for so much food, caused the small group of Konoha shinobi to burst out laughing. The boy surprised everyone by asking a straightforward question as he concluded his speech. Are you all afraid of death? There was a solemn but fleeting silence in place of the laughter. No, I'll fight to the death. I won't let them come near our village. Before long, responses were pouring in from every department in the army. Naruto pointed in the direction of the enemy and said, then give your answer to the enemy. Everyone, eagle formation, prepare to engage the enemy, he commanded. Everyone in attendance responded with a resounding, hi. They were prepared for combat. As for Takashige and the sand forces in the interim. Commander, exclaimed the second in. Command in a tone that bordered on panic. What is it, Shinoji? The Konoha force is attacking. They are in a strange formation that we can't figure out. Takashige scowled. What is this kid up to? Giving up the advantage of terrain and strong defense to attack a large force. Takashige gave the order, send in 2,000 mina favor encircling tactics. Shinoji exclaimed, Hi Commander. As he vanished from sight. Takashige remarked, this is going to be an interesting battle. as he attempted to ascertain the intentions of his youthful rival.
That's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed this great story. See you in the next one.